And with that, the World Championship has officially begun. As you can see, I'm a hamster again because my wisdom teeth got removed. Everything went well. I do not have any pain, but I'm hyped. Critty, hello, hello. I'm really looking forward for today's and tomorrow's matches. How are you doing? I mean, you can probably see how I'm doing.
I mean, it's been a good time. It's been a long break. We've had a little bit of hints at stuff that is upcoming, and we had tournaments and stuff towards the end of the summer, and now the grind or the path to the World Championships is underway, and what a path it's going to be, and it's already starting today with all of the action. We do have a bit of time to chill and talk about it, get people acquainted with Trackmania eSport. It's been a while. It's been quite a bit of a while.
Yeah, we had a long break and now tournaments are just coming and coming and coming. The Ascension tournament comes to an end. The World Championship has started. Today we have the last chance qualifier. From that, 2 teams will qualify towards the wild card, which are wild indeed with the formats, I would say.
Yeah. That is basically as well, and we can go step by step today as well. So let's start with what is actually expecting from the World Championship. And I'm gonna put up a calendar so people start taking notes, note down the dates.
Gonna leak.
So last chance qualifier, of course, starts today. It also continues tomorrow. The wild cards, well, the starting date is September 17th until October 9th, but of course the exact dates and times are still to be confirmed, as teams do have a bit more freedom actually making those times work, because we have a lot of different time zones and regions competing against each other, so you can see a lot of different teams popping up in there, so definitely good as well. And I'm looking forward to that as well, how that comes out as well, and especially with 2 of the teams qualifying for the wildcards as well.
Definitely. So from this last chance event, 2 teams will go into the wildcards, and then the groups will be played in a flex schedule. From those, there's 8 groups, and from each group, 1 team will advance into the middle stage, where they're gonna play like literally against the TMGL teams, and then the finals, as you can see, offline finals, will be played against 8 teams. So October 13th and to October 15th will determine the teams who will play in the offline finals of the World Championship 2023.
Yeah, so that is something. Hopefully you got the dates noted down. Maybe we will show it tomorrow as well, but that is all you're gonna get. But I think it's the best part is to go over actually what is going to be expected of the last chance qualifier. So we can put up another thing. So again, more notes, people. You gotta have the paper ready or a notepad. I don't know what you have, people.
There's a test tomorrow.
Yeah, we will do a test tomorrow. So keep everything noted. So we start with the last chance upper bracket. This is a bit of a, a bit of a showing case of what is to be expected. Of course, the exact teams or the number of teams is yet, at least I haven't double checked with the backend how many teams actually have registered. Actually, probably a good idea to do that. But at least on your screens you see what we have expected. It's a double elimination. Nothing much complicated. Upper bracket is on your screens at the moment, and you can already see that whoever wins the upper bracket final is a seed 1 in the wildcard.
So in the club I see 30 players, so I assume it will be 15 teams. We will be playing in a double elimination bracket. Before the double elimination bracket, we have a seeding on 3 maps, and with that you get, like, both players will play on those maps, and the lowest sum of times, or the lowest total time from both teammates will count, and then you get ranked into the seeding. So the worst team will probably have a strong opponent, and maybe the best team will not have to play the first match and will instantly go into the quarterfinals. But you can also lose 1 match in the upper bracket and then go into the lower bracket, but then of course you have to go the extra mile.
Yeah, and of course in the lower bracket, this is where we will hint at something that I believe I read on the Trackmania Discord as well. Softy said that these initial brackets will be inverted just to avoid matchups happening like many times. As you can see on the current display, it does show that there is a chance of having like same matches or same teams coming up against, but it will be inverted for the actual tournament. So take this one with a bit of grain of salt, but this is just to show you, you know, everybody likes a nice little picture to explain what is going to happen. So, of course, we don't have a team Mike or all these teams that are on this screen, but you know, maybe somebody likes Mike. You know, maybe they are rooting for Mike. I don't know which team is going to be in that spot, but hopefully they will go well. But they are not doing so well, at least in the example.
Yeah, they are a bit in the mud, let's say like that. But I mean, this can happen. I mean, who's Team Lima? Who's Team Hotel? Who's Team Bravo or Charlie? But of course, that is just an example. So that is great. We have those teams in there. And if you just take a look into the player list, I see a lot of good players in there. But there's also some clear favorites for me, Razi and then Epos. Definitely a team that looks really, really strong. And then we have Tarpo and Spam, maybe a bit on the last call, but they can also do some damage. Do not underestimate them. And then there's, of course, the team from Neko and Willux, I suppose, as well, who are playing. So those three teams are, for me, the teams who could make it deep. Maybe Spam and Tarpo a bit more on the Copium side, but you never know what they can do.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting names as well. That we have upcoming as well, and just to give you an idea where they will actually sit as well, I'm gonna put up a wildcards groups picture for you as well. A lot of things to go over, but as you can see, seed 1, if they get a chance, they will go into group G with Airwalkers, Oserve Esport and DXA Esports, and seed 2 will go in group C, which is Sprout, Team Rex and Antic Esports. These are of course the groups that the draft made up, so it shows that the group C were the ones to pick the qualifier, and group G. So that is something to keep in mind as well. A lot of stuff as well, interesting to keep an eye on as well. This is also on the Trackmania Twitter or the Trackmania World Tour Twitter as well, so they have posted these groups as well. So if you want a bit of a reminder, you can always go there. But that is for future stuff. That is just so people know what a hint is to come in the future, at least.
I mean, seed-wise, it looks quite good for seed 1 in Group G, I would say, to make it out of groups. Sprout is also beatable, let's say it like that. We have seen in the past, but of course, let's take it step by step, because we have not even been started or have started yet, as our first match will start in 8 minutes. And of course, with the World Championship, we also have 10 new maps that you will also see. 3 maps will be played in the seeding.
Yeah, it will be 3 maps. The maps that to be played currently, it is Surf, Twisted, and GeForce. So that will be the time attack, 10 minutes each on every single map. And the rank or the seeding that you will get is based on the sum of total time of the 2 players. So if somebody doesn't get a good run going, they might be absolutely in the mud. But then again, it's very hard to know how much of the seedings really matter as well, because technically you just have to win. That's always the easy task, but I guess you want to make it a bit easier, you know. It's a Saturday, you know. Tomorrow is also the day you might have to play, you know. Maybe start off chill, easy. You don't know what you're gonna expect from these teams, so everybody's clueless.
Yeah, and also I'm certainly looking forward to see how someone like Epos will play, for example. Also the Indian team. There's quite some teams who can definitely make some damage and maybe also shock the one or another opponent, let's say like that. So of course it's just win. The seeding does matter to a certain extent, but even if you do not finish a round, you are not eliminated. And even if you lose a match, you're also not eliminated, because you go into the lower bracket, and this might help the one or another team, because we have seen some great rundowns throughout the lower brackets where a team just was almost able to win almost even the playoffs with Big, I think it was, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, well, there's
they made it to the final.
There's definitely possibilities, and we do try to keep in mind with everything as well. Of course, so yeah, that will be the most of the schedule for today as well, and it's definitely looking. Of course, we also had a bit of a I don't have the picture as well, but there was also they asked like the top 8 or some of the top 8 players from DMGL for the players. I just love you. Everybody, of course, went for the obvious ones, so there wasn't really much surprise there. But then you had, of course, Carl, who roots for his fellow mate Spam, put that C2 for Team Ovo. That's probably the first time I'll say it, but it probably won't be the last time I say that word. So that's gonna be interesting. And then Honory by Mother as C2, which is of course Auris and Siren for those of you who don't know. It is a Baltic duo, so I'm sure SRK is rooting for them as we speak. And there's a lot of good stuff coming as well. But yeah, it was an interesting one as well. Spoiler alert, I will say this, just calling out Massa in this regard. He just copy-pasted, so he was just like, that's my answer. Yeah, that's it. At least that's what he said. I don't know if it was a bait or not. But Robbers and Nesta are at least the favorites for now.
Yeah, that's also the teams that I've just mentioned.
Yeah.
So Willux, and then his teammate Neko, and then we have also Razi and Epos. So maybe Razi has found a spark there. He struggled to find a good mate, I think it was, or like a fitting mate. So let's see how this duo goes. And they are, for me, the favorites to make it into the first seed.
Yeah, that's
the second seed. I don't know.
Well, it's hard to say. Of course, it's the thing is, like, recently we just of course had the maps updated as well. As if you look at towards the top right of your screen, you can see, of course, there were recently new sponsors that were mentioned as well that will be upcoming for the World Championship as well. Of course, Caporal makes their return and continues to be supporting, and then Alienware and AMD will be the ones with a big part in the World Championships as well for the Lanaman. So those will be prevalent in the map as well as signs. So it was a bit tricky to get some of the more of the records of the online time. So at least I have them sort of as a reference. So at least I know if somebody's absolutely in the mud or close to getting a world record, quotation marks, probably every single time is beaten by at least a half a second or more.
I mean, we will see. I think those times will get beaten anyway. Maybe not in the first 2 rounds, but tomorrow we're gonna see the one or another world record. Also, with the format being a bit different, today will be played in a best of 5, and tomorrow in a best of 7. So we have the usual pick and ban coming into play. Then the team, of course, has 1 ban beforehand, and then the last map will be randomized between the last 2 maps that have not been picked. And in a best of 5, it's a bit different, but we're gonna come into that after the seeding, because the first matches in the best of 5 format will be played just after the seeding at 17 CEST.
Yeah, so definitely we don't have much time until the actual time attack starts, so we get a bit of a, at least 3 maps, we get a bit of a taste of what might be to come as well. Whether people will actually be doing much there as well, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, we do have to wait for to be able to join as well. I don't know if it has already popped up for you. I'm just currently looking at everything else at the moment, so I haven't been keeping an eye on if the time attack server is already up or not.
I'm gonna ask, don't worry about it. So we still have to wait up until we can join the server. So 10 minutes of time attacks on 3 maps that you have already mentioned. I have to check in again because I'm also not that familiar, but it's Surf, Twisted, and GeForce that will be played. Definitely Surf, a map that has a quite interesting ending with the identity. I'm looking forward to see those 3 maps being played. In general, I want to see all maps. That is my goal. I want to see all maps and not like a gyroscope.
Well, we'll have to see. Is there going to be? Well, there's been gyroscope, and there's been, of course, the Sinew. Well, no, Sinew is not so much. Sinews and Frosty sort of shared the poll there, of course, to some extent. But yeah, it's very hard to know where people go. I'm interested to see how people will be actually, you know. My biggest fear, or maybe not the fear, or biggest question mark is Backflip. I still don't have no idea how people are going to wreck you that identity, but I've seen so many people struggle with that and all of that as well, so it's very hard to know where it will go. So hopefully that will go well, but I mean, the maps that, at least for TA, are, you know, relatively calm. We have Water Glider V2. We have basically the slow tech, where, so if you're not a tech enjoyer, probably not good for you. And then you have GeForce, which has, I will say, one of the more unique ways to do an identity. I really like the concept, but execution-wise, for the players, maybe a bit more difficult, because it can be a proper slowdown, as bobsleighs can be, of course.
Yeah. I mean, in general, it looks so effortless. So I watched. I'm a avid enjoyer of Murder's streams at the moment, and what he did is he played all the maps up until he has the online world record, and it looks so easy. And then you watch someone who is also a really good player, Tarport, playing those maps, and you can see like how hard those maps really are. It's incredible. So it's just great to see how. Well, like I'm interested to see how consistent the players will be. So. Well, let's see. It's 16. I'm still not on the server, so.
We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, we are not clueless, but we might have actually a way to get in. So, ladies and gentlemen, we might be soon going into the game. So we'll double check something. We have some things going. We get you into the game in just a moment. Let's see if we actually have the things going as well.
Oh, please enter the password. Guys, what is the password for the server?
Oh, yeah.
That's the key to my heart.
Password is 123 if everybody wants to know. No, I'm just kidding. But I feel like, yeah, the time attack is already underway. So without further ado, we're going to jump into this. So not much to wait here. People are already driving. So this is time attack. You can see already people are underway. You can see all the players there as well. Well, at least I'm in, so I get to see that stuff at the moment. But everybody's doing time attack, so this is the time we get to chill a bit, chat, as well. Also, do let me know if maybe I need to be a bit more quiet, or if Turbo needs to be turned up, or vice versa. Do let me know. We do keep an eye on the chat, and we'll see how things will go. But let's start with the main people as well, like Razi and Epos, the first two people to finish. And the two fastest times as well on the server at least, so definitely an interesting start as well.
Give me a second up until I join the server. I quickly need to, my game is a bit laggy because my replay folder is, like, I don't know, 25 gigabytes at time.
Oh
so guys, a little bit of a problem, you know, if you play a little bit of Trackmania, if you have like 2,000 to 3,000 hours, or maybe even more like I do, the game lags a bit. So I would be happy if you could take over the first couple of minutes because I'm still waiting to go into the server.
Well, interestingly enough, the time that I have noted down for Surf is already been beaten in time attack. So clearly, it shows that the many updates, it was very hard to keep in line with what the times can be. But apparently, Epos just went full ham and stuff as well. The cars are a bit loud. Oh, we can fix that as well. We'll go to the classic. We'll just tone it down a bit. A bit better. Interviewing. Anybody can go as well. Maybe a bit too quiet now. We can fiddle around with it a bit as well. This is the perfect time, you know. Turbo can empty his massive replay folder. I don't think my game is that big. Your replay folder is larger than the entire game for me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so that is good. I can barely hear the cars. People, start cleaning your ears. One person. Yeah, oi. Somebody needs to clean their ears. It's either Marina, it's either K-Piroc, or it's either... Well, Marina and Jack say it's perfect, so K-Piroc maybe need to clean those ears. Maybe keep an eye on that.
It also depends like with what you're watching. If you have like speakers or whatever.
Yeah, that can be also different as well.
Okay, so I'm finally on the server. So we have... dude, I just said shut down Open Planet. I do not want Open Planet. Dude, are you kidding me? My game crashed. Dude, there is no way. There is no way. Hello, my game crashed again. Oh my god, please. I just... Oh. Okay, well, guys, this is officially scuffed for me. I think it's the replay folder, really. Yeah. Because that's why my game is crashing.
Well, either way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you one more time. Are the cars... I don't know what Epos is doing. Epos is already done with this qualifier. So he drove the fastest time already. He's good to go. But is the sound good? Are the cars too loud? Or maybe we are too loud? Which is the case here? Or do you want the cars to be a bit louder? Cars are okay. Okay, I see how things are going. Cars are good. Okay, okay. Sound is fine, honestly. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, good, good. See, if somebody says it's not fine, ban them.
Exactly, ban them.
Also, I'll close the in-game chat. We don't need that. But yeah, but currently it's very hard to keep in mind. Let's see, do we have anybody here? Oh, we have Naiko as well, one of the top 2 as well. So currently on the server we have everybody. Everybody's on the server. This is the time attack phase as well. So that is something to keep in mind. So everybody's on the server. You have Epos, Razi, Naiko, Siren, Pedatoast, Vilox, Auris, Enkan, Spammy J, Nekojim, Shofi, Hergam, Artise, Toppen, Tarperguy, Speedself, Rookie, Randomize, Boris, Kelva, Idoles, Frostis, Shawnee Wolf, and Neo Terzial. And it seems that Red Bull, well, I don't know, some of these players are still qualifying here. There's some people haven't finished, and there's us as well. So there's a lot of people, you know.
Yeah, I still try to join the server because right now it says Trackmania Uplay is not responding. Dude. Yeah, I try my best, guys. I mean, glad this happens in the in this round.
Yeah, this is the birth type. This is the troubleshooting phase as well. TA stands for troubleshooting all. Basically, TA, that's what it stands for. Troubleshooting all. So that's what we do here. So
and I do troubleshoot all at the moment. So
yeah. So for the time being, we can actually talk about the map. You know, maybe we'll go into follow all. Let's go into free cam as well and take a look at the map a bit more as well. Maybe we can get somebody to follow here as well. Ooh, let's go with Neo Teresial. So as you can see, this is how the map starts as well. An inside turn here. It's a bit of a box slide on the inside. Maybe not so well. Do we have somebody? Okay, now let's keep it on it. Let's give him another chance. Let's see how he does. So you go on the inside here. It is a box slide into a booster. Water section. Wet plastic. Everybody loves a bit of wet plastic. You go into the loop-de-loop. Woo! Into the water section, which is meant to slow you down. As you go around the corner, try to keep it nice and close to the edges here. And you go a bit of a plastic section again around the corner into water glider, or well, surf 2.0 or water glider 2.0, whichever way you want to call it. And then you move on to this second plastic section over the water. It's very important to get a nice line to get a really good exit here, which Neo Terasial does not get the best amount. Let's see. Let's go to Siren. You know, let's give SRK, you know, a bit of nice time as well. Everybody loves the Baltic nations as well. Basically, Chem and SRK are the ones a lot of the times running a lot of things as well. So, you know, we gotta give love to the Baltics as well a bit. So Siren, also not with a good start. I want to get somebody who will do a good run, but it is time attack, so it's very hard to find. Let's go with
very hard.
Yeah, people are trying to risk as well, so it's very hard to really go for anything.
Okay.
I'm curious to know if Epos is doing anything. Yeah, he's went for tea and crumpets already.
I'm on the server, by the way, so finally it
perfect.
Worked.
Anybody in particular you want to spectate?
Yeah, so guys, I want to repeat that this is not a games issue. It's my fault because my replay folder is too big. I'm gonna get that one fixed ASAP, so don't worry about it. But my game then just freezes and crashes sometimes. But here we go. So who do I want to spectate? I mean, like the Baltics looking quite strong. Siren and Oris, 4th and 7th position respectively. Very, very nice. And Oris right now is also on a run here, going through the slow water, following Idolus, and he is a 0.1 ahead of his former set time. Now going into the first taste of the identity into the slalom. Good amount of speed. So now wet tires and gets a lot of speed around this corner. So not looking too bad here from Oris, who is also a very, very well-known member in the community. And he's on a good run. 0.7 behind Epos, so they can see his pace. And let's go ahead into the identity here. Can Oris improve his time? Looking good. Nice drift here around that corner. We'll get a lot of speed, and this looks good here. Minus 0.3. This could be a banging time here for the Lithuanian player, and he will improve. And look at that. 4th place for him. Just ahead of his teammates.
I just love the fact that Epos just did one run. The Giga Chat just did one run. World record. He's done. My job is done here. Can we move on to the next map? The man just came in and just conquered. But it's good to see that everybody is on the server. There's a lot of different names. I'm sure everybody has somebody to root for as well. So it's good to see that there's different names. It's good to see, of course, Epos and Razi And of course you have Naiko up top as well. Beta Toast is up there as well, a name maybe going under the cover. Maybe it is the best map for Beta Toast, so it's very hard to know. We have 2 maps still to go after this, so of course just a reminder, it's 3 maps, Surf at the moment, then it's Twisted, GeForce, 10 minutes each, and sum of total will determine your seeding. And after this map, we have a bit of a little surprise for you as well. Well, we have a little bit of a thing to, you know, get us into the map a bit as well. I hope there is a warm-up, but I do want to showcase as well, like what people have been cooking in the background for all these maps as well. But I mean, 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all she wrote. I mean, we could take a look and see who finishes, but 30-player time attack is really hard. But Epos just on another level. Razi, his teammate, just behind. And then we have Auris and Zyron with a very, very good seeding here. Nako and Willock spread apart, so I think it will be a close fight. I think second place goes to the Baltics here.
Yeah, it's looking good at the moment, so definitely something to keep in mind. Epos just smurfing the lobby at the moment, but it's not an easy map. The ending can really make a nuisance of a good time, because it's very tough to control your car as well. One bad slide, but without further ado, a bit of an intro video for you all as well. Twisted is the next match, so everybody gets to see what the map is about as well. So something to keep in mind. So this is what you should be doing in your time attack, and so definitely good to see as well. I mean, it is a very twisty turn. There's a lot of Neos. Granati probably doesn't like this map as well, the amount of Neos you need to do on this, but it is quite a speedy one, and I do love it a lot.
Yeah,
and with the slow turns as well, like slow and fast combined.
Yeah, and you also have some speed set elements and all of that, and players are no on the map. So I think we wanna maybe take a look onto the first run from Epos, or do you wanna take a look onto the map like that? How do you want to do it?
I have currently on Beta Toast. I'll let the video play out a bit as well, because, you know, it's basically I'm showcasing what probably Epos is doing anyway, so it's, you know, people get to see Epos right anyway, but this video will end in a moment as well, and then we will go into the in-game portion as well. So I'll let it run for a bit, but we get to see that people are already halfway through. We see Razi and Spammy as well, so we'll keep you enjoy the video for a bit, and then we'll go into it. And there's the video ending. So, let's get back into the game. So, as you can see currently, Razi is the one, well, technically in the lead, so he supposedly is on a good time as well. Beta Toast does give us a good perspective. He's just miles ahead. I did notice there was Spammy guy as well, also with Toppen in the mix as well. So, you have plenty of different interesting names in the mix. And looking forward to seeing what will be the first times. Twisted record, at least that I have on record, is one that was driven on an older version of 103.9 by Mata. So that is at least something we're looking for. And Razi does a 104 flat.
Very good time, yeah.
This just shows the fact that these online times are probably the most easiest to beat that they've ever been, because a lot of people are doing a lot of offline stuff. So yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. I don't know if Epos maybe actually went for tea and crumpets. Oh no, he's actually driving. I was wondering, I didn't see him at the top, so I was wondering where he is.
Yeah, Epos had to respawn and he did a mistake, but this map here really reminds me of Slowdown. Maybe you guys remember that map from the first iteration of this year's World Tour, let's say like that. But it is a skill identity. Also, maybe the full speed part is a bit unconventional for this kind of map, but I think this will be a very popular map throughout the World Cup or World Championship, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is most likely going to be the case that the World Championship will see a lot of it. I'm sure a lot of people will think about, like, there's a lot of these really fast sections that go into really slow sections, so that can throw people a bit off. So it's very important to manage the drifts and manage the speed just enough to make these take the maximum amount of these turns, and that was a 104.7 by Epos. So Razi is the one that maybe is going to be enjoying a bit of downtime, but currently at least he is driving, so, you know, keeping it warm, and he's actually currently faster than his current time, so maybe a sub 104 in the mix, but currently equal at the moment at least.
Yeah, so they're adding up quite nicely, Razi and Epos, and I think that's also a pretty good team. A nice symbiosis of members of like a new school player and then an OG old school tech player. One player that I want to mention here is Boris TM, playing for Bavaria 2. Because I played together with his brother a lot of Trackmania Nations with him. Very nice guy, very funny guy, and he also is branching out into Trackmania 2020. So very good to see him playing as well. Right now on P14, it looks like as a time that is on the checkpoint, and comfortably sitting on 20th position. Good drift here. Maybe could have avoided some airtime, but very nice to see him playing as well.
Yeah, the thing, of course, we have to keep in mind, there is no easy versions of these maps as well. So, and to some extent, I am quite happy, but to some extent, it would be interesting to do. But this is the World Championship, of course, we're talking about. This is now, there is no, a bit of a lend-lease. You get to play a bit of the easy maps, and then you can try a bit of the. Now, just we chuck you into the actual maps. Good luck. May the best driver win.
Yeah, I mean, I get that because the World Championship is in the league of its own, and it's very prestigious, if not even the most prestigious event. I mean, of course, there's Ascension as well with a 100k prize pool, but I think you can still like put both events on the same level in this way.
Yeah,
and of course, solo versus duo, you cannot really compare those events in this regard. This is way more competitive. Of course, some identities have their own touch to it, but still, like. If you're the world champion, you're the world champion. If you win Ascension, yeah, that's also something, but you cannot really compare those two things.
Yeah, that is true, and it is quite interesting to think about it as well, that I don't know if there isn't many competitions, of course, that we've had with 2-0 formats, of course. It is more being in this, if it was in the older games, you had, of course, a lot of the team formats where you had more like 1v1s, 2v2s, or 4v4s in most competitions, but probably this will be the first time that a duo will be crowned as a world champion as well. So that is also something to think about as well. Like it's an interesting feeling as well. Of course, some people would say that the purest of them would say that there should be only one world champion. But I mean, you gotta, imagine you're at the podium with your best mates and you're the world champions. I mean, that must feel such an ecstatic moment as well. Yeah, now you might be champion alone, but together, man. That just feels so wholesome.
And also that it's a different motivation for you to play together with a teammate. You let him down and stuff like that, and you just practice together. I remember playing a duo tournament, the Zerator Cup 2019, together with Marius, and that was just a lot of fun because we both just were practicing together. We had a lot of fun also with Scrappy and Matt and all the others, Revolution, those people. And even though we were opponents, we all had the time of the summer there. We all just grinding, and it is very nice to play together with a teammate rather than just playing alone. As Tarpa has made a mistake and is back to the start, and let's go with the rookie here. I think he's a good call. I just see him on the monitor right now in 10th position, going back to the start. So maybe let's follow a run from him and see what the player from Uruguay, if I recall it correctly, can do.
Yeah, actually, he just finished a run where he improved by 0.4, so that's actually just a fresh time being cooked up as well by him as well. So a very good time to do so as well. So yeah, it's good to see that. You might think that there's a lot of European dominance. Yes, there is a lot of Europeans that are participating in this last year's tournament, but you have a few. You have randomized, of course. You have rookie as well, but there is a mix mash of different Careless Cobra as well. You gotta put some love for the Aussies as well. You have Canada there as well, and there's just so many different countries in the mix here, and it's good to see that. Yes, there is, of course, not like massive amount of teams, but I feel like the teams that are here are looking to have fun, looking to get to the top, and you never know what you're gonna get. That's the thing with these. It is double a limb, so one thing is that you're prepared, but can you actually deliver on the day is also cool.
Yeah, consistency is also then super important. I mean, if you can drive 105s or 104s on this map, doesn't matter. When you make a mistake in every second round and maybe just concede 3 points towards the other team, But Henken and Better Toast are doing very good, as well as Oris and Zyron. So those might be teams who can shock the one or another team. Maybe even someone like Nako and Willux. Right now, 8th and 10th position respectively, do not really matching the pace from Razi and Epos, even though they are in the favorite role. Maybe also due to the performance from Willux in the Magi Monday, if I recall it correctly, where he got into the top 3. Was it? I think it was top 3 him, but I have to check that though. Yeah, I think it was that, yeah.
Yeah, there was there's been a lot of little tournaments that have been happening throughout the stuff as well.
Yeah,
some more little, some more bigger.
He won $2,000, so yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's a little.
it's just a little pocket change. That's all we get to enjoy here. But you know, it's good to see that people have been active as well. But I feel like now we're coming into the season that Trackmania Esports is now, you know, the blossom is there again. You have so many things upcoming that people are now absolutely. Some people are actually modded and actually have to choose what tournaments to practice, because it's very hard to imagine. Some of the teams have to have Ascension, XP Evo, and the World Championship to practice.
Yeah, that's so much.
That's a lot to juggle, even for I believe even Massa said it's very hard to like juggle all of this, because even he being full time, it's very difficult to find the time. But I'm sure he knows the best and everything, and it's interesting to see how people will do and who will actually be showing up in those tournaments as well. It's it's opportunity for names that maybe not as often win, to get a chance or an opportunity to, first of all, meet a lot of new people, and second of all, you know, have a good tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing with that is players. I mean, you have seen it at Racer Summit, where Massa and Granadi just came almost unprepared towards those events. And I think they will be a bit sad that they cannot practice for a German LAN that much, because Ascension and World Cup is just around the corner, or just before that. And of course, they want to focus on those events a bit more. But I mean, Granadi compared it to Counter-Strike, it's like in Counter-Strike you just play the same map or the same maps. You have to just maybe prepare the one or another stuff or the one or another smoke, but here you have to learn new maps every time you play an event. So that's really rough for them, and that's why it's so hard. But Razi and Epos winning again. Epos improving his time to a 0.4. Razi still on first with his first set time. Beta Toast and also Hankins also very good spam on fourth. So very good performance from him. Taupo on 12th. So looking good right now, but Razi and Epos just seem to be on another level, and the other teams are somewhere a bit behind.
Yeah, and of course we will put on, the wrong video, as always. That's my mistake. GeForce is the next map. One of the more unique maps, I would say. Definitely stands out with its identity. The rest of the map looks manageable, but then you have some interesting twists and turns in between, which make it a very outstanding map. The thing is, I've driven all of these maps myself as well, but the thing is, I will never, of course, fully understand what is the full extent of the despair, or how difficult these are to do, like on a consistent basis. To me, these sections will be difficult nonetheless, because they are not very commonly on tracks as well, at least the tracks that I drive most of the time, so it is very difficult to judge as well. But definitely a map that, to me at least, is one of the ones that just stands out for how unorthodox it is, with especially the bobsleigh usage. Not that something you see often in the World Tour. We did have, of course, if my memory serves, we had the what was the name? The one with the
Gyroscope?
Not gyroscope, it was it had one section. I think it was the one where you had the long pipe in the end, with the spinners. What was that map name again? God forbid, I cannot remember anymore.
No, it wasn't. You don't mean arrow pipes, right?
No, not arrow pipes. It's the one where you had the long one where you had the no steer start.
Yeah, I know which one you mean.
Vortex,
I think.
Thank
Vortex
you, Chloe.
it is, yeah?
Thank you, Chloe.
Yeah, Vortex.
Yeah. That was the one. But we will go into the game now. As we can see, we actually have Auris and Henkan being the first ones to go towards the finish. But yeah, that is what. But you do see a bit of a glimpse of the identity. It looks so wicked, but God forbid, I can only imagine how many times people have crashed or just not hit the sign the perfect way.
Yeah. So. That is correct. Always with a 1:14. The world record is a 1:12.9 online world record. I'm not sure if you have written down anything else.
Well, currently, the one I picked up was I had a 113.2 by Mada. Was something that I had noted down for my notes. So it varies, but we can already see that people are pushing in time attack towards that 113. So that is to be expected at least for time attack. Whether it will translate to rounds, well, that is to come for now, but it's good to see. Like, the variety is definitely there, especially when the mappers were sort of given the idea that you had to have, like, you were given like 2 styles, and that's how the map was sort of produced. So in this case, you can see a lot of dirt and bobsleigh being the more of the you could say the inspiration. The inspiration for this one.
I mean, and the identity then looks easy. Like, I currently follow Beta Toast, and he jumps effortlessly into the or outside of the bobsleigh and then inside of it again. It's not easy. Like, you see a lot of people failing it, not getting a good inside trajectory and all of that. And also Beta Toast here with a no set at the start. Very, very nice find. And we still see Epos looking strong. Who haven't we followed so far? I think we have not taken a look onto Speed Self. He's currently on 11th position. Oris still in the lead. Betatos on 2nd. Epos on 3rd. Then we have Henkan, Spammy, Willux, Siren, Nero Tertial, Neko Jim, and then we have our first UK player called Randomized TM. Speedself going for the 360. You can also go for a slide over it, but this one is a bit safer. But then, of course, you have less speed, and then the dirt soup will be a bit harder.
Yeah, it's I've seen there has been a variety of ways to handle it. I guess one is more of a safer option, or I guess more of the intended way of doing it, and the other one is more that people have, as usual, cooked up that you can risk a lot more there if you're willing to do so. So it's very difficult to get those. These are, of course, from ice to dirt, and if you are not careful, it's very easy to slide out as well. There was recently actually an ice map or a bobsleigh map where this was used as well. And I swear to God, I slid out so many times, it was not even funny.
Skill issue.
Yeah, it's proper skill issue. Later on, I went into time attack and I realized it was a proper skill issue. I was doing it completely wrong. So that's why I went out in Div 1 so easily. I survived like 4 out of 5 times I crashed, but then it was just mud because afterwards it was really horrible to get any speed going.
Yeah, sometimes ice can really catch you off guard. In general, ice is quite hard to deal with. And just the smallest inputs can decide a lot. And I just follow Artis at the moment. His run looked great. And then Epos just comes, overtaking him as it is nothing. So Artis 1.5 seconds, make it 2 now behind Neko, who was leading in this checkpoint. And again, Epos and Razi, first and second, 113.39. So not beating Moda's time or the record from Neko. And Artis really struggles to find a good line. 6 seconds behind now. And, well, he has to finish one run because he has not crossed the finish line thus far. Now eating the gear here and approaching the identity with okay speed, I would say. But he has to get some good jumps here across in order to make all of that. He goes for the safe line, okay. Then you have free wheel there.
Run. Holy moly.
Okay, let's follow Epos then.
Yeah, he's on the final stretch. This could be... Oh, 112! Dude, Epos, man is cooking a storm.
Yeah, world record.
I mean, it's to be expected. There's a lot of offline times that are in the hiding, so that's to be sure. Epos is... you can clearly see why Epos and Razi were the favorites coming in, so they are really showing it. It will be very tough to beat these two when it comes to actual live rounds. So I feel like this is a battle more for C2 than anything else. It's more like, it feels to me more like it's Razi and Epos to lose rather than everybody else, because they are, at least in time attack, showing extreme pace. And mostly being like almost a half, or like at least a half a second, or sometimes a bit less faster than everybody else.
So to be honest, I think Epos and Razi have a good shot of making it into the top 16 then as well. Their pace just seems unmatched in this seeding so far. And I think the storyline for the whole weekend is that we have, of course, the favorites. They have to make it. They have to cope with the pressure, yeah? So that is already something, but also a super open fight for C2. I would also love to see Oris and Zyron making it, or maybe Better Toast and then his teammate Hankin who are also doing a great job, or maybe even Spam and Tarkor. Everything can happen, and I think this will be very great to see who's gonna make it into the second seat.
Yeah, but of course, to keep in mind as well, the team that will be going with C2 will be going into the group with Sprout, so that is something that definitely has to be kept in mind. So the seed 1, at least on paper, looks to be a lot better of an option than C2.
Definitely.
But it is very subjective. But it would be interesting to see who will be going through as well. But yeah, again, we are talking a lot of praise beforehand for Razi and Epos. We don't know, maybe rounds is completely, you know, completely a different story. But it's usually a good sign that if you're fast in time attack, you can already in rounds, you know, tone it down a bit. And you're still going to be a lot faster than majority of people. So it's a good sign for them. And definitely a reason why they are at the top.
Yeah, currently following Betatoast here. He's 0.6 ahead of his PB. Does not hold the gear before the ice, but goes for this approach, and this looks really good. A lot of speed accumulated here for the Gravity player. Goes very inside, and look at that. Right now, 3rd position for him, so that looks to be a good time. But yeah, I mean, you name it, and just seeing how Razi and Epos do set those times and how fast, this looks really good. Oh, good speed from Betatoast. Will he survive the ending? Looking really good. Artis, Shofi, and Zed are ahead of him. And Betatoast with a great transition. But goes a bit too early. Clips there and has lost a lot of speed. And he will not make the jump. So he has to go back to the start. They can see how punishing this entrance and exit point really is.
Yeah, it's not an easy part to make. It usually means once you go into there, it's very hard to correct as much as well. Or if you do have to correct, you're gonna lose a lot of speed and time there. So definitely something to be a note of as well. Whether it will, how it will go in rounds is a different story. But yeah, it is, of course, the angle you come in, you do want to be pointing down, because otherwise you're just asking to get yourself a slowdown on the landing, and that's probably even worse to some extent, because then you just don't have the speed for the jump, and then you have to take a bit of an easier path. But Betatoast, again, on a good time. Whether it will actually translate into a rounds time, or at least a finish time, we'll have to see. Again, a good line here. Yeah, at least currently it's a good he's a good POV to showcase the map at the moment. Very consistent. I haven't checked on Epos and Razi. Probably they are just casually sitting. Maybe Razi is trying. Epos usually just does the run and it's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, he just gets a T or something like that. But yeah, Betatoast with a very good approach. So he's a bit to the right to stay on there, and he looks to improve his time. He will make that jump as well. Has a lot of speed to spare with maybe not the best landing in there, but a very good approach over that corner. And he will secure that 3rd position. 113.59 for him, just 0.6 away. And this is huge for his team, because look how much time he just gained towards the others. And also Henken on 6th place. So could this be 2nd seed for Henken and Betatoast?
Yeah, it could be possible. It's very hard to know. Of course, this is the final map of the time attack seeding. We had all of the times. Again, reminder, it is your seed is based on the sum of total times across all of those maps. So it was 3 maps, 10 minutes each, and we'll have to wait and see what the actual standing will be afterwards. So for now, at least, we will be switching onto our POV in just a moment, because I do believe, yep, that is all. So we get to go to our point of view for just a moment. So hello everybody, we're back on your screens, as I see that my camera has moved a bit. So
I'm a hamster.
There we go. Well, either way, we'll have to wait and see how the seedings will go. I'm sure we will get it. Hopefully everybody has been enjoying that time. It is a bit more of a chill start, you know. Technically the matches haven't started yet. We're just, you know, ramping it up a bit, you know, making sure we get the excitement going. So yeah, all of the OVOs in chat, all of the Team OVO fans are already collecting, you know, assembling together. So we'll have to see how things will go for the rest. So it's very hard to know how it goes, because technically the schedule says that now we have like well, like 27 minutes until the first round actually starts. So unless you have some comments to make, maybe I'll ask quickly SRK or something to see if how we will proceed further, because yeah, we do have a lot of time at the moment.
I think there will be a break, because usually the brackets have to be generated or like picked, and the servers have to be created. So I assume that we're gonna have a break. And I think that's also what we're gonna go for. I mean, you have seen a taste of the maps with Surf, Twisted, and GeForce. Really cool maps. Twisted definitely a bit more on the skill or tech side, let's say like that. And then Surf and GeForce have those like very iconic identities in them. But I'm looking forward to also see the other 7 remaining maps. We're gonna have best of 5 now coming into play, and the groups will be will be put in, and I think then we're gonna be back and cover the matches that we think will suit the best. But even if we pick a match that is 3-0, we're just gonna join the other servers as well. And keep in mind, it's a double elimination bracket, so the team that is losing will go into the lower bracket, and you can find the whole schedule. I think we also have a command for that. So
and on your screens as well, just to show you a bit of the upper bracket a bit as well, so you can see how things go.
Yeah, so there you go. They have the format and all of that. That is just, of course, a placeholder, those names. But that's the upper bracket, and they can see you need to win 4 matches, and one team will obviously win 4 matches to qualify as seed 1 for the wildcards, and then go into group F it was, I think, or G? F or G, something like that.
It is for the well, we can actually show people as well. So at least in the wildcard groups, seed 1 is group G, and C is seed number 2. So that is at least what we have expected for that. And just to show you as well, simultaneously there will be games in lower bracket as well. And just like Turbo said, that if we have a chance, or if some game is maybe going a bit longer, we may be able to jump in. Maybe we see some favorites in the chat as well, and who we will get to. Of course, this is a placeholder as well for the lower bracket. It will be inverted to avoid same type of matches coming, or you playing the same teams as well. But this is just to give you a general idea of what it is to come. But for now, at least, well, we do have to wait until we get some further information. So until
let's just take a break.
Yeah, we will go on a bit of a longer break again. So because we'll have to wait for the times to be calculated, everybody to be divided properly, seating and everything. So this might be a bit of like a 15 to 20 minute break, but hey, it's a perfect time. You get to chill, you might arrive with snacks as well. So until then, we'll be right back with the action, but enjoy the music in the meantime. Hello everybody, we are back on your screens. It is continuing. We had a nice lovely break once again. I got a few drinks and all of that, quick refresher. Turbo, of course, my fellow co-caster in charge, got a new ice pack to make sure that the hamster the hamster man has a bit less of a troubled time, but he's all right. Tomorrow he's gonna feel absolutely great, and he's gonna be
I hope
up
so.
and running and perfect, and everything's gonna be great. But I mean, time attack behind us. I mean, it's been a nice casual time, chill time. But now we actually get into the meat of it. Sort of the edges of the meat, as we could say it.
Yeah, so the teams have been put into the bracket. There's 13 teams who have successfully made the seeding, and they will be playing. So that means that 3 teams are already through: Robbers, Gravity, and Pivo, and then Nesta Esports. They already are in the upper bracket quarterfinals because they are first, second, and third in the seeding. There was no 4th position that already got through because we have 13 teams and not 12. And we have then 5 matches that will be taking place in 4 minutes. We have B2 Esports versus Rana, then Honory versus Pivo Badge, Team Owo versus Milky Way, and Ovo Train versus Good Focus, as well as Eternity Esports versus Black Flame 1. And this might also be the match that we're going to watch because this looked quite close. It is Neo Tertial and Zed versus Hergam and Nikojim.
Yeah, so there is plenty to go for as well. We already see the vote advance in the chat. This is just gonna be, everybody's just gonna wait until the point where we have no other choice than to go and cast Team Ovo. It's bound to happen at one point, but we'll keep you waiting. You can keep your Ovos in chat for now, so we'll wait for that. But there's definitely a good matchup, as you said, as you went through them as well. Looking forward to them as well. Hopefully we get to go through a few. Some of the matches may go a bit quicker than others, some a bit slower, so if we get a chance, we might hop on to some other matches as well. But for the time being, we're just at the moment enjoying our time, waiting for the servers to go up so we can actually jump into it as well. But overall, I will say, if we were to talk about time attack, I will say Henken and Beta Toast looked very, very good on paper. A very good surprise given the names we know. I know Beta Toast is an excellent player in his own right as well, but together at the moment they seem to be rather well prepared.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, if you want to see a different POV, maybe from Team Ovo, you can also watch Spams and Torpor stream, or also our fellow colleague Geek, who casts in French. We'll probably also cover a different match, and I think also the UK squad is also doing a stream from the UK boys, so you can check that out as well on the British Irish TM channel. They're gonna watch Epos and Razi, and I think there's some more POVs as well, but of course we're gonna focus on that match now, and also gonna jump back and forth if a match is already 3-0. So let's see how that goes. And I mean, you named it. The team from Beta Toast looked really strong, and I think with them getting the 2nd seed, it's quite nice to see, actually. Really, I think they put in some great effort. And then Willux and Nako, maybe that's also already a match that we're gonna see in the, maybe for the 2nd seed. Maybe this will be Henken and Beta Toast versus Nako and Willux. Maybe this happens.
Only time will tell, but it is it was a bit of a good showing for Epos and Razi in Rematch. They definitely had a bit of a chill time of it. Didn't do much effort in that regard. Basically, Epos just did one run and just call it a day. That's the fastest time on the server anyway. So, simple things in life. Sometimes you just gotta enjoy them when you have them. I'm sure they will have put a lot more effort as well. But of course, the first set of rounds today will be a best of 5s as well. So something to keep an eye on. Day 2 will be best of 7s, because then then we're actually fighting for those positions. For now, people try to survive until day 2. That is what matters for now.
Definitely well said. And the teams who will win go into the upper bracket quarterfinals, where already 3 out of those 4 teams are set. With Robbers, Gravity, Pivo, and Nesta Esports, who have gotten 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the seeding. And the losers will go into the loser bracket round 1, and they have to go a long way. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches up until you qualify. So if you already drop down here, it will be a long way for you. Definitely possible, but very hard. But let's go ahead and see if we can find the server. I'm not sure if there's any joining. Have you found anything?
Well, at the moment we are waiting the same
Okay,
way everybody
we're
is.
waiting,
So
yeah.
yeah, we do have to wait
Okay,
for
okay.
the servers to be. There could be something going in the background as well, as we do wait for now. But yes, as we said as well, like there was also a command in the chat as well for the bracket. You can either look it up on the Trackmania.io with the competitions. There is actually the comp tool is shown there, or at least shows where everybody is or who is paired up, or I can already see, I quickly double checked that the Wikipedia guys are also awake, doing the things that they are, they are at least accustomed to doing, keeping the bracket alive and showing that that everybody is actually in, and that the fact that nobody has to just guess where everybody is, that they can actually take a look at it as well. But so yeah, Iridium guy is having a good time, I'm pretty sure, with that one.
I guess so as well. So I think the tone is set. You've seen the level. For me, Epos and Razi confirm themselves, and maybe Willux and Neko are a bit overrated in this way. Or maybe they have not shown anything or everything thus far, but I think we're going to see very good matches tomorrow in the best of 7. And I think already today, because if we take a look onto the schedule again, maybe we can take a look onto that, because there you can see like what matches will be happening today and tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll have a lot of the lower brackets that will take place. But also the finals, of course. So there you can see we're going to have the upper bracket semifinals today, and then tomorrow will be the upper bracket final, and then the loser will play again, but in a different match in the lower bracket semifinal, I suppose, right? Or this final? I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, it was the final, of course. Would not make sense, but was the semifinal, right?
Yeah, well, it is that at least when we look at the upper bracket, it is that of course you first, if you lose, you will fall into the lower brackets here, and progressively, of course, the further you get into the tournament, the later you drop down to the lower brackets. Well, the less matches you have to play, of course. So if you fall into the lower bracket immediately, it's gonna be a long day for you if you are willing to put in the effort to grind yourself through the entire gauntlet here. So definitely something to keep in mind. But do keep in mind that for now, at least, we are waiting, as everybody is, for the matches to start. I'm pretty sure at the moment, at least, we are just waiting for everything to be up and running. So I'm sure there's some things probably happening in the background. I haven't got an update quite yet, but we'll see for now. But I mean, overall, given what we have, it's interesting to see. I do believe we will actually see the first shot of the new overlay in action as well, I believe.
True.
So at least. So I'm interested to see that. Unless I'm all debating you and we're gonna get all bamboozled with that one. But at least if people have seen the new UI, it looks absolutely clean cut as well, as far as I've seen. I do hope I'm not pulling your leg here, at least as far as, so if you need to play Medi, you can point the finger at me. I'm maybe hyping up the overlay a bit too much, but yeah, maybe people have to pepper point like, hey, you told us we're gonna have it. So we'll see how, if that comes into fruition. But for now, at least, we're all just casually waiting for everything to happen. Maybe we'll ask for an update in the meantime while we talk. But this is going to be a bit of a chill time anyway, until we actually get to the matches. So it's a good time to just relax, talk a bit of nonsense, bit of actually on topping, and then something in between as well.
Yeah, so consider the first couple of matches as a little bit of a podcast, and also getting like accustomed to everything, to the UI that might be a bit fresh for us, to the maps, you know, to everything. It has been a long time for me as well since I've been casting a match. I'm not sure about you, but now Trackmania events are just coming left, right, and center, and I'm like, oh my god, what is happening? So much Trackmania after that long break. Well, yeah, I mean, we cannot join round one. I think the match is already starting, but we do not have a join link or anything. Like, it has started like 20 minutes ago already.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know. Well, I thought it was all going okay. We're already in the mud.
Yeah, okay, guys. We already, yeah. So
yeah, we will.
So
we'll
the
come
problems
back
we do
to
not
you in a moment, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh god. We'll see at the moment. Let's take a look here if we can sort it out. I'll quickly put us on a quick breaking screen. And
I
we'll
do not
be
think
right
so
back.
that we're gonna go on a breaking screen because the action will start very soon.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see. Let's take a look here. Maybe we can sort it out right on the fly here. Because at the moment, yeah, everything is... we are just waiting. I like how we have...
Did not send the account IDs.
I
oh
have
yeah.
to...
Oh, answer came on. Didn't you ask that? Yeah. Well.
Well. That's fun.
Yeah, that's fun, guys. Wait a second.
We'll do the troubleshooting. Don't worry. We'll have everything fixed.
Yeah, copy account ID, and there's mine. Zack, boom.
Oh, it's well, I like how we've been cluelessly sitting here, just being like,
Yeah.
yeah, everything's going well. Match's been underway already for a while.
Let's try now.
Oh!
Aha! There's a play button, guys. We can join the servers.
Well, let's get into it. Oh! I'm in the game. It looks amazing.
Hey.
Oi! Let's show you, everybody, what we have. Ladies and gentlemen, the new UI. I didn't lie to you, actually. Whoa. Well, the match is underway. So, you know, we aren't actually too late, you know. It's just, you know, the first start as well. But holy moly, this UI looks... Whoa! Look at this. This looks amazing. Oh, this is good stuff here.
Also, the player stats in the lower bag actually very nice. So I really like that. And you can also see the sponsors there, AMD, and then of course we have the other sponsors coming up as well. I didn't want to give it this way because also Caparel is in there, still being sponsor of the World Tour. So very nice to see that. That is very good that we have all the sponsors being embedded like that as well. And the third sponsor should come any second as well. Pulse Champ, maybe? Oh, yeah, there you go. There's Alienware as well. So there's the three main sponsors from the World Championship. And let's go into the next round as we see the Frenchies looking very strong. Nico Jim and Hergam on first and second again. Neo, Tertial, and Zed all struggling a bit. And it's Neo again with a crash. And this does not look good, so this could be another ace for the Frenchies.
Yeah, so this will be it is the first round. Of course, we have like lower seeds meeting up with the higher seeds as well. So there will be a lot of mismatch as well. Anything as well. I'm interested to see. Neo Terrestrial did crash. It is 100% crash rate, so that is also working. We love to see that.
Hand in hand.
I do notice that there is, of course, on the top left, it does say it is a new world record. It is the match.
Beta Toast.
Yeah, it is. It's looking great at the moment. So it is Beta Toast, actually, with the current world record.
And it's the same time from Hergam, so...
Yeah, interesting. So it is actually live updating. Well, I believe that is probably the matches world record at the moment. So this is the record driven in matches. So take that with a hint of salt. We are all learning this new identity. The world record is definitely was a 1009 driven by Epos in Time Attack. I don't know if it actually counted towards the leaderboards, but you know, I think people drove like that in the first round. So, but overall,
rounds and Time Attack is something else in this way.
So that's definitely something to keep in mind. So that is actually updating live as well. Cool stuff. You know, we see this for the first time as well. So this is all new for us as Neo. Not having a good time with that corner, and so doesn't Mr. Zed as well. So Neko and Hergam enjoying Surf, and they're 9-0 up. And with this ace, they will be another ace as well.
Yeah, so clean sweep here from them, from the Frenchies, and hand in hand they go into the ending. Okay, we see Hergam struggling a bit, and he's fragile, but Neko Jim will get that first position. So there you go, 1-0 in map score, and there's another new world record. This time it's updating, and it's Neko Jim. Maybe they just drove the exact same time. This could have also happened.
Yes.
And Hergam still finishes on second place. So it is 12-0, 4 rounds, 4 aces.
Yeah, and you can see on the top right as well everything that happens in the game. You know when Mr. Set respawns, you know when somebody finishes, you know when somebody gets a PB. All of that is on the thing as well. Of course, it is a very interesting site, as we do have our next map. We didn't see the pick and ban. That is something we'll have to see later on as well. But we move on to the next map, and I feel like these are the same maps that we had in Time Attack. They were twisted this time.
Yeah. So one thing that also is bugging me a bit is the map name. That the map name is nowhere. But that's like one thing that could be added. You have to press tab for that to let this one shown. But
you can see it on your screens now.
yeah,
Yes.
a map twisted, like just to see the map name. This will be. Then I think the overlay would be perfect because it's not too much, it's not too little. You have all the useful information. You have the sponsors as well. And let's go into the first round on this map. Probably like for now, this is my favorite map because it's so skill-based. It has full speed elements. It has a nice identity. And we see Zed and Neo Tertial struggling quite a bit. Hergam and Nikojim looking prepared and finding themselves on first and second again, going into that very, very long drift where you drop into second gear and just tailor yourself through that first, like taste of the identity. And Neo Tertial catching up a little bit to Nikojim, but it's still not enough to overtake him. Still 0.3 between them. And make it 0.4 now, and also here not a good drift from Neo Tertial, struggling a bit, hesitates, and the Frenchies are leading yet again. It's 1-0 for them in map score, so if they win 2 more maps, they win the match and move on into the second round of the winner brackets.
Yeah, it's looking quite comfortable for them at the moment, but as we said, this can happen in the first round. Of course, the crash rate at the bottom does say 100%, but I presume, at least, this is my own theory at the moment, it is, at least as far as I understood, it's based on the delta as well. So it does go according to that. So we'll, what the delta is, we wouldn't technically know. But we do see that when they do fall behind it, that it gives us a bit of a hint of how many times they maybe crash heavily or and such. You know, these are little things that make the difference as well. Also, I did notice the ace text was very, very hard to see it. Oh, man is back in action. A bit of a, teleporting by... a
bit of a panda there.
A bit of a panda moment there, but he's alive as well. Maybe on the same internet as Panda, who knows. But for now at least, they're all fine and well. Mr. Z is trying to catch up to them, but we can see that at the moment at least, Hergam and Neko looking actually quite comfortable on the maps. Not many major mistakes. Okay, that was a clip there. Happens to the best of us, you know. But, overall looking relatively decent given the context of the maps. These are not easy maps to get the Regio on as well, but of course Razi and Epos later on probably will all tell us otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, they indeed look strong and they will go into the ending here hand in hand again. Hergam lagging a bit, but we have a new world record. This time it's showing Nikojim and not Betatos. So there's still some things that have to be adjusted with the crashes and also with the world record, but I think those are things that will be figured out. It's the first time that this overlay is getting used and it looks crispy clean. So Eternity with an eternal lead here of 6-0 against the Germans. Can they get their first point now onto the scoreboards? We see not the best start here from Neo Tertia, but also it is Hergam with a crash. Nikojim in the lead, Zed with a good line, but had to adjust just before the full speed section, so Hergam comes a bit closer, also gets a very good and tight entry there, does not catch airtime, Zed losing a lot of speed in exchange, and this could be another ace situation for Eternity. Because Zed also goes so wide there. Look at that. First and second for the Frenchies again.
Yeah, it's looking quite... Mr. Z is trying to keep up with the two Frenchmen, but... actually, Mr. Z does touch, but Nekojim actually has a bit of a bigger crash, so now there is a possibility for a point... Hergam also with a bit of a wonky touch, went a bit too tight, I believe, and clipped the corner there, so... absolutely in shambles at the moment, so there is a possibility that the Germans could be picking up their first point here, but this ending can be quite treacherous. This is gonna come down. Can Mr. Z get the first point for the team? But a bit too much airtime in the end and does not get the good turn there, so it does end up being an ace for the two Frenchmen of Nekojim and Hergam. So still looking good, keeping a full 100% ace percentage for now.
Yeah, so 7 rounds, 7 aces, and there you go. It is 9-0, and let's see what Mr. Z and Neo Tertial can do. Can they get the ace, the reverse ace? They need to 3 in a row, and that is not a good start for Mr. Z. Risking in the wrong turn there. You know, you maybe want to go a bit wider there. You do not have to push it. You want to avoid mistakes, and I mean, Zed just doing a lot of them, and he's already 1 second behind. Hergam and Nikojim only needing a first or second position, and then it's enough for them to take home this map. And well, there's also not the best line from Zed, touching the wall, but still is able to go through the map, catches airtime there, but I do not think that he will play a significant role to beat Hergam, who is already so far in the lead. This could be another match PB for him, and another good time. Maybe even a 105. What is the world record actually on this map, or the TMIO record on this map?
On Twisted, I have noted down a 103.948 by Mada, so that was at least on some of the older versions before we got the sponsor updates and everything, so that was about what I was able to note down. Again, take these with a grain of salt. It's more to give us a bit of a perspective of an idea what the pace is, or could be potentially, as we currently have a 106.9 given by Hergam and Neko, and with the another ace, that is now 2 track points, and on the next map, a possibility for a match point if they keep this going for them. In the meantime, we are moving on to a map we have not seen yet, and it is Tubes. Of interesting map for the tubes, or at least the tubes themselves, are a hot topic of discussions in their own right. It reminds me a bit of maybe not to the same extent, but the similarities to some extent to aero pipes in some regard, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a very tricky flip that you have to opt for. I think this was one of the first maps that have been released, if not even the first map. But correct me if I'm wrong there, but yeah, Eternity with a match point, or a match map rather, and the Germans have to do something. But Zed again struggling to find a way through the start and failing it again. This is not good for him because he just lacks that consistency. But I think he can learn a lot from that. Also, Neo Tertio, not a lot of speed over that freewheel section there, going to the downstairs movement there, being freewheeled, but still is 1 second behind. Nikojim and Hergam are very strong opponents to beat, though, both landing clean inside that first taste of the identity. Those wicked flips. Now going to a drift where you need to avoid the water there on the inside. And now we jump into a water section. You can touch it here, doesn't really matter because you are on a sandy surface there. And let's go into the identity for the first time. Nikojim with a beautiful dirt outside line.
Yeah, but this is now the part where how much do you risk? Because you can have a different outcomes as Neo forgets the entire tube altogether and has to respawn. So for the rest, at least for the 2 Frenchmen, it's looking good. Eternity looking quite nice and willing to do the first round. It is interesting, of course. We do see it says on the top left that it is Beta Toast. It was Hergam who drove the time.
Beta Toast plays this map, yeah.
Yeah, so it is interesting. Clearly, this is a perfect time. You know, we all take notes. There's a lot of notes we need to take. We can see what works, what doesn't as well. But overall, at least it keeps track of the correct time of the match.
Yeah. Yeah, test is tomorrow, guys, before the matches, so make sure to be there.
Yeah.
If not, you cannot attend the course tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, we have a lot of questions for tomorrow, so keep in mind, if you didn't take notes, I don't know if you're gonna pass the test tomorrow, but for now at least, Neo is the one trying to catch the first point for their team as well. Still a bit far behind, but not as far as you might usually believe. If he can keep it clean, it could be pretty good. Maybe 1 point, you know, to get the consolation point in the match.
Yeah, but Neo Tertio, I mean, he's on an okay run. He is a bit behind, but then hits the plastic there, the moving block there, and his teammate overtakes him. So it's now 3 seconds, tearing him apart from Nikojim. You can still respawn that identity quite easily, as you can see there. Yeah, we see the first respawn from Nikojim. But the others do struggle as well here. But Neo Tertio with a lot of speed. Now he needs to make sure to make that one jump. But his approach is not really yet, losing a lot of speed. And it's Nikojim overtaking here in the end. You could have seen Neo Tertio's approach was not really it. But Hergam has failed it. So even though Nikojim won his individual fight, it's Hergam who has failed the ending. But Neo Tertio aufpassen. Stay more right on the beam or on that pipe in the end. Because then you can take more speed into the finish.
Yeah, and that is their first point, so no clean sweep for the two Frenchies as well. So Hergam and Nekojim, it won't be that quick of a match, but still, technically, if they do get two aces now, or a victory or an ace, they could still close it out in the minimum amount of rounds. But for the time being, looking better at least. The opportunities are there for more points at least, as Hergam has a bit of a fumble on the jumps downhill, so puts the two Germans of Neo and Mr. Z in a good position to grab a few more points, you know, get some momentum going, you know, maybe it wasn't as hot, a bit of a wall bang there, we'll close our eyes for that one. I don't think you really gain time from that, so we'll allow it.
Yeah, so no illegal wallbang there, and we see Hergam being 8 seconds behind, overtaking one person here, so this could still be only 4 rounds. New Tertial hesitating a lot on those pipe sections, but I mean, could still be working out for him, still staying so far on the left there, and he will not have a lot of speed. Will he even clear that jump here? He will dip into the water and dip out of it, but lost 1 second in exchange. Hergam will not make the jump here. Zed is too far behind, and it will be Hergam getting that 3rd position. So it is 7-2, but the 2nd point for the Germans.
Yeah, it is 7-2, but it is also importantly match point for the team in blue at least, or well, they have green cards, but technically they are on the blue side. So if they get an ace here, they do close out the match with a 3-0 score and move on to the next round of the upper bracket, and put the Germans in the lower bracket for an early, well, survival gauntlet to say the least. As Mr. said, hits a pole, does survive, so he is able to keep going. Is now almost 2 seconds behind, so it is his teammate or at the moment that is keeping up the pace and bringing in the points for the team.
Yeah, but Neo Tertial making a mistake, going to inside there and has not a lot of speed. So I think this could be already over if he's not getting that at least 2nd position, but then they have to win 3 consecutive rounds as a team. But Neo Tertial overtaking Hergam, who didn't get the best line over on that part, but the identity still left, and Neo Tertial didn't have the best approach there, and also clips there. So this is the opportunity for the blue team to make it happen. Nekojim had to respawn, but has more speed than Mr. Z, who was on 2nd position. Also Hergam with a respawn here. It is Hergam on 1st, Nekojim on 1st. Neo Tertial will make it, so it is a complete clown fiesta in the end. 1:11 winning time. A lot of mistakes have happened. Hergam on 3rd. Every position has been changed, and we go into another round. It is a 5-way or a 5-round map here. My God.
Well, it could be more. You know, don't count them out yet. If BLF get 2 aces now, we will go into a 9-9. You know, the tension is running high. So, you know, technically, you know, a lot of these times, you know, it is very good to just keep it clean. You know, it will give you a lot of advantages early on. Of course, later on, you will face teams that are more, you know, have put in more time to develop their pace. Rather than consistency, because then it's already there. But, you know, at least early on, you know, you want to get it nice and clean, you know, not too many fuss at early parts, as Mr. said, has really adopted the wallbang tactic there. I don't know if it pays off so far, at least, not so much.
Nekojim as well.
But Neo Tertial at least is looking to catch up, but we've seen quite a few respawns on this end, though.
Yeah, the ending looks quite hard to get, and also the speed really snowballs because there's a freewheel section, and we see also one player here with a respawn. It is Nekojim, but Hergam will win the round here with a good time. 1:08 is the winning time. Neo Tertial had to respawn as well. Mr. Z still on that first part of the identity, and Nekojim will also get that 2nd position because Neo Tertial didn't make it, so it's the ace to round off this 3rd map. It is Eternity, with an eternal victory and knocking down the Germans into the lower bracket.
Yeah, so that will be the match for now, as the podium is underwater. A quick wash of the car at least, you know, get it nice and clean for the next match. Good podium placement, 10 out of 10. But overall, we'll go to our point of view, and we can quickly check if any of the other matches are still underway. I know some of them did finish already. For example, we have some matches that...
I think all matches have been finished.
Yeah, all matches have already been finished, actually. Yeah, that is indeed true. we'll have to wait and see which one they are, because it is very difficult to keep an eye on everybody. We'll have to quickly refresh the Dingsbooms, and we'll get...
Dingsbooms.
Yeah, okay, so we have actually some results. So our runner beat Bavaria 2, that is Rookie and Randomer is beating Boris and Shofi 3-0. Then we have Honory with Siren and Auris beating Careless Cobra and Kelva. So that was Honory versus Bebo Bitch. We have Team Ovo beating Milky Way. So Spammy and Tarpo moving up, and Artis and Raislin will be going to the lower bracket. And Overtrain and with Speed Self and Toppen also winning against Idoles and Shawnee Wolf. And we already saw the conclusion of Eterni versus Black Flame 1. So matches have already been concluded. So I don't know, we don't have probably much time to go on to break unless, because I already see that the match has generated. Maybe a quick 3 minutes and we're back in action.
I mean, here it says 43 minutes, but I do think that we're gonna have a break, or like until the players will be joining the server, the match will start.
Yeah, so I guess we'll take a quick 3-minute break. Until then, we'll be right back. Hello everybody, we are back on your screens, and we just saw the first conclusions of the first round. It is the round 1, so we have a lot of the higher seeds having a bit of an easy match or a bit of an easier time going through the next round. So now we are getting more, I would presume, more evenly matched matchups. There are quite a few ones. We have picked one, which in this case is Henkan and Beta Toast versus Toppen and Speedself. On paper looks like a nice match to go into. So, and of course we have a bit of we get to see how good actually the duo of Beta and Henkan actually do now, because in time attack they look pretty nice.
Yeah, that is correct. And there's also some other matches that take place. Oris and Zyron versus Spam and Tarpor. If you want to see this match, just go ahead into Spam's or Tarpor's stream. They are streaming their POV, so this is also an awesome way to support them and cheer for them. And we're gonna see Team Ovo after that as well. And well, there's also two other matches still taking place. Willows and Nako versus Hergam and Nikojim, as well as Razi and Epos versus Rookie and Randomize. So this will probably be streamed on the British and Irish Trackmania channel. And then we also have the lower bracket, where we only have one match that will take place, because there is 5 teams and only one team will get eliminated. That is Careless Cobra and Kelf versus Rayson and Artis. But there you go. There you have the pick and ban.
Pick and ban phase. The new overlay. Wow, awesome. That looks clean. Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Well, we got Backflip banned. Oh, that's cool. See, this is what has been cooking on the sides. You get to see the pick and ban. It looks clean. Look at that. I love it. But Backflip is gone. Nobody wants to play that, I think.
Yeah, looking very, very nice. Very cool overlay here, and there you can see ban, and now we have the pick here from Team Gravity and Pivot, who were seed number 2. So keep that in mind after the time attack. And let's see what map they're gonna pick. So Dive and Backflip are the bans. I think Backflip might be the new gyroscope. We see GeForce as the first map. I mean, they also did really good in the seeding on this map. Then we have Tubes as well. Okay, so we have seen this map already. Now the third map, again, being picked by Gravity and Pivot. They have 1 minute time to pick, so they can also take it easy and relax. So yeah, let's see. Maybe they have to discuss and see, but this is a very good one. We have Cosmos. So an identity which is a bit unconventional. We have a micro machine camera there, so a Cam 7 kind of POV. You're gonna see that with a red circle. And now we also have the Overtrain, which is of course the T name, and they're gonna pick the last map. I thought that Speedset was on a different team, so that's why I got picked, or what was caught me a bit off guard. It's Tempest, and now there's 2 bans, and the decider will be randomized. So there you go.
Yeah, that is good stuff to see. I mean, it's interesting to see. We get Edge banned, and then we have Valley still left over, and I believe with my Dive and Valley and Surf are still left over.
There's one more that's still left open.
So yeah, and so Valley gets
2, 4,
banned.
6, 8, 9.
Oh yeah, it is actually. What map actually got picked? Let me see. Can I spot it here on the go? Twisted, I believe. Twisted is the one. Yeah. So Twisted is the one that is just left out of the situation. But that is the map. Picks and bans for you as well. Hopefully you note it down. I for sure did, because I'm probably gonna forget otherwise. So we have that in the notepad written down what the order is, and looking forward to it. Definitely good to see. And as you can see on your screens as well, and on the pick and bans, Gravity X Pivo is Betatos and Henkan, and Overtrain is Speed Self and Toppen. So curious to see how this will go. Of course, the more favorites are the team of Gravity and X Pivo, but you know, we are getting some newer maps, so this could be an interesting time to see how things actually pan out.
Yeah, I just realized that Gravity and XP Evo, you can already almost pronounce it like that.
No,
or XPP Evo, right? But I think we have nice our fan favorites here, Hankin and Betatos, but do not count out Speedself and Toppen. Speedself has been a very, very active player in a lot of LAN events and has been improving quite a bit. So let's go ahead into the first map. It is GeForce.
Yeah, this is already something that we saw in Time Attack, but this will be now our first experience to see how it actually pans out in rounds. Interested to see, will Betatos be your usual world record holder at the top left again, or will we see a new name? Yeah, so but interesting to see how things will go. But this is the first round between the two teams. GeForce is the map, and there is only, well, we'll see what the first outcome will be, as everybody's actually getting a decent start. Toppen has fallen a bit behind, and Speed Self almost avoids the edge there, but the two friends up in front, hand in hand in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, very, very good lines from them. Now the Dirt Zoom comes into play with barely any ice tires left. So the more speed you have, the more advantageous it will be. And Speedself still a little bit behind. Now we go into the first glimpse of the identity. Speedself goes for the 360 here, which is significantly slower, but also easier to do. And then his teammate Toppen overtakes him, and Hanken and Better Toast off to a very, very good run here. Better Toast in the lead. Hanken not with the best landing there. You need to make sure to not gear up this section, but also not lose too much speed, because this section here comes into play. Do not steer as much as possible on the ice, so that's why you want to approach very diagonal, and it is Better Toast losing the gear. He had to respawn. Hanken will get that first position. The question is, what can the French team make out of that? Speedself with that on second place, so he will at least give his team 1 point. Toppen on thirds, but almost misses the jump there. So it will be a draw to start things off.
Yeah, unless Better Toast snipes him in the end, and just about.
Oh my god, he lost the gear.
Yeah, by 2/10 he actually gets the speed overtake there. So it is 2 points for Gravity X Pivo, and for 12, 1 point for Overtrain. So almost a draw, our first draw, but just a snipe in the end. So a good save by Better Toast there.
Yeah, and they can also see how hard the identity is, the angle and all of that. But, well, it is with that the lead for the favorites for the second seed. But do not count out Speedself and Toppen. They have shown what they can do. Now Toppen with a very, very wide dirt zoom there. And it is Speedself so far behind already, behind Better Toast and Hanken, who have gotten another great start.
Yeah, that's definitely the case for now. Of course, we do have to keep in mind this was the Gravity X Pivo map choice as well. So you would at least predict that they would do a lot better, as we see a few fumbles on the speed or the exit of the, well, I would say the turnaround slide, or whichever way you want to call it, the ice to dirt slide. But yeah, it's at least that for now, it's looking good for an ace for the team in blue. Whether Toppen is able to do something or top the team in front of them, we'll have to wait and see. But looking good for everybody involved, unless there is another issue with the gear in the end. But it looks to be clean, and that is an ace for the team in blue, as Speedself does come in last position. So 3 points for them and 5-1 the lead at the moment.
Yeah, 114.39 to give you guys a perspective. Maybe you guys have watched the series as well. I was an avid enjoyer of it on YouTube when Moda hunted the online world records on the respective World Championship maps. Moda has the world record on this map, at least on my version here, with a 113.28. I think we're gonna see some 112s. I think we have already seen a 112 here on this map, if I recall it correctly. And we have seen now Hanken with a 114.39. So very good time in rounds, and already Toppen with a respawn. So he's out in this round, and Better Toast and Hanken do dominate the round again. But Speedself is in there, but keep in mind, he does not go for the 360 and will lose a lot of time due to that. As you can see, Better Toast speed here very, very nicely executed here from the German, just behind his Swedish teammate. And they are 1 second ahead. Can they make it again? Yet another ace is up for grabs for them.
It's looking rather clean at the moment. There hasn't been many misfortunes. Apart from the first round, it has looked quite a dominant performance, as we do see a nice line by Better Toast. Hanken does follow in suit. Speedself has survived, so if there is a bit of a fumble in the end, there is points to be had. But at the moment, the boys in blue are keeping it clean. A nice ace to secure another lead at the moment. There's a few PBs, well, a match record at the moment driven by Better Toast, at least on the map. So that is the fastest time currently that has been driven in the current matches. Toppen, well, doesn't have quite enough time or the speed to make it to the end, but it was an ace anyway, so wouldn't have made much of difference.
And a PB for Speedself. I mean, 2 seconds behind, and it says PB. If this really helps the players, I do not think so, but you can really see how hard this map is to play, and how Gravity and Pivo is prepared, or are prepared on this map. Like, the performance is very good, and I think that's the team to beat here for the second seed. And I could see like a lot of teams, Willux and Nako, or even Tarpor and Spam, making a rundown against them in the lower bracket final tomorrow. but I think they will have a good shot of making it into the wildcard event, as we see Betatos with a good start. Speedself again lurking up into that second place, but will not go for the ice slide there over the booster, and another good execution from both players here in the blue team. And we see Betatos being on a great time, already 1 second ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, he's on a run and a half, but Henken has to respawn. He didn't make the transitions after the slide, so he gives Speedself a position away. Toppen is quite a bit far behind to take advantage of it, but there could be some points. But with this position, it is still the team win. Well, the track point win for the team in blue, because a victory is all they need, 2 points. And we see at the moment that Speedself has had to respawn. Betatos is already finishing. Speedself has to respawn yet again, so it means that Henken does come in second place. It is 8 seconds behind, but it doesn't matter. When you arrive, it matters only when is the placing for you. And with that ace, 11-1 the score, they take their own map pick at the moment. So good start for them. Definitely the time attack showed they're good on this map. And the round show, well, a bit of a mixed match, but it is, you know, a start for them as well. They didn't really have to play a match to start off, if I remember correctly. So, you know, they're warming up slowly as well.
Yeah, so that is correct. They did not have to play a match. Seed 1, 2, 3 did not have to play one. And we see another familiar face. It is Tubes. So we do not see a live world record here, but 103.93 is the online world record. At least that's what I see from Muda. And let's see what the players have prepared here. We have seen a kind of, yes, like sloppy match in the first round, but that's also due to the difficulty on this map. It's extremely hard to tailor your car through those turns and especially make those identities happen. So you might think, oh yeah, it's easy, just go fast, go vroom vroom fast and make it. But no, this is not the case. Let's go into the first round here on this map, and let's see if the Frenchies have prepared this map a bit better than the previous one, because there it looked quite grim for them.
Yeah, it was a difficult time, but given how at least currently the match is going, it is something that they need to take this map pick. We've seen this from the previous World Tour segments as well, that you really need to take your map pick, as everybody is sort of mishing and mashing everywhere, as Henken does clip the corner there. Does put him into 4th position, and currently looking a lot better showing for the French duo, as currently Betatos is the one trying to up-pole, but there Toppen hits the pillar there, or the moving block, and is absolutely yeeted into another existence. So it is Speedself to hold up the front, and but Betatos has to respawn. But Speedself does make it, but not with a lot of speed. But you know, it helps to take this pipe a bit better. But Henken does seem to take it quite clean. But that is a bad rotation. But with that little bit of a turtle, you do get there in the end. So that is a nice way to cross the line. So you know, as long as you line it up, you're fine.
Yeah, so like pretty close start actually. Like every player in between like a couple of tenths of a second there, just after the first glimpse of the identity. It's 1 point for the Frenchies, for Toppen and Speedself. Speedself with another great performance. Toppen, I mean, was like yeeted off with that plastic block there, with the moving block there that has just yeeted him away. And let's go into the next one, as Henken and Betatos getting a really, really smooth trajectory here down that staircase section, and we see a mistake just before the flip here from Speedself. Had to respawn, so he has to rely on Toppen, who's already 0.6 of a second behind Betatos and Henken to make something happen. Does not bonk here. Maybe he can rely on a mistake, or even 2 in this section here. It could all happen, and he will go a bit more careful into that turn. But look at that, Betatos and Henken, just to extend their lead, will hold the gear there as well, just before the identity.
Yeah, but this has been probably the identity that's caused a fair few respawns. So far, everybody has gotten it with varying degrees of success and speed, but it looks to be that Henken does not get the final pipe, so it is Toppen that flies into oblivion, still makes the landing, but Henken with a respawn comes in and takes the ace. So a bit of a flight simulator there, but maybe not what Toppen was looking for, but it does give Henken enough time to come in 2nd place and secure an ace for Team Gravity X Pivo.
Yep, so that's another ace for them, for Gravity and Pivo. Let's go into round number 3. Bellatos with a 105, also respectable time on this very hard map, as I was talking about that beforehand. And let's see what they can do. Oh, what a good start there from Tolpin, also eating a lot of penalty service there before the flip, before that section where you just can fully YOLO through it. And well, Speedsev and Tolpin are already 1 second behind, just 30 seconds into the map. Bellatos with a great drift. They're going super wide to accumulate a lot of speed. Oh, Henken touches the water, still able to make that jump, but lost a lot of speed in exchange.
Yeah, currently Speedself and Toppen, they are together, so they are holding hands, but Toppen does clip to the inside of that hole. So again, they have to sort of rely on a few respawns here. But given Petatos and Henken, they can take it safely as Toppen falls off the map as well. So it is up to Speedself if he can get a good end here, which he doesn't as he falls off. So it does allow for the Petatos and Henken to take an ace and secure an 8-1 lead. So currently it is the map pick for Overtrain, but it is not looking as well. Well, Overtrain maybe not as trained given the current context, but again it is very very difficult to judge this, because again it is so hard to do these maps consistently. Yes, Petatos and Henken are getting them clean, but at the moment they do not have to drive really the fastest to secure the points, so they can take it maybe a bit easier, you know, maybe not as much risk as maybe the upcoming matches might need it, so they can be a lot more secure. But currently everybody sort of, you know, hand in hand. Petatos is in a commanding lead, but Speedself is quite close.
Beautiful flip.
And gets a clean flip, by all things considered, goes really wide, but should have good speed. But the trajectories are a bit scuffed, but everybody so far has made it. So with a bit of a gap in between everybody.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they are under the train at the moment because they're 8-1 behind. Yeah, to make a little bit of a word game out of their name. Of course, in-game, yeah. Not in real life. In-game, guys. Always in-game. And let's see what will happen. Toppen here, steering in a bit too late. But Speedself again with a very good flip here. But he has to overtake both Bellatos and Henken. But they will just take it easy. Bellatos with another great time, a 104.6, 105, 105, and then a 104 here from Bellatos. Very good times as well from him, very consistent. And I think this is also the level that you need to beat the best teams in this event, in the last chance qualifier. And it is Gravity and Pivot winning map number 2 as well.
Yeah, and we move on to Cosmos. I'll play the video as well. I know these videos are long, it is 30 seconds, but we'll give you a bit of a glimpse of what Cosmos looks like as well. So a bit of a cool video to play while we have the warm-up in the background. Definitely this map, overall everything looks very normal until you have the cam change identity. Basically, this is the first time we've had really like media tracker based identities. Like the identity itself, if you didn't have the cam change, I feel like anybody can do it, but with the cam change you need to really look out for those visual cues, as in the video you will see it just now, but we will be jumping into the game because that's where the round starts. The videos are quite long, but you know, a bit of a glimpse of what we have in production value. But this is the first glimpse of Cosmos, and I'm looking forward to seeing what people can cook up in here, because overall the map itself is rather simple. It's just that the I guess the camera change or the perspective view driving is something that not many people do. You would consider it to be maybe some other styles that make use of that.
Yeah, so it's like a plastic tech map, I would say, and they can already see the first part of it. It's quite unconventional to have something like that, but Bellatos and Henken have prepared this map accordingly, as Bellatos is in the lead. And look at that, good control over the car there as well. Henken does not gear up and holds that gear here accordingly as well over that longer reactor boost section that ends in a reset block. And now we're gonna jump slowly but surely into the identity for the first time. Just after that water bounce, we have this slide here that you need to cancel, and there you go, identity time numero uno. You have some poles there, and you also have this red circle to see where your car is, that you definitely do not miss it. And there we see the first bonk. It is Henken into the pole, and he will get overtaken by both Speedself and Toppen. So it is a draw to start off all things here on this map. 114.13 is the time from Bellatos, but the first draw of this match.
Yeah, the first draw. So we are looking for 113s is probably what we expect from the map, but at least the time that I have a 113.2 by Naiko written down. So that is sort of the general ballpark that we are aiming for. So actually Betatos with a really decent rounds time, all things considered.
Yep.
He's definitely been the pace setter for the match. Senkan has been up there with him. It's just been those minor little details that always lose him a hint of time in every corner, but he's able to keep up with his teammate. But I do love the identity, or at least the camera perspective, as
It's
it has
super
like,
cool,
like
yeah.
a red circle is an interesting way to point out. Like if you didn't know that we are tracking this car, that red circle definitely, you know, puts it there, you know, just to make sure that you are keeping attention.
Just reminds me of those security camera videos where there's a red circle, you know. That's where you have to look. That's where the action is gonna happen. You know, that's where the, I don't know.
That's what you need to keep an eye on. That's where the actual stealing is happening. You know, they zoom in with a red circle, like zoom. There it happens, quick in and out the picture, and we have it here as well. Out zoom, and another attempt here. I mean, Henken maybe gets it clear this time. It still hits the pole.
He really struggles with it,
Top
but there's another
pole.
crash.
Yep, it's not the most easiest identity to go through. It is interesting that if you join somebody in the middle of the identity, you don't get that camera perspective. You will get that final one.
Yeah.
That's an interesting identity. So we see the actual perspective that the players don't.
Yeah, I think also if you like, there was also something if you just start the map again in like offline, you are in this camera because there's no reset in the end or something like that. But I mean, those things have of course been diminished. And let's jump into the next round because it was an ace for Gravity and Pivot. It is the team Overtrain who have to make something happen. Good serve from Henken. Better toss a bit behind, so this could be another draw and another point for the Frenchies, for Toppen and Speedself. But good line there from Betatos. Let's just follow him because he's a good POV to follow. He has good pace on this map. 113.9 is only 0.4 away from Muda's online world record. And that is surely very respectable. Good line from Toppen, but look at that. Betatos pushes so much here and maybe a bit too much. Touches the inside, gets penalized, and he will fall behind again, but still on third position, so can still secure 2 points for his team if Henken will get that first position.
We are edging ever so closer to the identity. We've seen already a few casualties on the poles. There definitely is a visual cue that you have to follow as so far everybody gets to. Betatos is definitely going for the inside line, and I think just a bit too much there, you know. He was really going for it, trying to overtake Toppen, but hits the wall and gives an extra point, at least, or gives a point over to Overtrain. But it is 6-2 still, so no matter what happens, they won't be in a match point situation, even if they get an ace, so they will go to 9-2 at best. So, but overall, looking good. Betatos now twice in a row having an early little bit of a fumble, so it gives more opportunities for Overtrain to take advantage. But Betatos, at least when he needs to, definitely puts in the pace as he's already catching up to the team of Overtrain. As Toppen clips, Speedself doesn't get the best gear on the landing, so all of that little advantage that they had has already been overturned.
Yeah, unfortunate. And Speedself also there, clipping the inside, having to respawn. So this is a lot of time lost for the French player who attends a lot of LAN events and is also one of the nicest people I've talked to on those events. So shout out to Speedself, very cool guy and a very good player. I mean, the maps are just insanely hard, and Henken and Betatos just shows us perfection, like really good times. I mean, that's very nice to see that they are so motivated and have been improving quite a bit in the last couple of months. So let's go into the identity here for maybe the second last time, because in the next round they only need one more point, and Henken with a great time here, 114.4, just 0.5 away from Betatos's quote-unquote world record, or PB, match PB, and they get another ace. It's 9-2, 1 point needed, and then this match would already be over.
Yeah, so there isn't much needed for another match. Can Speedself get across the line? He does, but it is a consolation finish because it doesn't make a change in the outcome, as it is only 1 point needed for Gravity X Pivo to move on to the next round in the upper bracket and potentially a chance to go into the upper bracket final as well. So you know there is, if my memory serves me right, yes, it actually is, because we have 18 goes for yes. My brain is working correctly, I believe so, unless I'm overthinking it at the moment. And they're looking to do it with an ace to start off. They're already in a pretty commanding lead to begin with. Stoppen and speed stuff, you can see them in the lower corner of your screen.
Yeah.
But they are trying to chase down, well, they have to get an ace to avoid the match point.
And this does not look good. They're 1.5 seconds behind Bedatos and Hanken. And I think unless both will fail the identity, this is already the GG. But I mean, remember the GG's to Germany moment. Yeah, we have a German in here, so this could be very dangerous if someone like me is in the casting booth. Yeah, jinxes can happen, but I do not think that this will happen in this round. They looked so strong on this map, especially Bedatos here, who set already a sub 114, and he could do it again. Very good line from Bedatos. Let's take a look here. What time will it be? It will be a 114.12, so very, very nicely done. And that is the ace and the 3-0 for Team Gravity. Pivo and Overtrain is down into the lower brackets.
Yeah, so that concludes the round. That is a clean win with a 12, well, cleaner win. They did give over 2 points, so it's not a flawless match. But that is good enough for them to move on to the next round. So we will go on to our point of view as we quickly take a gander at if there are any other matches still on the way. I do see that there are still 1 or 2 matches on the way in the upper bracket even.
Yep.
Interesting.
I just joined a match. Team Ovo versus...
we already know where we're going.
Yeah, guys, it has to be server 2. So like it's 7-7 right now, and they do play Cosmos as well. And it's a very close fight there between Zyron, Auris, the 2012 world champion, Spammy, and Tarpor guy.
Yeah,
wow.
We see it on your screens as well in just a moment. We're gonna go into game. I'm on the server now as well, and we get to see that, yeah, first map has been taken by Honory, but Team Ovo... oh, this is gonna be a fun one. Team Ovo are now trying to deny Team Honory of the point as well, as currently it is a draw position. Tarper is on the back end, so this will come down to the identity. Spam is the one holding the line, but we'll see up in front who's willing to risk it the most here. Spam clips, but it helps him actually to take the lead. He has more speed than Tim. Gets it on the line.
Holy, what a line here from Spam, just going so far there to the right or left side from him, because it's of course it's inverted steering for you there. So it is 8-8, and that's a track point for both teams. The French team is leading right now. They have won the first map, but let's go ahead into the next round here. We have Tarpo with a 116 PB. Spam already set a 114.8, so that is a very serious time. But we have seen 113s from Bedatos, or 113. And also Tarpo not with the best line here. Auris and Zyron swarming out into first and second position, but Spam is there to make some damage. Oh my god, what a line there from Zyron going into the first position. A lot of speed has been accumulated for the Lithuanian player, and look at that. First, second is needed. Spam has to get... first, third is needed. Spam has to get that first position.
Yeah, and the last time he was able to cook it up and make sure that the team of Team Obo will stay alive. It's not Ono, it's still Obo. So we'll see how things will go. But Spam has to actually defeat Siren or Tarper overtake Auris, which he has actually done, but maybe not the best line in the water slide. So we'll see how things will go. We'll go into the overcam view. I guess you could say it's a droid view.
My god!
But there's major mistakes.
Auris?
But Auris overtakes. But is Tarper able to finish? Oh, he actually finishes ahead. Siren was too slow on the respawn. He also crashed. So it's 9-9, and we might possibly see our first overtime of the entire tournament, at least on screen for now. Oh, Tarper bringing in the clutch at the moment. Spam wasn't able to take overtake Auris, but Tarper with a faster respawn secures the draw.
Yeah, what a great round that was. So many things have happened. Good line from Spam there, but one player has also made a mistake there. So this is what happens, and look at that. Now Spam also not with the best line here. Zyron was saving it. Auris now up into third position. So guys, it is whoever wins the first round now gets an ace. will win this map, and it's 9-9. So here we go, Spam versus Siren. I think that's the fight that we're focusing on right now, because Tarpo is 1.6 seconds behind. He will not play a role unless someone makes a mistake. So let's see what will be going on here. Spam with a beautiful uphill drift there over the reactor bushes, getting so much speed, and also goes super inside there. Oh, Siren with a bump there, but luckily it's plastic, so he will not get tremendously slowed down. And I think this will be another draw unless Spam makes a mistake, or Aurus and Siren just crumble under pressure.
Yeah, it is Caporal saves the day for Siren, but will Spammy J be holding Team Ovo alive? And with mistakes by Otis and Tarper. Oh, Tarper, Otis didn't have such a bad mistake. He was able to still continue. Tarper comes in fourth, so it is a draw, and it is overtime for the screen. So we go again, but how long will Spam be able to hold on? Because currently he's sort of hoping that the Tarper guy, gets a third. It's been close on several occasions, but the match experience of Spam is keeping Team Ovo alive at the moment. But how long will it happen? Because Honory is slightly shaking as well. They do go for the safe. They do not want to go for the jump, and it is actually quite fast. Actually, they'll take it so smoothly. I didn't expect that. Maybe it does depend on the gear, what you get from the jump. It probably the jump is faster, but that safe line, or at least that smooth line, is quite fast. But that's not good news for Team Ovo.
Yeah, and also look at Spam now being 0.6 behind. He can definitely catch that up, but there's a lot of risk required. He was really good in this section here all along, but Siren is so far ahead. I think this will be hard for him to just catch up towards him. He tries to Tarpo up to third position now. Aurus is also in there, so I think Aurus is a good POV to follow here. Aurus versus Tarpo, but also Siren has to survive the identity. Let's go, maybe for the last time. Tarpo not with the best amount of speed. Let's see. Good drift here from Aurus, goes up to third position. Siren misses the checkpoint, Spam in the lead. Tarpo with a mistake. Now the question is, who will get that third position? Siren is not ahead of Tarpo, and Tarpo will get third position, so that means that Team Ovo wins after a very hectic identity, map number 2, and it's now 1-1.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a close affair. We don't know what the map pool is, but Team Ovo wins the track. So Ovo fans can be cheering on in the chat. The team continues, and we move on to Twisted. Interesting map choice as well. So definitely I would say this is favoring, I mean, it's hard to say. I know Auris and Siren, definitely very technical players as well. Spam, I don't know how much he enjoys this slow-paced map as well. And Tarper, well, Tarper seems to be the X factor in this match, at the moment, like if something happens to Honory, Tarper is there, I got you, Spam. I'll try to make it happen. I might crash, but I'll get it there in the end.
Yeah, this could eventually happen here for Tarpor. I mean, he just, I mean, there was 1 or 2 rounds where he could have gotten, or could have not crashed, but Cosmos Identity. It's very hard to do if you're not used to this micro machine driving. There was actually a competition in Trackmania 2 Stadium that utilized that kind of style. It was quite fun to play, and we also had a couple of days that were like that, or track of the days. So that was very, very cool. So Spam definitely was aware how to do that. And let's jump into map number 3. It is Twisted. I think a very, very skill map where you need a lot of skill, and it is Tarpor on 4th. Not because he's not skilled, just because he has made a mistake.
Yeah, Siren is alongside him. He has to go fight, but both Siren and Auris do clip. Siren gets the worst end of it. Auris only gets a slight clip, so has fallen quite a bit behind of Spam. But this is looking rather good of a start for Team Ovo. God, it just doesn't. It's just interesting to say. I still cannot get into my head to say Ovo all the time, but it doesn't matter. It is a victory to start off for the team. So Ovo's in the chat can cheer for now, as currently Honory with Auris and Siren struggling a bit, but it is the first round. It is, like you said as well, a very technical map. You really need to be pinpoint accurate with your neos and drifts. It's very easy to lose time, but even if you get the drift, you can lose a gear so easily, and that can lose you time as well. As we can see a few clips at the start, and Auris is already fallen quite a bit behind, so that again puts Team Ovo in a really nice position.
Yeah, very good outcome for them again here, or very good start into this round, as Siren is the only player to deny them, but also Tarpy with a small mistake. And yeah, you name it, with the gear here, and also the gear just before the full speed section, you have a repetitive slide there, where you just tap the brake super long to just hold that drift and get around that corner, and not start a new drift with a neo slide or get a no slide. It's quite hard to nail that, because you can easily lose a lot of speed due to that, due to oversliding or getting a no slide. And all players did it quite nicely. Tarpo losing a lot of time, but he had a very good identity in the past. And now Zion with a mistake. This could even still be the ace for Team Ovo, but it's Aurus with a very good identity here. Tarpo is too far behind, but that is at least a victory and another 2 points and a good time from Spam. And it's 4-2 now for the Dutchies. So Spam with a 105.34. Redicard is a 103.94 by Muda.
Yeah, so that is what they're aiming for as well. So Spam is slowly getting there. He's been so far just needing to do clean rounds. Nothing like majorly amazing. It's more the team Honory, which, well, it is a French team, but it is that both contestants are both Lithuanian. So it is Lithuania versus Netherlands, you can put it in that way as well. So maybe team country championships, early beginnings, or at least maybe signs of futures to come. But for now, everybody is sort of bundled up together. You have a few different lines. Everybody has their own little approach. We see Siren and Spam are the ones sort of leading the pack. And Auris and Tarper are the ones, you know, give us the good camera perspective for the rest of the match. As Tarper does get a bit of a extra bump, does lose out on speed, but still able to sort of keep in touch with everybody, but is slowly falling behind of the pack.
Yeah, so that's why I also got confused with that, because I looked at the French flag, but of course Ziren and Auris are Lithuanian. So that is something that I do know, and look at that here. It's also the ace for the Lithuanian team. 105.23, a new best time here in this match, and it's now them taking the lead 5-4. So very, very needed ace for them after a very convincing round. So not even Spam was able to stop them. 5-4. Let's go into the next round. Will it be an oh or an oh no for the Dutchies?
I like how the logo on the right as well is great. So, you know, it's a mix
it's
between of Ovo and Ono, you know. It's sort of
like the middle of it, yeah.
both, you know. You never know what you're gonna get. It's either Team Ovo or Team Ono. They have decided to incorporate both, as Spam doesn't get the Neo going and or the slide going, so has to get it around the corner a bit more awkwardly, and does give Team Honory a good lead at the moment. So it is Tarper and Spammy Guy hand in hand going together, trying to chase down the two Lithuanians up in front, and this is going to come down to the identity, who's willing to risk these corners the most. Currently the lead is there. Oh, Tarper's had to respawn as well. He has a really rough time there, so it's up to Spam. Can he get a draw out of here, or will Honory get another ace on the board? Looking good, looking clean. Spam sending it, but not quite enough. Just keeping in front. And
the horn. The hey guys.
Hey guys. I don't have the horns on. I've turned them off, but I know for a fact that yes, Spam does have the hey guys horn. So every time he goes near his opponents, because he does play with cars on, I believe, so he knows, or at least does toggle them off occasionally, on and off. But it is funny to hear. I don't have it on. Oh, but Tarper gets a nose slide, and that's a rough start.
Yeah, Tarper with 2 individual mistakes here, and also Ziren now clipping, but gets away with it. Not the best amount of speed here in this section. Spam now into the lead, but 2 huge rounds for Honory, just from 2-4 behind, now up 8-4 and having the track point in their hands. So this could work out very well for them if they win this round, or at least get 1 point. I mean, even 9-6 will look good on paper. 9-7, of course, is a situation where we're going to have only 1 more round to go. But Spam wants to win this round here and at least get 1 point, and maybe even pressure the opponents into a mistake. Look what a good line that was here from the Dutch player, from the Dutch content creator here. One of the backbones of the Trackmania community, if one could say. And you can definitely feel that he is enjoying his time, even though he has not really been preparing that much. But he's in for the funsies, and he will win the round with a 105.7. It's a good time as well. Ziren and Aurus, however, still taking home 1 point.
Yeah, we see at the moment that all the talks of Tarper needing to carry Team Ovo is being been led astray for the opponents. It's actually the spammy guy who's really getting it. The thing is with his experience that yes, he might not have all the prep in the world, but as time goes on, he's just gonna play these maps more and more and more and more. And he's mostly known to be consistent. Thanks, spam. But it is at the moment that it's Tarper at the moment needing to, well, he needs spam to get back into this. Otherwise, it's Honory map point. There's no real way to sugarcoat this.
And the thing is, they need to get an ace. Like, every other outcome would result into a map victory for Team Honory, and Oris is 0.7 ahead of Tarpor. And I mean, what is there to fail in the identity? You cannot really jump off of it. I mean, maybe Oris wants to prove me different, but I mean, it's a drift. There are limitations. There's a border. So Oris can't just save it. He has 1.5 seconds because even a second place would be enough for him. And there you go. Team Honory wins map number 3 and goes into the lead yet again. And we go to map number 4.
Yeah, this is the first time we see a map 4 in rotation as well. I'm interested to see what they actually went for as well. Remember, map number 5 is a random decider. So we'll see what actually got picked as the 4th map. We haven't seen actually that much. We've seen some of the same amount of maps at the moment. So I'm looking to see if it's anything interesting. Edge is a map, so a bit of the RPG-ish element of the map. A very good map as well, but it can punish you really hard, really quickly if you clip one part of the map. So, but it is a good map. Once you get it going and it starts flowing for you, it's such a enjoy to try. But it is not an easy drive, as all of these maps aren't. But this one definitely is not the one to help you when you make a mistake.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you do a mistake, you just have to respawn or opt for a safe approach. So let's see what will happen on this map on Edge. First time I see this in the match, of course, a lot of transitions do happen here, a lot of tight slides here. And this part already reminds me of, how was the map called again? The one where Mime had the world record of 59 point something, and then it was a Gwen show. What was the map called again? Something with O, I think.
It was...
Not Owo?
Yeah, it was Owo was the map name as well, so you know. But I know what the map you mean. I'm completely blanking on the world.
Yeah, what was the map
duel.
Name again?
Yeah, I'm honest to God, it's so hard to remember.
But the map really reminds me of that. But yeah, there you can see the backwards part here. Maybe chat knows. Chat is always right. And then the backwards part you need to clear and do not go too far. It was off-road. Look, the O was correct. I meant off-road. This map really reminds me of off-road.
Oh, Siren hits the pole. So Team Obo in an ace position. The Team Obo is definitely not giving down without a fight. So if they get this identity clean, which can be quite... but there it is.
Good jinx.
That's the part, spam. But he's still ahead of Siren. So if he gets this clean... he will be able to still get... What is Tarper doing? Oh my god. Okay. I was putting the fight between Spam and Siren, but I didn't see what Tarper guy was doing.
Yeah, Tarper struggled a bit, but I mean, this map, looking into the discovery from players, they were very confused, but this is like as RPG as it gets, and that's why Tarper also performs on this map. He's a very talented RPG player, and that's why he got that first position into the pocket. He has failed the ending a little bit, but Oris and Siren can also make something happen here. But look at that. It is Siren who has to rely on himself because Oris has made a mistake. But very, very good line there from the Lithuanian. And right now he finds himself in the lead into this section where you want to jump very low and do not clip. It is Tarpo in the lead with that. And Spam is not too far behind. So this could be a good round for Team Ovo again. But the backwards part will yet again decide it and give us a tendency of how the round will look like.
Yeah, it's very, the one thing that part has it going, it's the camera is not very with you on that part, so you do have to time the turn a bit, unless you are really going for the backwards camera, which I don't actually use, but some people do, as we see Auri respawn, Siren respawn, and Team Ovo looking to go for 2 for 2 for aces, as Spammy Guy has to slow down a bit, but on this section you can let it go, and Tarper setting the pace on the map. It is 107.3, not the fastest in the world. There is a possibility to do 105s here, but given the current context of the match, I mean, 2 aces, can't argue with that result.
Yep. And you can see how hard this identity really is. I mean, this map is not easy, especially the backwards part. We have seen Spam almost clipping out of it, but it's 6-0 for Ovo, so that looks really good. And Tarpor with 2 wins in a row, having his teammate in the backpack. Yeah, even though he did a 109 in the first round, but it was enough, and that's what matters for him to win the round. And we already see a no-side here from Zyron, but also Tarpor has failed the start, so he will not win the round by the looks of it, unless everyone will just make a mistake. But it's a fight between Aurus and Spam at the moment. Aurus jumping so low there and having a very good trajectory and a good approach into that little underground section, I would say, or like section with a roof on top. And Aurus still leads here. Spam is behind. He lurks like a predator and has a good lineup here as well. Will he capitalize from a mistake from Aurus? He will definitely secure 1 point, but he gets a landing bug or something like that, or clipped something there. This was very unfortunate because that means that now Zyron and Aurus are leading the round hand in hand, and this will be the 3rd consecutive ace, but this time for Team Honory.
Yeah, it's looking good. Unless Siren has a bit of a fumble in the end, it doesn't look like it. So it is currently trading aces on the board at the moment as Aurus drives the fastest time currently driven in this match as well. So yeah, I know that the world record at the top left can be a slight bit confusing, but it is the match record technically that is being currently driven. So keep that in mind. Yes, I keep an eye on chat as well. I saw somebody asking that yes, it's not technically the world record, but it is the match record. But we see Siren having a really awful start there. Clips right before the jump and has to go for such a costly respawn. That is 8 seconds lost because of that, so it's very tough respawn. And even Spam has had to have a respawn. Siren is not having a good time. So it's basically now always just trying to keep the points alive for Honory, because if he makes a mistake, he's gonna give a fair bit over to Team Ovo.
Yeah, an ace to Team Ovo could go into their way, but I think 1 respawn could still be enough for him to stay ahead of Spam. But let's focus. A lot of mistakes have happened here on this map in general, but this will be the first non-ace round, and let's see what Aurus will do. Will he survive? Looking good here on this very, very tight section. I think this map is like, it's also reps, it's also off-road, and then there was one map where we still had those medal system that also had this kind of RPG-ish ending section. There's so many like things incorporated on this map, and also
it's a
Siren,
fight between Siren and Spam though.
I think both of them will not be able to finish though.
Oh, maybe Spam. Can he get it?
Nope.
Oh, he didn't get it. Just on the line, and because of the checkpoint placements, it is actually Honory that get the victory. Even so, Spam actually needed to finish, so that's what happens. It will take the last checkpoint placements into regard, so a bit unfortunate for Team Ovo there, but if Spam was able to cross the line, they would have gotten the 2 points.
Yeah, but that wasn't the case here, so no, it would have been a draw, no?
Yes, it would have been a draw.
Yeah, so they would have denied 1 point. So Honory with 5 points instead of 4. And now this time every player does survive the start. It is Tarpor a bit behind, and Aurus here with the first mistake just before that backward section. And let's see what will happen in this turnaround section here. Spam on 2nd place, also Tarpor getting the gear accordingly. You need perfect speed there to make it happen, or sufficient speed, else you will not clear that jump. And it is Zyron jumping very far up, and you can hear the horn from Spam. At least I can hear it. The hey guys.
And I can hear it now as well, and it's making Siren shake in his boots because Team Ovo gets the ace and secures the track point. Oh, that horn just makes people shake. We've seen Scrappy fumble under there. Siren also shaking in his boots. He hears the "Hey guys" coming ever so louder and closer to his car. But it is now 2-2, and I read from the chat as well that the decider map is tubes. So we'll see how these 2 maps will actually work to get, or at least get the tubes going. Whether I don't even know who will it be favored by, because we didn't see it in time attack, so it's gonna be some new ground. Maybe chat interviewing If somebody has their stream open, did they play tubes before? And if they did it go well? I see already an aware in chat, so maybe not a good sign.
I think this will not be... I think this will be a better map for Team Honory, but we never know. We never know. You know, pressure makes diamonds, so
yeah,
let's see what will happen. So this is going to map number 5, and that's what we wanted, guys. Let's go. We have one more map to play. Who will go into the winner bracket round 3, and with that, the winner bracket semifinals, and who will drop down into the loser bracket. Let's see. Topper and Spam versus Aurus and Siren.
It's looking good at the moment. Everybody gets it clean. Aurus with the best start, and we see Tarper goes for some massive jumps. But I mean, it works. Gets across the line. Hasn't lost too much time, but definitely Aurus is the one just going into the sunset as Siren goes for a high jump, but gets so much speed out of it. He's flying off to the sun there. Jesus Christ, he gets such a good exit speed. But everybody's now clumped up in the back end, so Aurus and Siren switching the pattern there. You know, you take over the lead, I'll catch up to you in the next round. And as you can see, they are actually neck and neck there with Team Ovo right behind them. So this identity now will decide it. Who will respawn, who will get it clean.
Good speed from Spam here.
Oh, but Tarper falls off. But who's willing to risk it? Spam, Siren, and Aurus do get it, but the exit is so
Aurus
good
with
for
better
Honory.
steering.
But that was a slowdown if I've ever seen for Aurus on the pipe, so it is a victory for Team Honory. So a mixed bag of results. I think if Tarper didn't fall off the pipe, this could have been a close ending, to be honest.
Yeah, but still a very close map here comes into play. So there you can see the Lithuanians go into the lead. It's 2-1 for them, but it's not over until it's over. Spam definitely shows us that he has pace on this map. And let's go into the next round. Let's see what Team Honory can do here. They looked very strong, and you were emphasizing the flip from, I think, both Aurus and Siren. Just so clean. And I want to see and take a look what they do. Also, Tarpy with a very interesting line, jumping so far into that and minimizing airtime so much on the last drop down. But let's see this line here. Oh my god, what a line here from Siren, but also Spam had it so good. What a great match are we already witnessing in winner bracket round number 2. Spam, no, round number 2 it is. Spam in the lead, Aurus and Siren on the 2nd and 3rd position. Good lines from them though. Now it's important to hold your gear over that uphill and also over that section here. It is possible, but it's not easy. Spam with a good line. Oh, it is Aurus and Siren who have to readjust. Spam's still leading, but he still has to close out here and make that last part. And that looks good. Spam will get that first position. No, he will not. And Siren and Aurus will say thank you and take the ace.
That's a bit too early of a landing in the water, and that bounce immediately puts him in the corner of the block and gives 3 points to Team Honory. So now Team Ovo, it's becoming a bit unknown at the moment, so they need an ace to sort of come back into the match, because with victories, I mean, they can claw their way back, but you really want to get an ace here just to get back into the mix, because otherwise you are putting yourself in a very detrimental spot. I mean, but at the moment, it is more important to get these runs clean, because that has been the biggest struggle I feel on tubes. It looks good until you get to the tubes, basically. That's where it all starts to fall apart, as Spam and Tarper go for the high line. Siren gets the speed with Spam as well. Everybody's still, I mean, yeah, again, everybody's in the mix, but as soon as we get closer to the tubes, that's where the variables, the different factors come into play, as Aurus touches the wall and Siren touches the wall and allows Tarper to get closer to Team Honory.
Yeah, very, very sloppy midsection from Team Honory here. But very good line there from Siren, pushing so much. Maybe a bit too hectic of a jump here and loses control. Tarper and Spam can get the ace here. And Tarper with a mistake. Spam will get first position. And that is at least 1 point for Team Honory. Make that a 1-1, another 2-1, because Tarper has crumbled under the pressure. It's 6-2, Ovo in need of an ace.
Yeah, that was a good setup there, but yeah, Tarper a bit too much speed on the pipe and wasn't able to get the inside line and falls off the pipe. Immediately did respawn, but Siren and Aurus did not make a mistake and were immediately taking advantage of that. So it is at the moment all eyes on that potential ace It is interesting how Tarper goes for the jump. The landing
didn't
can
work
be a
now.
bit wobbly. When it works well. In this case, it's definitely not been the best outcome. But Siren gets a really rough landing and has to concede all of that pace. So it is now Auris leading the front, and Siren is not far behind. Definitely is still able to be in clutch position. But Auris is in the wall. I was barely able to catch a glimpse of it, what happened to him, but he was in the wall completely.
The plastic incident.
Yep,
yeah.
Plastic.
So this moving block there took a lot of casualties, and also this identity, Siren and Spam both falling apart. It's a snail race, and Auris will go into second place with that. Will Tarper survive the identity? Yes, he will. Auris will get second, and Spam and Siren from first and second to third and fourth. But it's still 2 points for Team Ovo, so it's 7-4. They still need an ace here to tie up the score, but what a messy round was that. Tarper winning with a 107, but that's sometimes enough if everyone else makes a mistake.
Yeah, those pipes have been ruthless. It's reminiscent of aero pipes, but for different reasons. This time, these pipes, if your approach is not correct, it's so hard to correct it at the last minute. You either just take the hit and hope it goes well, or you just respawn and try again immediately. It doesn't really give you any remorse. And so far, Team Ovo has been sort of on the bad end of it as well, but it has been a mixed bag. But if they can get an ace, I mean, if they get 3 victories in a row, it will be a 10-10 score. So it's not all lost, but an ace, we've been emphasizing this, but an ace would be so much good wonders for Team Ovo. But Auris is the one trying to deny it, and Siren is not too far from Tarper as well, to be honest.
Yeah, and also Auris here with a very good uphill line, but it would just definitely apply a lot of pressure onto their opponents. But let's go into that interesting approach there from Siren. I think that's not what he wanted to go for. It is Auris who has to deny Spam the victory here, but he gets the slowdown, and Tarper will get it, and there you have it. It is the ace for Team Ovo, and make it an oh yes and not an oh no for them, because they are tying up the score and definitely putting on the pressure onto Team Honory.
Yeah, the pipe strikes again. There is a possibility, I have the camera here as well, there is a possibility that if
match point.
Yeah, and it is match point for both teams.
Let's
as
go.
Well, but this pipe can be quite detrimental here if you do the wrong line. But if any of these teams gets an ace, it is match point, and moving on to the next round as Siren touches the wall. Puts Auris in a bit of a predicament, might have to push a bit more than he's used to, but Tarper and Spam might have an opportunity to take advantage of this. No mistakes up front, so it is Siren sort of trying to catch up.
Yeah, let's follow Siren here and see what he can do over that first glimpse of the identity. Very good approach. Tarper has to oversteer a lot, so he will lose a lot of time, and Siren will come closer. So it's still a very open battle, even though we have seen that first early mistake. Very aggressive line from Siren, going up into the battle for third position again. Not touching there, pushing there a lot. Spam with a good line as well. Moving up into second place though. Or like still staying on second place because Auris is still leading the round. Let's take a look here. Identity time. Everything can still happen. It's a mixed bag. Spam not with a good amount of speed. It is Siren with a good line. Auris losing a lot of speed. Spam still in the lead. It is Siren versus Spam here in the identity. Spam falling off. This could be it here for Team Honory, but it's not. Auris with the best amount of speed, but will it be enough? Yes, because he flips so far, and Team Honory will take it after getting so much pressure applied onto them. It's Team Honory winning 10-7. What a match.
Yeah, what a way to conclude the match. The ace does deny it. I mean, Auris gets to cool down the car. Maybe the engines might be over-revving there, so might need a cool dip there. But Team Ovo have to be a bit Team Ono in the loser bracket at the moment, so that will be where they will go for now. So they will have no extra chances anymore. But that was a fight and a half. That could have gone either way, and especially on tubes as well. So what a map to end on as well, and that was a good match, you know. Yes, we saw a bit of chaos then and there, but that's what happens, and I do believe that all the other matches have concluded as well.
That was the longest match.
Yeah, this was the longest match, so that was to be expected. But just to give an update, Razi and Epos, the robbers, did beat Rookie and Randomize, our runner. We just saw Honory and Team Ovo go 3-2. Beta Toast and Henkan did get the 3-0. Nesta, Nikon Willox did get 3-0 over Eternity. And the other loser bracket match with Artis and Reistlin, Careless Cobra and Kelva Awesome, the Pivo Bitch, is the first team out of the tournament. So they did lose their loser bracket match. So that's a short journey for them, but hopefully an adventurous one. So it is a bit of a bitch. We see Kelva in the chat as well. Hopefully you can rest up a bit as well. But either way, hopefully, I mean, what a way to get. Hopefully we get some good matches in the next rounds. Well, that's where the fun begins, I feel like, with the matchups we have in front of us soon.
Yeah. So I would say that we're going to take a look onto the upper bracket again. But not the match from Zyron and Oris. We're going to take the...
We'll see how things will go. I don't know if they have generated yet. I don't believe so.
I think they are, because they are like...
Oh, there is.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're already there, and we're going to start at 1834. So I think we're going to take a break of like 2 minutes. We're going to figure out what match we're going to take. Going to grab some more snacks and beverages. So make sure to do that, guys.
Yeah, you do that as well. We'll go on a quick break, 2 minutes, and we'll be right back with the action. Welcome back. I love you, all of you OVO people in chat. Yes, it wasn't the best moment for Team OVO, but hopefully they will do well in the lower bracket. They definitely look up to par, like when Siren and Auris did well. I mean, they looked unpromising, but the action continues with me, Greedy, and Turbo on my side, and we are now going up to the matches that decide the top two in the upper bracket final. So whoever wins these upper bracket matches will be going to play for seed number 1 in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, they most importantly also have a break for today because there will be one more match after that, if I recall it correctly, from the lower brackets, which will be lower bracket round 3. So just after that one.
Yeah, upper bracket will be played tomorrow. So yes, you will see who qualifies for it, but we make sure you come back for tomorrow, so you actually find out who gets through to the wild card. So you know, you don't get an early present. You know, it's not Christmas yet. So we are slowly going there. But
Yeah,
it's
so
a bit
the
too
match-
early for that.
So the matchup we're focusing on is Gravity and Pivo versus Nesta Esports at seed 2 versus seed 3. Willux and Nako versus Better Toast. And I always confuse it because I always think it's Jan, but it's his Swedish friend. Yeah, who he's playing with. Who's not on the server right now.
It is usual. It's the usual pairing between the two. But yes, for this case, it is actually Better Toast and Henkan who are the ones playing this time, and they are going up against a team that technically are one of the favorites to go in through a C2. So this is now the perfect opportunity to see did the time attack by Beta Toast and Henkan live up to the hype that they can actually go toe to toe with a team that is at least on, you could say, in the bookers or the bookmarks sections, or in the brokers section, we'll say, is most likely to go through as one of the seeds. So interesting to see. We are waiting for them to join, but in the meantime we'll just wait until everybody gets ready. But yeah, I will say that previous match was a nice appetizer. It was one of the matches that came down to the wire for the final round. It was such a mess of a round in the end. It all came down to the respawns. I mean, it's just sometimes it happens, you know. You might be able to get it, but in the end, I mean, one little fumble and it gives the other team just enough chance to take that final glory. But you know, for those who are not are interested, you can keep our stream open to keep an eye on this match. There's other point of views. Maybe you have like 500 monitors, every single point of view of every single match, so you can keep an eye on the last chance qualifier. But you know, I would strongly recommend, because it's fun to keep an eye on that, especially in the World Tour. I did that quite a bit, so it's fun to keep an eye on everything. And you know, you can be that guy chatting, it's actually team this has already won, so you can be that one guy.
One guy, that emote. Or this guy, I'm not sure what emote that was, but the one guy, like, just being like Pepper laughing in there. Maybe you guys know what emote I'm talking about.
Yep.
But hey, I mean, I have 3 monitors, and that comes in handy for me. I have the chat on the right one, then middle one, there's the game, and left one, there's usually Discord and also the stream. Then I know what you will see, and also what you guys see. So let's wait up until the match will start, because the players still have to join in. It will it's scheduled for 18:45, so a bit earlier than anticipated.
Yeah, we did come in a bit early, but it's fine. We can technically go over. Also, if you want to ! bracket, if you want to take a look at the either the Trackmania.io side of the competition or the Wikipedia, because you can see that the upper bracket semifinals do include Robbers versus Honory. So that will be, of course, Razi and Epos going up against Auris and Siren. We will cast a match between Gravity XP1 and Nesta, which is, of course, Beta Toast and which is Beta Toast
the Big and Ban is starting actually already,
and Velox and Nikon. And
Big and
Ban is already underway. Yeah. I'll jump into game, basically.
So that was very fast. I did not expect it, because we were missing 3 players, but now everyone is on the server, so they can see the new UI if you're not familiar with that. So it's Nesta versus Gravity and Pivo, who will fight it out. Twisted is the first ban. Then we have Dive as well. Have not really seen this map too often so far, and Gravity and Pivo can pick the first map because they are the upper seed. So there you go. There will be 5 maps that we played, so 4 maps will be picked. Then 2 additional maps will be banned, and then the last 2 maps, 1 map will be randomized out of them.
Yeah, the interesting part is I feel like a lot of people who have a keyboard player on their team will go and remove Dive if possible, because it is quite a difficult map, as I've heard, to play on keyboard. At least you have to be constantly doing action keys, because otherwise you're just not going to be able to do it. But we do get Edge, and we do get Tempest, which we have not seen yet, so we do get a bit of something new. We still have Backflip on the board as well. I don't want to call it early, but there is a possibility that we might get it picked. But at least we have Edge and Tempest, you know, a bit of new as well. We haven't seen the map, so happy to see we get something fresh on the table.
Yeah, definitely. It's very nice to see Tempest. It was in there, as you mentioned, but it will definitely be played, which is really nice. And also GeForce in there. I mean, we have seen this map already also in the seeding. So glad to see this map. A very cool map and also a very good map for Gravity. And then Surf is map number 4. We have already seen that map as well. I mean, I have not seen it that long because I had the issues owning the game. And now we see the last 2 maps being banned. It's Valley being one of the banned maps. And let's see what the other map will be, as it still takes some time because players have a long time up until they have 1 minute up until they can ban or pick a map.
Yeah, we still have Backflip, we still have Cosmos, and we still have Tubes on the board. So these 3 maps are still be able to be picked, or well, in this case, banned. And then we toss a coin, whichever way the game decides to flip the coin, and we our decider map. But Gravity is taking their time. I mean, they banned Cosmos, and Backflip will be the decider. So if we go to map 5, we will be seeing Backflip. Now that's a one hell of a decider.
This would be so cool if we would see Backflip. Also a map where it was really hard for me to find consistency in this last Backflip or in the entry of the identity. But there you go. That is the match. It is the upper bracket semifinal. It is Gravity and Pivot versus Nesta Esports. Neko and Willux versus Better Toast and Hanken. I really look forward to this match, and this really maybe this is even the lower bracket or the C2 final, because right now, I mean, this looks to be like that. Also, Spam's team look really strong. I mean, they even have 1 more day to prepare and maybe even analyze their opponents, because they could meet up again.
That is a fair possibility, yeah. This is probably the matchup.
Oh no, they do not meet up again, because it will be mirrored. Yeah, true. Sorry that I interrupt.
Well, it could be, yeah. There is a possibility that to some forms and means, but yeah, but this could be a big decider on who will be contesting for seed 2, maybe seed 1. We don't know how Razi and Epos have been doing. I would assume that they've been quite successful in their matches so far, because they've been all 3-0. So I would presume that they haven't had much difficulty, or at least not as difficult time as some other teams have. For example, Honory did with Team Ovo. They went all the way to the last map. But this is a big matchup for these 2, because this could be either a chance at seed 1, or at least securing the possibility for seed 2, as well as we have a bit of a stalemate at the moment.
I think there's a best of 7 interface right now.
Oh, there is. It should be a best of 5, actually. Yeah, you are indeed correct. So we will pull into our point of view at the moment, so you will see us for a moment. You will be able to see the in-game chat. I don't have it on. Yeah, it seems that we do need an admin on that server. Yeah, because the pick and ban was best of 5. Which was correct, but it seems that the display on the top is giving us a best of 7, so we will give them time to sort it out, but it gives us time. As I heard the most loudest horn imaginable, I'm not gonna be spectating Beta Toast again. Jesus Christ. That was a loud horn, scared me for a moment.
Wait, I did not hear anything. Beta Toast type 1, if you do it again.
Well,
please?
I heard it at least, or maybe it was somebody else. It was just I heard somebody's horn. Maybe it's Nico. Could be possible.
I did not hear a horn actually.
Well, either way, we'll have to wait and see at the moment. But interesting to see as well. Like, I mean, there's so much going on at the moment as well. Like, especially with the upcoming tournaments as well. But currently, well, interesting story. If I see Sasha asking for a story.
I also have one.
Well, interesting story. Well, maybe not as interesting. Tomorrow is actually my birthday, so you know, everybody get in chat, prepare your birthday presents. I'm expecting at least all of you to show up with cake minimum, or at least 500 euros in cash. That's all I'm asking. Just a minimum, a small loan of 500 euros. But it's tomorrow. Hey, Iridium, no people birthday yet.
Guys,
you don't do it the day before it.
Bad luck.
Yeah, that's bad luck, guys. Yeah, that's bad luck. Now you curse it all tomorrow. It is actually going to crash. You won't see a single game tomorrow. Well done, Iridium and Sasho. Well, that's how what you get. You know,
it's already tomorrow for me. Compensation.
Oh wait, Iridium is actually on the. He's actually in the age
It's
of
already
cards.
tomorrow for me. Yeah, but that doesn't count, man.
Yeah, it doesn't count. I'm still in yesterday, Iridium. Oh, actually, can you tell me the lottery numbers if you are in tomorrow? Just a quick heads up. Can you tell me? I'll accept that as birthday gift as well. Just saying.
So my birthday is in
not
4 days. My birthday is in 4 days, guys. And I have a funny story because when I got home from my exam last Wednesday, there was a car in front of me with like a horse hangar or however it's called behind them.
Okay.
There was a red light, and the person, I don't know, just went over the red light with their car. Problem was that from the other junction, the police came in civil, and they pulled out the car. So that was probably quite expensive for them. You know, also the horse enduring a lot of stress. But well, that is a bit of an oh no situation for the person who went over the red light, yeah, with their car.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. I know what you mean as well, but we'll have to wait and see. I just see at the moment that currently we're just waiting. It seems that currently the admins are gonna go there in sooner or later, but we just have to wait because we don't know if that overlay is just a visual bug or it is actually something. So we're just currently waiting on that part as well, and. So yeah, for now at least, I mean, there isn't much story. It is currently a World Championship podcast for at the moment. So yeah, it's there isn't much to talk about as well because the World Championship technically just started, to be more exact, because you do have the last chance qualifier. You know what? We can put up the calendar for people as well. You know, you get to see what is actually upcoming for the World Championship. It's several stages. We do have the last chance, which is currently underway. And of course, starting from September until the October 9th, we do have the wildcards, which of course the matches will be given on a future date and where everybody will play, because we do have a lot of different regions playing, so the match times can vary from time to time, and they have a bit more flexibility in deciding when they will actually play them. So you will see a lot of pop-up streams, I feel like, that will cast a few matches that maybe are close by as well. And then you have the middle stage where all the teams go with the eight TMGL teams, and then of course the teams that have qualified to wildcards as well. So a lot of things going, and you do see that there is the offline aspect as well, the scenario B. And there hasn't been like an official announcement, but if you have been reading the Trackmania news, it has been hinting at it quite a bit. So it's not like it's something new. But maybe not all of people will live on Twitter or on Discord as some others do. But you know, we still at the moment just have to wait. We have nothing else
I'll figure it out.
To do at the moment. So we do have the picks at the moment written down. So we just at the moment Turbo is extensively chatting and going full ham on the keyboard. And for now, at least, we'll just have to see how things will go. I don't know if we're gonna go on to a break. We'll see at the moment.
Okay.
Actually, I can also open the chat. Well, let me see. Let me get into the fun.
Don't.
Let me see. What is this? Yeah, I see. Yeah.
We need someone to end the round.
Well, yeah, we just have to wait for SRK. Waiting for SRK, everybody. Ding donk SRK. We'll have to see. I'll try my ding donk as well.
Or they want to come to the end and draw. That's what could also happen.
I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. We'll have to wait. So everybody, we're just waiting at the moment. Well, let's see if there's anything. I love how it's just currently Willux and Beta Toast are enjoying a nice time in the bath, and Willux is just rotating at the moment in the pool. It's a fun time. Well, technically I could show you. You know what? We'll go in game. You can see the two guys, you know, having a bit of a chat. You know, they are on separate teams. Willux doing a bit of a twirly around. You know, I don't know. It's fun to look at least. Everybody else is having a good time on the server. You know, they're having a good time. See, look at them. They're doing it in synchronized turning of the cars. Look at that. Look at that. They're watching the stream as well. And okay, a bit offset Beta Dose maybe want to slow down a bit there. You know, go a bit slower. Let the Willux catch up a bit. You know, oh, man, getting there slowly. It's almost there. There. Oh, there you go. Perfect sync. Look at those perfect execution there. Needed a bit of changing there. So good job, guys. Definitely listening to the stream as well. We will go on to our point of view in a few moments. So yeah, I'll switch to us at the moment because we do have to wait at the moment because currently we are waiting for this match to actually start. I'll take a quick maybe it's not the best idea to join rounds in between, but I'll take a quick gander at how other matches are going while we wait. There is a pick and ban starting on Robbers and Honory as well.
SOK is typing. SOK is typing. He's aware.
Okay, he's aware. I think there's been some other issues on the other side because I presume that if that match had an issue, the other one probably has as well. So the match will be restarted. So we have that information. So we just have to wait at the moment. Yeah, I believe that I would presume that match 1 had the similar issue where the overlay probably had a similar cause and effect. And it actually needs to be a best of 7. And the pick and ban was for best of 5. So it was that the overlay is correct, but it was the pick and ban phase that was not correct. So we'll
so
get
match is a best of 7.
Yeah, so it is a best of 7. So we are catching up to the gist of the story as well. We're getting through it, you know, and it means that we're gonna get more maps. If anything, it's guaranteed 4 maps played in a best of 7. So you know, you will definitely take it. Also, keep yourself hydrated.
Yeah, I just communicate between the players here, so that they know what is going on and what happens. But the problem was that the match was, or the pick and ban was a best of 5, but it has to be a best of 7. So
yeah, that isn't the case. Of course, in the rulebook it did say that day 1 is a best of 5, but it seems that when we go into the upper bracket matches, this match it does get excluded from that. That it is a best of 7 in that regard. So you know, we live, we learn. And we'll get things going. We just have to wait for SRK to get involved. Hopefully the other servers will get so. I don't know how long this will take at the moment. I don't want to put us on a break or anything, but I don't know if there's any point to that. We've been on this screen for a while. It's been basically a podcast time at the moment. We just have to wait for the time being. You know what? In the meantime, I'll just take a quick look at what is happening on the other servers. Just, you know, give you guys a bit of an update while we wait. So currently we see that at the moment that, for example, the Neko Jim and Hergam match versus Porsche Trophy, that is then Eterni versus Bavaria 2. Eterni did take map
match
number
cancel,
1.
going back to pre-match warm-up.
Yeah, so that is so. Then I'll just give you guys an update. You know, we'll hop a few servers. I'll give you an update on what is the current scores on the other maps.
Ovo is 2-0 against Shawnee and Idols.
Yeah, Overtrain and Milky Way. And that is Toppen and Speed 12 versus Ryzen and Artis. And Milky Way actually has a map point. And they're playing Backflip, by the way. So, so unfortunately, we're going to miss that one. We do have match number 2. That's what we chose, and that's what we're going to go for. And that's probably what we're going to end off with as well. We might have... And there we go.
Ban is restarted here.
Yeah, I just joined the server in time as well. So we go back into the game, and it is a best of 7. So only 1 ban for each team, and then you pick. So let's see what we get this time.
Yeah, so we have Twisted and Dive being the bans again. And now there will be 6 picks instead of 4. And 1 random decider. As I hear the reactor boost in the background, I kind of want to get rid of that. But hey, it is what it is. Gravity and people picking the first map. So it was a bit of a confusing situation, but it's Edge as the first map. So again, Edge, then Tempest is the same as well. So let's see if we have the next map being the same as well. It is GeForce. I think it was, it was also GeForce as map number 3.
It should be Surf now. By Nesta, if it all goes the same way. It all depends what we... so it is all the 4 maps were picked, but now it depends what they will pick this time. Because last time, in a best of 5, you would ban in this situation, but now you have to pick. And you have not many choices, to be honest. Of course, you have Cosmos, you have Tubes, You have also Backflip, and
Yeah, very good map.
yeah, and there's not much to go by, so we'll have to see how things pan out now for everybody involved. Now, it's very hard to pick because we're gonna go deeper into the map pool now, so it's I'm sure people have practice like 2 or 3 maps should be more comfortable on. But when you get more in depth into it, in a best of 7, it might become a bit more shaky, or at least maybe not as confident as Backflip is picked. So that is a statement and a half, with Cosmos being 6th and a decider of tubes. Oh, we love a tubes decider. We've already seen some things happen. So if one team, or if both teams win at least one match, Backflip is secured.
Yeah, so tubes. I really love the thumbnail from that map as well. It looks just so positive, so vivid, with all the colors. But there you go. It is almost the same map order here, as, at least for map 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I mean, we have not seen other maps in this way. And let's go. Betatos and Hankin versus Willux and Nako. 18:55. We are 10 minutes late compared to when the match was scheduled. But there you go. We started 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we've been quite ahead of schedule, to be honest, anyway. So, this has been all calculated in advance. If there's any technical difficulties, we have so much time to solve them that we're still in schedule. So, so that is the case. But I would presume that probably the players thought as well that it would be a best of 5. But, we live and learn, and it is a best of 7. So now you have to put on your gamer pants, and this is going to be a long grind because 4 maps are definitely guaranteed, and I feel like on this match it's gonna be more than just 4.
Yeah. Dude, Nico. Vegan Nico guy, you are so lost. We literally saw the pick and ban and you're asking if it's a best of 7, best of 5? Listen, you have to focus, Nico. You have to focus. Okay? So, let's go into the map here. It is Gravity and Pivo versus Nesta Esports. So let's see how that goes. We have the first round coming into play. Betatos and Hankin off to a very good start. Of course, only banter here between me and Nico. Nico is a great guy. Yeah, but sometimes, yeah, he just chats faster than he thinks.
Well, that's isn't that the usual chatter experience? As Nico definitely experiencing a bit of a fumble there as Betatos goes for an inside line. I have not seen that. I don't know if it was a backup there, but he actually went inside, not outside of the poles there on the backwards. I've not seen anybody else do it, so maybe it was just in the heat of the moment he had to adjust, but it is looking rather good for Gravity x Pivo as they're looking to get the first ace. Of course, they did pick this map, so again, it should be more favored towards the team that picks, especially early on. But that is a good start to the rounds, 105.68. Usually the time that you're looking for edge is a 105.1, at least I have noted down, is so definitely a fast time for Beta to start off.
Yeah, Betatos also being a very skilled RPG driver, so this really comes into play. This is 3-0 and off to a great start, and I think they are the clear favorites to win this map here. I mean, let's go ahead to the next round and see what they can do there. As Nako off to a great start. Willux also not too far behind. Betatos not with the best drift there, hesitates a little bit. But Hankin gives us a very good overview over the player field, and look at that. Nako going so far inside there by clipping the transition, and will not make it into, or will not make it with as much speed as his opponents. And also Willux, but Willux falling down, and Betatos and Hankin again with the ace situation.
Yeah, they're looking good, but Betatos, he does go for that inside line. It feels like it is actually faster. He's actually now going for this. I don't remember him, I don't remember if he played Edge the last time, but this is the first time I see this line being taken, and it does prove to be actually quite good, but Hankin does fall off and gives Nico the opportunity to at least get 1 point, and I believe even Willux overtakes Hankin, because Hankin has had quite a fumble there, so currently looking to be a draw, and it is actually a draw, and 4-1 the score, but Hankin not having the best of times towards the end of this map.
Yeah, Hankin struggling quite a lot, not even able to finish. I mean, a draw still is advantageous for Team Gravity and Pivo, but this could have been so much more. It is one jump here for Henken that really slowed him down and took all of his momentum into the bin. And now he has been making almost another mistake, but it is Villux who's behind now and crashed the inside, still able to make that jump. Neko off to a very good start. And look at that. He will find himself on the lead. He struggled a bit with that transition that comes up here. This beam section that you have to drive over. And he will not make a mistake this time. Last round it was Willux, I think, who did a mistake there, but now he makes a mistake just before that backward section. Neko, however, still survives it. Betatos goes into the lead, and it is Henke who comes a bit closer. Neko still with a good line. Close round here, coming to the identity.
Yeah, it's looking quite favorable for Betatos. Definitely enjoying this map quite a bit, so maybe some teams have to take some notes as Naiko has to respawn and does get a really bad clip there. Henken, can he make that jump? Yeah, nope. He has to also go for a respawn. Villux is stuck everywhere. Naiko has given up, and Henken does get across the line, and it is an ace. Clearly showing that Betatos is the one really enjoying, and Villux finding out that that respawn is not really the part where you want to make a mistake, because that is quite an unfortunate part to make one. So maybe want to slide a bit wider to make sure you get that section with a bit more speed. But 7-1 and Gravity x Pivo looking quite comfortable out the gates.
Yeah, they need to win one more round just like that, and they will win already, or they will already then win the map. But Neko, again, with a very, very good starting section here. Willux, however, not really feeling it. 7 seconds behind, but so is Betatos. Betatos also lost a lot of time, finding himself 5 seconds behind. So it's Henken versus Neko for that first position. Neko getting some airtime over the penalty service. Of course, then the turn will get a bit harder there, and he has to respawn. So this could already be all she wrote, because Betatos goes up into second place. So Neko and Willux really throwing away some points.
Yeah, and I look at this, I mean, that line by Betatos is absolutely phenomenal. Like, I didn't even think about that, but it makes sense now that I look at it, as Naiko does clip the inside and Henken is so far in front that it is looking good at the moment. As I love it, I see the command in chat as well.
Yeah, that's us. I'm Max.
There's two commands. There's caster and there's cast, but it is an ace for Gravity x Pivo. So maybe somebody wants to remove that command there. Slight confusion, but there's no confusion.
Good casters, though.
Yeah, there is. There is actually a good command, but no confusion in the result of the first map. 10-1 edge taken quite comfortably, but we move on to Tempest. Now, we have not seen this map at all today, but it has a very wicked identity, I will say. Those 360s are gonna come in, but this is the only map that has a very prominent ice sections, apart from bobsleigh if you take GeForce into account. But this is probably the ice map of the pool, and definitely really like very difficult to get the gears here, because if you lose them, it's gonna be so hard, and you're gonna lose so much speed in the long run.
Yeah, so there's also a lot of transitions that are involved here, but mainly ice that is required here to perform, or to let's say to perfect, in order to clear this map accordingly. But well, I mean, Gravity and Pivo are leading after that first map when we play up until 4 map wins, so not 3. So it's a best of 7 and not a best of 5. And let's see who will perform best on this map, as we see a great start from Neko in the lead, but also Henken and Willux have performed very nicely. Keep in mind that with icy tires, it's quite hard to readjust your line mid-air, so that's why this is so hard. And now we have this ice slide into a backward section coming up afterwards, but this gives you already a glimpse of what the next ice slide will look like. This one right here, of course, which you then need to tap the brake a little bit more during the ending to get into a backwards momentum, and also get that checkpoint here that is surrounded by a reverse booster, and then go into the identity. Very, very nicely done here from Neko. But Betatos also had a very good jump. This will be a close fight. Oh my god, what a great landing here from Bedatos. Will this be enough to get first position? Nope, it will not be, but Henken is on third. So this is a draw, and Nesta, it's their pick, their first pick, and Gravity already with a very good round.
Yeah, it will be a draw no matter what happens here. Willux won't be able to finish, but he will get the practice in, you know. Maybe, oh, it does get a bit of a bump there, but, you know, maybe it could be crucial. At least he got to, you know, go through the identity once, so he won't be, you know, going in absolutely cold there. But the map has a few opportunities to practice that. But given Nyko definitely has been like the pace setter for Team Nesta. It's been Willux who has been struggling a bit more, but currently this round looking a lot more promising for the duo, but that line is a bit wobbly and allowing for the Beta Toast and Henken to come again back into the mix.
Whoa, what a jump here from Henken. So close there to the box, I would say. But his teammate loses the gear and falls behind. Not sliding out, but Willux also here not with the best line over the grass section. Going a bit too far inside on those new blocks. But Nako on a very good start yet again here. This looks really strong. Oh, what a great line from Bedatos. Maybe gets too much of the booster and was a bit too wide there, but can still make something happen. Good approach here for the identity, coming closer to Willux. Will this be another draw? It looks to be like that because Bedatos has this ending out quite well. Look at that line. Willux jumping so far here. And Bedatos has more speed, but it's not enough. And it's 108.68 by Nako. 1 second ahead of Henken. What a great time, though.
Yeah, it is a great time. I feel like I have to emphasize this as well. The world record holder on this map, at least from the times I was able to see, is Niko. At least in the online world records. It is a 108.5, so it is already 0.1 away from the time that he was able to do online. So it is quite definitely a reason why they picked it, because Niko definitely is able to hold out the pace. And as long as Willux survives the other sections, I feel like this is a very good pick for Team Nesta, as we see some very interesting lines and jumps.
Kind of worked out.
Yeah, it still worked out. It does give yourself some freedom, you know, maybe a clip there, and you can survive it, but you do lose a certain amount of speed, but it all doesn't matter. If you lose the gear on ice, then all of the rest doesn't really matter, as Willux goes a bit too inside, hits the lamp, and now gives another opportunity for Gravity XPO to maybe contest Niko, but it's gonna be a close affair between the two up front.
No, that is correct, and we see also Nako with a very good line over on that part, but Clips there goes a bit too early there, and it was Bedatos again with a very good identity. Henken is behind, and now it's 5-3. Very good line there in this case as well. And there you have it, Gravity and Pivo going into the lead. And I mean, Mura did a 0.7 here in this, like setting a world record on every online version of the map, or on every, like, how does the online version look like? And we have seen a 0.688 by, I think it was Zyron, so Aura's teammate, said this time 7 days ago, so Mura does not longer have the world record. But as you said, there's also faster times out there. So let's go into the next round, as we have a new leader on this map, on the pick by Nesta.
Yeah, it was looking rather good for Niko to hold out for the draw, but yeah, that last moment you can go a bit too low there, and that can just ruin everything you had going for you. But overall, I will say that like the ice has looked rather comfortable. It's been like a few moments where people have actually risked a bit too much, and clipping a lamp there, losing the gear there, you know, going a bit too ambitious. But overall, it's been rather clean racing, as Bedatos. That is not where you want to go. Can he get the checkpoint? He cannot get the checkpoint even, so now it's absolutely mud, and Henken has to full send it and gets a good landing. But can he hold out? And it could be a counter race, but Willux has to respawn. But I feel like Bedatos is so far behind that it... Oh no, never mind. Two respawns and Bedatos is back in it. And the consistency for Willux is not there, and it allows for Bedatos to sneak in and get a draw for the team. 6-4 the score.
Yeah, 6-4. It could have been much better for them. Like, a draw happened here, 5-3. This would have been then a 6-5 in favor for Nesta, but that wasn't the case. So Gravity and Pivo still leading here. And let's go into the next round. The last chance qualifier. Only 2 teams do qualify. That is Seed 2 versus Seed 3. Gravity and Pivot took Seed 2, and the Nesta took Seed 3 after the time attack. And this is already a good indicator of how the teams will perform eventually. Great line though from Better Toast, and you know why this works out? Because he lands flat and a bit earlier in this case, or just smoother, and it gives him a bit more speed. So very, very nice line there from Better Toast. Not only makes the jump a bit easier, but he also has a bit of more room to control. Good release there as well to not hit the lamp. Has to sacrifice a little bit. Good counter steer, but makes a mistake there again. He has to respawn, so he's out on that one yet again. Also Hankin here has to now get that first position. Nako and Willux do not jump as far as Hankin, who lost a lot of speed. So will be the ace for Nesta, unless Hankin gets a better landing, but this is not the case. He loses a lot because he did not land flat. And there you go. Finally the ace for Nesta going into the lead.
Yeah, it's proving to be a much more difficult task for Nesta than they probably thought as well. But given the pace, I mean, it is Niko and Willux who do have really good times, and I mean everybody technically, if you look at it. Niko 108.5, Henken 109.3, Willux 109.3, Beta 109.1. It is Niko who's in the 108s, but hasn't been able to do it like every single round. He is technically the online world record holder, or has driven on an older version, a faster time. But it is something to keep in mind. So the others have to sort of fight pace with consistency, and Gravity XP Evo have been able to do so. I mean, so far we've gotten to this point most of the time with no casualties involved. Some line differences, you know, you lose a bit of time then and there, but it's been generally clean. It's been when we get to the second half of the map, it's here where it sort of starts to crumble a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this ISET is like a leap of faith, because if you adjust, you have seen Better Toast doing it as well. Your line is completely in the mud, and then you need to make sure to get as much speed as possible over that, reverse booster section. And now we see a mistake from Better Toast. This is not good, because Nako and Willux will take this map home. Both of them do survive the ending, and well, that's the Nesta that I was expecting on this map. Very good times as well, sub 110 times, and there you have it. It is 10-6 in favor for them.
Yeah, it is 1-1, and that does mean that Backflip is secured. So that will be a map that we will be seeing as well. So that's gonna be a fun time. But first, we are moving on to GeForce. So we've seen this map already. This was something that Beta Toast was absolutely cooking, like a proper Michelin star meal. He was having a good time here, and Henken wasn't actually far off as well. And we see actually their PBs as well currently. We can now actually take a look at Niko. Niko has a, well, that is a 112.982, but I believe that is from the time attack, if my memory serves me right. It could be from time attack, but it does show that both of these teams are capable of doing same times, but now it depends on the rounds. How will it actually equate to?
Yeah, definitely. So it's 1-1. Now it's like literally a best of 5. Both teams won their favorite map, supposedly, like because it was map 1 and 2. I think those times will get beaten if it's time attack PBs. We don't know. But we're gonna see here Willux and Nako off to a very, very good start, and this was the pick from Gravity and Pivo. But they had a very good section in in the first glimpse of the identity, where you had to like angle your car over the booster, and you're gonna see it very soon. Like after this part, they will be doing that, and Nako and Willux will also go for that. But Willux with a mistake. Nako also didn't have the best exit. Hanken also very, very far outside there. But right now, this is the situation where both teams would get 1 point as a reward. Hanken almost flipping off there, and Willux will overtake.
Yeah, and it is Niko and Beta Toast to be the first ones into the identity now. Who gets the best line here? So far, all good. You sort of have, if you have signs on, it's the World Tour sign is when you want to exit. Of course, in the end one, well, you just want to get a good, nice, slow and fast line into the finish. Beta Toast does do his best to catch up. He does do like 3/10 almost, but But that's not enough as Nyko and Willux hold on to take the first victory on the map, and 2-1 for Nesta, and looking good actually for them. I mean, it did come down. I feel like on this map it's actually not the identity that is the most instrumental, it's that the turnaround with that slide, the first bobsleigh that they go in, well, not the first bobsleigh, but the crucial bobsleigh in the middle that really makes a difference for the
and
round.
Also the dirt twos.
Yeah, because
this one here.
Yeah, it's basically all good here. It's all fine and dandy, but it's then this now upcoming one where it can be do or die basically.
Definitely, and right now it is Willux who finds himself in the lead. Great nose slide there from Nako as well, just behind, but Willux does not open the steering accordingly and will jump out of the map here. Better Toast and Hanken are chasing Nako down, who has to survive, else this could be the lead for Gravity Pivo if they will get first and second. Mistakes can happen, and Better Toast is pushing it, has a lot of speed and has shown good identities in the past. So let us see, will he survive it? Looking good. Nako steers a bit more. Better Toast with a bit more speed, and he comes into the battle here for that first position. Nako jumps a bit more into the slope, but it will not be enough to overtake Better Toast, who had a very good identity. Not the best ending there, but still enough to stay ahead. And that is another 2-1, but the score then is 3-3, so no team is jumping away with it.
Yeah, they are definitely giving each other a good run for their money. Like, it's definitely been equal. It's been more basically a Willux whether he will survive that turn. I mean, third time is the charm usually. So maybe the third attempt at that corner will go well for him, because Willux and Nyko usually are the ones to take the lead. Beta Toast is in the mix. Henken gives us usually the best point of view. So we'll see if Willux is actually able to clips the corner but survives, but it's Nyko who slides out on the slide, doesn't get the correct angle, and that can actually happen. So it is actually Willux who needs to get this right, otherwise this could be a potential possibility for an ace. And third time is the charm, gets it clean, but Beta gets it even better. What a nice in-slide snap, and overtakes Willux there.
Yeah, well, but no cigar there, fails to transition, and it's Willux up to the lead again. Hanken on second position, Nako on third. So a lot of mistakes have happened in this round, and I think this will be another victory, well, in this case for Nesta again. Unless Willux loses the gear, has not the best amount of speed, and Hanken will overtake. Willux will jump very smoothly in there, so the speed is quite equal. Willux still has to survive that, gets a good entry here, and he will stay ahead. Nako will get third, and this is another victory. Nesta goes into the lead yet again.
Yeah, it's a proper back and forth at the moment. Nobody's able to really get an edge at the moment. This time Willux did survive, so as I said, third time is indeed the charm. But now, can we get a round where everybody gets through? Because it has been, like, that part really catches players off, because it's not really, you don't have much room to set up, and once you commit, bobsleigh and ice, you have to commit. There is no other way around. On any other surface, you might be able to release or maybe, you know, adjust a bit before, but on bobsleigh and ice, it's just, you go for it, and if it's not right, well, sayonara. We'll see you at the next respawn. But for now at least, it is again Nesta taking the lead with Gravity and XP.
Nako's
but
so
Beta
close
is the one that clips this time, so it is actually Nesta to take a grand lead at the moment and looking to get their first ace of this map.
Whoa, Hanken also so close. They're getting a very good entry there, but was not able to control it. Had to oversteer a lot. So Nako and Willux actually do have it in the bag at the moment, but they still have to survive the identity. Nako with a very risky entry there into the first part of the identity, and they have a comfortable lead, both jumping very far, so no speed loss has occurred there, and Willux and Nako will take that ace here with 113s respectively. So it is 8-4, and the map point, not the match point for them if they get the victory.
Yeah, and Henken did drive his PB in that round as well. As you can see in the overlay as well, it does show when they've driven a PB as well, but that wasn't even enough to beat Nesta in this round. So it just shows that even when you give your best of your best, it's just that this time the pace difference is it's just enough for Nesta to take the edge, and it is track points. If they get a victory or an ace, Nesta are the ones to take the lead, where they at first they didn't start off well on edge, but now looking a lot better, all things considered.
Also on Tempest, it did not look that good for them in the first couple of rounds, but then they were just able to stomp their opponents on their pick. And now we have Gravity and Pivo who have to make something happen. It is Willux not getting the best start. Let's follow Hankin and Better Toast here. Hankin gives us a very good POV into the first crucial bobsleigh section. Better Toast with a mistake. It's still Hankin in there, but doesn't get the best amount of speed around that corner. So lost a lot of time towards Nako, and also Willux has made a mistake. So it's a two-horse fight for that first position, but gaps are quite large. So I think that it will be a draw here unless someone will fail the identity, but surely this will not happen, right?
I mean, it's a classic. Surely nothing can possibly go wrong as everybody is making those jumps properly. It only takes one little clip, but it isn't for Naiko. Henken gets
Good
it,
time.
Beta gets it, Naiko actually gets a PB as well, a fastest time he has driven in rounds as well. And so that's what a way to arrive on the map as well in later stages as well. So a very tough nut to crack, I would say, because Naiko is the one setting the pace, and if Gravity and XP Evo team of Henken and Pedados, if they cannot match it, then it's just gonna be a draw is minimum what they need. And with Henken either getting a land bug or clipping the landing on the bobsleigh, finds himself, well, in a bit of a tumble at the moment. So no matter what happens, unless Naiko and Willux just miraculously combust in the next few seconds, this is more than enough to secure them the track point. And this was the pick of Gravity XP Evo as well. So, but Beta gets it very nice though. That was a clean execution though.
I thought for a second, because I was on Better Toast, that both players stood out, but that wasn't the case. Better Toast just had an insane line there, but even 1 second place is enough for Nesta to win this map. The pick from Gravity and Pivo, but Better Toast shows us why he was so good on this map in the seeding, and will also clocking a good time. Not the best start though, but still this will be a 1:13 by the looks of it. Yeah, a 0.50, very good time. Very, very nice third section there after the bobsleigh, but it is a draw, so that means that Nesta secures 1 more point to their name, and with 10 points you win a map, and we go to map number 4 with that.
That is indeed correct. So 6-10, 1-2, and in favor of Nesta, and that is where we are at the moment as we move on to the next map, which will be Surf, which we haven't seen what. We saw it in Time Attack. We haven't really seen it in rounds, at least to my memory. I don't remember any match having Surf necessarily. I know it has been picked, but it has not been played, unless my memory is wrong. But I do believe this is the first time we actually see it in rounds mode, not in time attack.
I mean, we have seen it in the seeding, but I think we have seen it very, very shortly in the first winner bracket rounds. Like, for 1 or 2 rounds, but that was also the match with Better Toast and Hankin, I think, but I could also be wrong. But let's go to this map here and see if Gravity and Pivo, team that has put the players together, will take it home or not, because they would fall tremendously behind, and they have to win 3 consecutive maps in a row to proceed onwards in the winner brackets.
Yeah, that is indeed true, but we have to keep in mind this was not their pick as well. So they are going up against the odds, because this is at the moment, at least from the first glimpses, already looking to be a reasonable case they made why Nesta have picked it. Willux does get a bit of a clip on one of the poles, but this is the part where Beta Toast is not enjoying that turn whatsoever. They missed the checkpoint as well, so he's gonna go into the really far behind respawn. So now it is actually Henken who has to deny, but unless he has a really clean execution in the identity or some of the mistakes up front, this is going to be a tough task, because this is not an easy identity overtake unless you really commit to it, and everybody's sort of getting it clean. This final drift is where it matters, but Willux goes a bit too early on the pedestal. Can he actually get up? Okay,
penalized.
he can. Yeah, but he's able to get the reset and get up the block. If he didn't get to that point, Beta Toast would have been able to overtake him. But 2 points for Nesta, 1 for Gravity XP Evo.
Yeah, because there's also a fragile block before the identity, if I recall it correctly. So that's why it's so dangerous. If I recall it correctly, I think there's a fragile block in front of it, no?
But there is a fragile for the entire identity,
Yeah.
and that's the only reset right before the finish. So if you hit something, that is not a good place to hit. So he was very fortunate to land right in front of the reset and actually get it as well. Otherwise, there was, like I said, a case to be made that Beta Toast might have been able to actually overtake. But for the time being, it is actually Villux who finds himself a bit further behind. Can Beta Toast get it this time? Yes, he can, but his teammate is the one that suffers the fate. Maybe not as extremely as Beta did, but does give away the position. So again, it is one of the Gravity X Bevo members that has to sort of get their gamer bands on and produce a worldly of an identity.
Yeah, he needs a very good identity here, but I think if someone can make it, then it's Willux here, who has been performing very well in the Magi Monday. Beta Toast, however, will stay ahead, and we have a 101.8 from Nako as the winning time on Surf. So that is very nice. World record is a 0.4 by Muda, the online world record that we have seen. Probably there are some sub 1 minute's time by someone like Gwen. Who knows, who knows? But Nesta off to a very good start on this map, giving away 2 points, but also having secured 4 points so far with a first and third position twice.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mismatch. It's been the first sort of, I guess, water gliding section with the reactor, where one of the members of Gravity X Bevo has fumbled or hasn't had the best section. So far, Nesta with Niko and Villux have been quite crucial and haven't made any mistakes so far. But Villux does clip, but somehow still keeps it going. Maybe not as fast as Niko, but Beta and Henken are right on the wings as well, so it's still rather close. So one little mistake by either member here up front could be some points for Gravity X Bevo, which they really need. So we'll just have to see if that actually happens. Villux goes a bit wide, but Beta goes a bit too wide, has to completely respawn. So it is now Nesta going in for the ace. The
Another
killer instinct is there, and they are now 2-7 up.
Yeah, and another good time here, 101.7 by Nako. And Henken and Beta Toast can simply not match that pace from the French players. So let's see if the next round will be the last one, because if Nesta gets an ace, we will be done with map number 4 and then go to map number 5, which I really look forward to. I'm not sure about you, but I think this will be a good one.
Yep, well, we already know what will be the next map, of course, but Nesta first have to close it up. But yeah, we will be seeing our first glimpses of Backflip as well. But first come, first serve, and our first up important task is to secure an ace for Nesta, or for Gravity to come back into this match. I mean, it's not over until it's over. You can get quite stuck, and sometimes getting that 1 point or that one match, or at least that one round you need, can be sometimes more difficult than the previous rounds combined. But Beta Toast is in the lead, and as I say that, Niko does fumble, so this opens up a door. But Villux has been good in the end, has been keeping it clean, so as long as he's able to do that, at least secures 1 point. But if one fumble comes in, an ace for Gravity is exactly what they need. But Henken is taking it very safely, and I feel like Villux is going to be good enough to not fumble this. But that corner, almost a bit too early on the accelerator, might have given away that point, but does keep it in within the pool borders and secures 1 point. But it is 2 points for Gravity, but that's not enough. They do need an ace to have a chance at a track point.
Yeah, they definitely need an ace in this round, or at least in the next upcoming rounds. But even then, would be kind of not too late, but Nesta just slowly but surely getting to that 10-point threshold that they need to surpass or reach to win this map. It is 8-4 in favor for them, and Willux and Nako both getting a really good start as well, finding themselves in first and second position over that slow water section. And look at that, Beta Toast and Henken only see the rear backs of their opponent's cars. And Henken had some safe identities. I mean, he relies on mistakes, but he has to push now in order to deny the victory for Nesta on this map. But he's so far behind now, and we already go into the identity here. And he also fails the entry. Betatos is also 1.5 seconds behind, unless Nako and Willux do not touch any walls, because their car is also affected by the fragile block. This will be over, and oh, Nako with a mistake had to respawn, but very quick reaction will still provide him with a third position, and Hanken is so far behind. And that is it. It is 3-1 in favor for Nesta.
Yeah, that is where they are very in a very comfortable position at the moment, going into a map of all maps at the moment. Backflip to come now. It is 3-1 the lead, but Gravity, I believe, were the ones to pick Backflip as well. So, I mean, if there's any map that could throw a spanner in the works, it is this map, because this identity is probably one of the most difficult ones to get consistently right. At least in my opinion. I don't know if other players can agree with it, but at least from an observer's position, and from what I've seen from players playing this map, this is probably one of the most hardest ones to get consistently right. Yep. Yes, you can probably very easily safe it, but how can you really always rely on that going your way here? So you really have to go for it, and this is a wicked map to get right, but I can only imagine what we're gonna expect in the end. I'm holding on to my seat. This is gonna be a wild ride on this map.
Yeah, I agree. I think Hanken and Betatos are pretty good on this map. I mean, they've already performed on the RPG-ish map. But, well, I mean, I would also love to hear some insight about this map, because I also really find to find consistency on this identity. Because if you have like 1 or 2 kilometers per hour more, or if your rotation is just a bit off, it feels like the outcome is always different, because you need to get that middle approach for the fastest ending. But let's see how the players will do it, as Nako and Betatos will get the best start. Willux and Hanken are a bit further behind, but it's still an open field. As we talked about it, the identity is not that easy. The first taste you get here with a rather consistent approach, because you jump so far into the ramp there. You make it almost every time. And then you have this reactor boost section and the identity already coming up here, where you need to optimally not catch any airtime. But let's see who gets it.
I'm looking forward to this. Who's actually gonna get it? This could be a wild ride, and everybody gets it apart from Hanken. I'm honestly astonished that is the case. But Betatos gets a slowdown on the jumps and allows Willux to come through and get the ace. I'm honestly surprised. I was expecting at least half of the field to die there. But it was Hanken who didn't get the jump, and Betatos who got the slowdown on the ramp or did not get the perfect angle. So it is an ace for Nesta, and what a clean ending. I mean, well, Willux actually drives a flat 108.000, so that is how clean of a time he ran. So I'm honestly pleasantly surprised, not gonna lie.
Same. Like this looked so easy, so effortlessly, and then, you know, Creedy, we would play this map and we would both just die on this identity on that first jump. But they just make it look so easy, and Nako and Willux are dominating this round just from the get-go here, as they are 0.3 ahead. Willux didn't hold that gear in that part and also clips the inside, so we will not make that jump there. I think he has to risk this one now a little bit, but he had to respawn, so Betatos and Hanken can rely on a mistake from Nako in that identity.
It's currently, of course... Oh, but he gets a mistake even earlier than that. The jump, if you do not have the correct speed or the line is not correct, you can clip that portion of that block, but it's not easy because Gravity still have to get it clean. Oh my god, they both get it, and Hanken got it. Absolutely insane.
What was that?
What is that? He's almost over jumping the finish block. That's how high he's going. That was amazing. That was absolutely wicked.
What?
Oh. I don't know how he survived that.
He clipped the plastic, and the plastic gave him a diagonal landing, and with that, the maximum speed outcome. This was an insanely good identity. So Betatos and Hanken hand in hand into the ending, and they tie up the score. It is 3-3. Wow, what a great identity for the teams so far. It goes into it works out in their favor at the moment, but what certainly does not work out is the start for Willux, because he had to respawn and lost a lot of time due to that. Let's see if round number 3 will also provide a consistent identity for the players.
Yeah, it's been, I'm honest to God, like, it's been surprisingly more consistent by these players. I can only imagine like what we get even as we go into a higher level, or they're just having the best luck of their life and they're like also like thinking, how the hell am I doing this? I did it in practice, didn't get it once, how am I doing this now? So it's very hard to tell, but maybe it's easier. Maybe we're just too old for this stuff, as Henken does clip the edge there and puts Nico and Pedatoast up in front. So it's hard to say at the moment who's gonna get it, but let's see. Will we get it again? And effortless. I don't know how they do it. Somebody please tell me how they do this. This is incredible. And oh my god, that's a bit of an interesting way to miss the finish, but he does get the second opportunity. Doesn't matter. Can Willux come in for the draw? And he does. So it is Henken. Doesn't have the time to get to the finish, but it doesn't matter. Anyway.
It doesn't matter. So it's a draw, 4-4. Very close map so far in this regard. I mean, we have seen 2 aces, but I think both teams have shown a great performance. I still wait for this one round where all 4 players will survive that identity, and we're just gonna see like around just 0.2 apart from each other. I think this can happen. Surely not in this round, because we've already seen 2 mistakes, and also not the fastest start from the Swedish player in this match, from Henken. And also another mistake here, a small clip just before a very, very long stretch. This really snowballs up, and he's now 1 second behind due to that. If not even more, because you have seen how much speed he lost due to that. So Nako still leading, and Pedatoast and Henken just waiting for a mistake from Nako. But Pedatoast didn't get the best flip here either, so he's 2 seconds behind. So many mistakes have happened here already. I think this will just be another draw.
And there is a possibility for that, but as soon as you date that, Pedatoast clips the corner of the magnet and gives the position away to Willux. So we get to see the first opportunity. So Nico is the first one to go for it. That is not what you want. That is a flip and a half. Nico and Willux both respawn. I don't know where everybody is at the moment. Willux does get it with much more speed than Pedatoast. Where's Nico? In the mud. Pedatoast has to respawn. Willux does get it in the end, and it is Pedatoast to come in third. Yep. This is, I feel like this is what we might expect that it might happen on Backflip. It can be so many respawns, back and forth, one respawns, one crashes, one goes there, one goes left, one goes right, and at the end, you're just gonna look at top left and see, okay, that's the order.
Yeah, or at the end, Carl Jr. is gonna win. That's always the rule that you can go for.
That's always the inevitable fact of Trackmania esports indeed. But currently it is actually Nesta, both members getting it clean. For the first time both members actually get through it, and it is Pedatoast who finds himself really far behind, and that is a really bad respawn. Maybe standstill beta would be recommended. So it's actually Henken to run the show for Gravity XP Evo, or a possible ace for Nesta.
Yeah, I mean, they look very strong here, but never say never in this identity here, or never. It's not over until the fat lady sings, right? Nako with a good approach, but jumps almost too low there. I thought that he would clip, and he did clip, so he had to respawn. You know, if you approach that part from the left or right side, your car will, you will reduce airtime, and if you do it too much, you will just not make that jump. And we also see Willux not with the best approach. Henken has more speed than Willux, but I do not think that this will be enough, both with safe approaches into the ending, and it will be Willux winning, but also Nako staying ahead of Pedatoast. Yes, but only by a hair, 0.2 of a second. It is 7-7. Track point versus match point. Gravity and Pivo would take home the second map, and Nesta would win if one of those respective teams will get an ace.
Yeah, now it's a bit of, this is such a really, it's such a give or take map as well. Like, oh my god, Beta got it so clean as well, but Nico is absolutely in the mud, so Willux has to hold on to second position or get to first to keep the dreams alive for Nesta for that match point. But Henken has been quite clean in the end. He goes for safe approaches there, and it works out on this map, which, given the map's identities, is actually not a bad idea. And looking clean at the moment, but Willux knows he has to push. He can't really give away too much. Does give away a bit too much speed. I don't know if he can make it with that speed. He can, but
so close.
Yeah, but Henken is right there. Goes with a bit of a jump line. So it all comes down to the identity. Basically, the dreams of Nesta are on Willix's shoulder. If he gets the identity, he's home free. And he doesn't! So it is a clean ace. Well, I say a clean ace. Well, it is actually. An ending as clean as it's gonna get. And it is an ace and a track point. Then we will move on to map number 6. Which will be Cosmos as well. But what a match and a half on Backflip. And surprisingly, those jumps more consistent. I guess they are currently trying to save it a bit more, if anything. But it looked actually, and to be honest, Willix's flip was absolutely clean, but it was just a bit too low, and he might have even been able to overtake Potato Toast in the end. But, you know, ifs and buts, we are on Cosmos instead, and a potential comeback for the German and the Swede possible.
Yeah, I mean, they lost 3 consecutive maps in a row. Keep that in mind. And now we have Cosmos, Gravity and Pivo. They need to win this, else it is Nesta going into the winner bracket final, which they will play against Razi and Epos, obviously, the favorites. And let's see who will take it here. Good luck, have fun to the players, and let's see who takes it. Let's follow Better Toast here in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, he has actually, when I look at the times at the moment, I do see that Naiko has a really solid PB here. Solid PB, maybe not as solid of a first corner basically, but that's of course first round, maybe a bit XDV shaking there on the first rounds. But I mean, I believe we saw Beta Toast and Henken on this map, and I mean, Beta Toast was really sending the identity, getting really close lines, so this will be actually not an easy task for Nesta, as I see in the Henken POV that Naiko did clip the corner as well. So it's an interesting camera angle to keep an oversight of everybody, so you just catch a glimpse of somebody.
It's a security camera, man.
Yeah, the camera really catches every single action. You just catch a last glimpse of somebody just hitting the corner. But this is good news for Gravity X Pivo, because they are looking to get points, and they need, because if they fumble, they give the match point away. So good start, but can the identity be as clean as the first? Well, Henken not with the best approach, so it doesn't have a lot of speed. So it is up to Willix and Pitatos, and it is kind of unfortunate that if I do have to switch players, the camera does go away. Yeah, it's a bit weird. But Henken does get there in the end, so I cannot really stay on one person, because if I pick the wrong person, it's a bit weird.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, then you're like, why does he crash into the pole? It's just a straight line, you know. But it's of course a bit different. So you really have to pick your player before the identity. But it's Gravity and Pivo getting it, and we have a pause here by the looks of it. So let's see what is going on here. Willux asking for a pause. So there you go. I hope that we also will continue the match then in due time and not wait again. But let's just wait. I mean, that gives players a bit of room to breathe. I'm not sure if they have pauses or not. But I think there is an admin that we need. But I think they,
Oh, there we go. Right Perfect. On the case. So yeah, so that will be a pause. I mean, Tarper guy. You'll have to wait a bit. I don't know how Team Ovo is doing. Interviewing, how is it going?
How's it going, man?
Yeah.
I hope it's going good. I mean, greetings to you and Tim. You did fantastic, but I mean,
you could have actually stayed in the upper bracket almost.
Tomorrow you have another chance.
Yeah, we were done before 7.
Yeah, you just probably did 3-0 them or not.
I mean, I guess they're over. We have to wait on this match, even though both teams don't have to play after this. Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, you should practice for tomorrow, Tarpor. You were slacking a bit on some of the maps.
I mean, I will say, like, you generally, I will say, Tarpor.
You did really good.
I mean, you did well enough to catch those rounds that were detrimental, but we'll have to. We do have to agree that Spam was carrying you a bit there. I'm just saying.
The RPG style maps. Chef's kiss, very good.
Yeah, that was actually good. Definitely good stuff. So for now, at least, we do have to wait. Actually, while I wait, maybe we can take a look at some of the results that are maybe in the Trackmania.io already. So we know that Epos and Razi won 4-0 against Honory. Not a surprise. We are currently spectating this match, so we have to wait. Eternity did win against Bavaria 2, so that means Bavaria 2 are out of the loser bracket.
GG's.
Are Milky Way and Overtrain Speed Self out? It was a 3-2 affair. So that was a close match as well, so definitely something to look forward as well. But Artisan Riesling beat Speed Self and Toppen. Interesting. Team Ovo 3-0. It's either Team Ovo or Team Ono. So it was Ovo this time.
For me, it's Team Ovo.
Yeah, so definitely Team Ovo. And our runner did beat Black Flame. So the rookie and randomizer are still in as well. So definitely interesting results. So for now at least we are waiting for it. Oh, actually, as I say that, the match resumes. Perfect timing. And we see that Naiko at the moment is not in the start the round after technical pause community, as he's already fallen a bit behind. But not that much actually. It's Willix actually setting the pace up front.
Yeah, Willix with a very good line there, and we have also seen different lines over on that part. Betatos with the first major mistake hitting the wall, and now we go into the first taste of the identity. Good line from Nako, coming closer to Henken, almost overtaking him here. Is on his rear, but it's not enough to overtake because he just went for such a wide line there. And look at that, Willux still leading, but Henken coming closer ever so slightly. It's 0.4 of a second. Definitely something that he can catch up in the identity. And let's see what will happen on this last part of the map. 51 seconds have elapsed in the checkpoints, and I mean, this is a quite long map with a world record of over 1 minute and 10 seconds. I think it's a 112 high or something like that. I have to check that. But let's take a look onto the fight. Willux and Nako with a very good line. Henken gets overtaken. Willux on the first, but makes that mistake, and it will be a draw here. Henken almost overtaking, but Betato stays out of Willux, who crashed into the pole.
Yeah, that was a good round, but yeah, at least, you know, I love how this, you know, this map actually puts a bit of a gamble aspect on it as well. I have to gamble on basically picking the right player that they will survive this identity. Otherwise, we're gonna see a pretty interesting camera angle for the rest of the identity. So it's a bit of an interesting. I sort of have to, you know, pick and choose who will actually survive the identity. So, you know, it's sort of a caster's curse, but in a different way, I guess. So. But hopefully at the moment, Beta Toast not finding a enjoyable time, at least after the restart, finding himself constantly on the back end at the moment. But Henken has been proving to be a quite a good asset on this map. But Naiko and Willux are again running away with it, and they are looking quite nice up front. But can they actually get the identity right this time? But as soon as I say that, Willux goes a bit too early and gives all of that lead away to Henken and Betatos. So now he's the one chasing the two members of Gravity.
Yeah, Willux needs to pull out a very, very good identity to get more than 1 point for his team, or needs to rely on a mistake from Henken and Betatos. We have seen a lot of mistakes on this identity because it's quite hard to drive that one, but also Henken doing a mistake beforehand, so he will get overtaken, and we see Willux surviving it. So will be a victory round for Nesta, and the score is tied up again. It's 4-4, so we're coming closer towards that 10-point margin.
It's looking up very similar, at least in regards to the back and forth that we had on a previous map. In this case, on a previous map, I do believe it was GeForce was the map that was constantly back and forth with the different results. Yep. But it is now this map that is proving to be the case. Henken does fall a bit behind, as Naiko almost doesn't make that jump, just barely gets the angle there. But for now, at least, everybody's enjoying their time here. It's a good time, and we cannot really set up camp and a fire going with some marshmallows, but at least for now everybody's enjoying their time for now. Whether it will be the same in the identity, well, that depends on the teams involved, as Henken is falling ever so slightly behind with every single turn, not feeling as comfortable. Yeah. But it is Betatos that is attacking the two members up front, but Henken has a fumble and a half, so it is actually a Betatos who has to fully attack this.
Oh, but very good line here from Betatos, but has to oversteer a lot, lose a lot of speed towards Nako. But Betatos still with a good entry there, good speed just before the identity. Milux is behind, so this puts Team Nesta gradually towards those 10 points. And we have a good time here as well, 114.5 113.17. World record is a 113.53, at least the online world record. Maybe you've seen something else. So the 112 is not there just yet. Maybe it will come.
Yeah, at least for my end, Cosmos has a 113.2 by Nyko. At least from an older version of the map. So it's it's been some investigative journalism that we've had to do because the maps have been updated. Fortunately, for my sake, they haven't updated them on the TMX, so I was able to yoink the Trackmania.io times from there, from the older version. So, quick on the trigger, but I'm pretty sure they will update those quite soon. So I was able to catch it. Some of those times from there, but again we see a similar copy-paste round from every time. It starts off well for everybody, you have a bit of a tenth or two there between all the players, and once we get ever so closer towards the end is where lines start to differ, you start to go a bit safe, how close everybody is, as Willox goes a bit too wide, Nyko gets a nose slide, and it's all Gravity X Bevo as Nyko, well, technically the world record holder on the online times, who has to send it.
Dude, I have spam stream open because he watches this one here, and I just see his reaction like, oh no, I just want to start playing. Like his despair, he does not want to see map 7 because it takes so long. But hey, there you go. I was just waiting for that reaction, and just in this moment he was just going ahead and swapping towards this match, and both Nesta members did make a mistake. So Gravity and Pivo now in the lead, and they have the track point on the line. Look at that, it's 8-6. They need only a victory to close it out. Oh, but Henken not getting the gear and oversides a lot here just before that crucial jump. Can he make it? Yes, he can, but he could not make it that smooth as he was anticipated to do it. So it is now him versus Nako and Willox versus Better Toast, but a victory would be enough for Gravity.
Yeah, and the final map is Tubes as well, and we've seen some really interesting maps. Maybe not the map that Team Obo has fond memories of, but maybe for Gravity X Bevo members, Beta Toast and Henkan, it could be a chance at redemption, but they do have to close this out. And for now, at least, it's looking possible that there might be another round to go. But we've seen pole moments. Nyko was a bit too inside, and Henken has more speed. So now it becomes down to execution. Who hits the poles? Who doesn't? Oh my God, it's a good line, and it's done. Willox has to respawn. It is a decider ace for the members of Beta Toast and Henken, and it will be map number 5. And Spam and Tarpor and everybody else has to wait a bit longer.
Well, there you go. We go to map number 7 for the first time. I mean, that's also the first best of 7 that we see. The other one in the other upper bracket semifinal was a 4-0 clean sweep. And let's see what we have. Guys, get ready, fasten your seatbelt. I'm looking forward to that. In general, we have seen very good matches today. It is Tubes as the decider.
It's gonna be a good one as well. Maybe we can get a quick glimpse of the times. Nyko 105 flat, Henken 106.6, Willox doesn't show a time. Don't know what that is about, but Beta Toast win a 104.6. So I feel like this is gonna be again one of those cases where Beta Toast and Nyko will be fighting for the top 2 spots, and it all comes down to Willox and Henken, who's able to get that clean execution in the end. So again, this could be a bit of a nail biter, but you never know with Tubes. One slowdown on the pipe or one respawn can be the detriment to your rounds. But that final map of this best of 7, and we already see that Nyko and Henken are the ones to fall a bit behind already. Maybe not as I predicted, but if there's any member you want up in front for Nesta, it is Willox, because Nyko is the one that should be able to catch up in the long run.
But you can see that both teams are really motivated to qualify. They just try to take this opportunity to maybe make it to the World Cup. I mean, with a lot of practice and maybe also studying your opponents. I mean, this will be hard, but seeing the strengths and weaknesses, I think that they will opt for C2, so they have to play against Sprouts. And you also do not know how motivated is Scrappy, how much has Dexter played, and all of that. They are beatable in this way. We have seen it in the past. But let's jump ahead of that. I think both of those teams have a good shot of making that. We have Better Toast in the lead, and he has made it very, very nicely. And Hankin is on second place, looking very good, and both players do survive it. It's a 3-0, even though Hankin gets a very sloppy exit there out of the water. But that's enough, and we have a 104.88 as the winning time. Willux and Nako on third and fourth.
That is a very nice time as well. Niko enjoying the time in the pool, taking a bit of time or respite to take a break there. An ace for Gravity X Pivo is definitely a best case scenario you could have asked for to start you off. But it could come down. We've seen plenty of times, like I've said before, one or two respawns can turn that ace completely around. So you are not really you never feel safe on this map, because unless you get past
Henken.
that. Ooh, but also Willux a bit of in the mud, but Henken is absolutely dead. So Beta Toast, the one to fight it out with Niko up in front, to be honest.
Yeah, so that's a good shot here for Nako and Willux, but also Better Toast can still deny some points. And even a victory against them would be okay, I suppose, because they get 1 point. But right now it looks like Better Toast wants more than that. He wants to force that draw, gets a lot of speed just before that third section. Make sure to not clip a hole and not oversteer, to hold that fourth gear just before that penalty section. You can also hold it here, but this is so hard. But Better Toast has it so good, steers a bit too early, but he still gets it quite well. But drifted in exchange. But good save there from Better Toast, and he will unfortunately only get that second place. But also a good timing from Nako. Another low 105. Better Toast lost a bit of time, but still secures 1 point. And also it's a draw because Hankin will get third position due to Willux's mistake or mistakes.
Yeah, it does show that, especially on the Tubes map, it's not over until you cross the finish line. Well, it's with every map, but on this map especially, even if you are so far behind, at least currently in the last chance qualifier, you can still just, just send it, go for it. You never know, maybe somebody has the worst respawn imaginable on those pipes, and you can take advantage of it. So you might fall behind early on, but that can still lead to some points. As currently Beta Toast is definitely the person to set the pace, and as soon as I say that, he gets a clip and is absolutely in the mud. So it is now Nesta looking to get all of those lead that Gravity X Pivo had. Oh, but Willux has wet wheels, but he will be landing on dirt, so he will be able to dry them out. So it's not the worst part as well, but Willux...
So many mistakes.
But it's all up in the air, and Beta Toast now already seeing Willux in his sights as well. Will go up in front and see, as Niko has to take it really safe, but does get it. Willux gets it, Beta does get it, and maybe even overtakes Willux here if he gets a good hand. Where's really Niko? Good. I've lost Niko. He's respawned. Oh, but just not quite there. Almost could have been an ace for Beta there, but not quite. It is 6-2. But interestingly enough, the team that a lot of people expected to be in the top 2 might get beaten and might be having to fight for that C2, which might have been expected in the long run, knowing Razi and Epos, but maybe not the team that was expected to challenge them, at least from the ones that were known. But I mean, Henken and Beta Toast really making an excellent job here, but it's not over. It is Niko and Willux, but Niko gets a slowdown, or at least a clip before that pipe, so it's now looking even worse for wear, but Willux is at least trying to hold out for the draw.
Yeah, I think like Gravity and Pivo just went into the long run against Team Ovo as well, and now against Nesta, but what a comeback. 3 consecutive wins could provide them with the winner bracket entry. And I mean, this could be huge news for them, but then Willux and Nako will drop into the lower brackets due to that, into the lower bracket semifinal. I'm not sure against whom they will play then, but we're gonna figure that out afterwards. But Better Toast and Henken getting another victory. It's 8-3. Nesta definitely in need of an ace, so looking really good for Gravity and Pivo.
Yeah, it's a
really good.
Yeah, it's 8-3 the score. This is a moment now where Nesta, well, Niko and Willux need to drive clean to start first off, and they need to get aces on the board. Otherwise, this is gonna be a very good comeback mentally for Gravity X Vivo, who were 3-1 down at one point, and have clawed their way back to this point. So a fair shot to them. But I mean, if there's any team that, at least on pace, can ruin that dream, it is Nesta with Willux and Nyko. They've shown that they can do it, and they just need to get it clean. And for now, it's looking promising, but Nyko gets not the best landing. Still is in the mix, not the worst outcome, but it's already almost 5/10 lost to the people up front. So now he has to really push it. And Willux and both Nyko now are 3rd and 4th, and this is looking, unless there is some strategy at the end, looking to be Gravity X Vivo's.
Wow, like what a good mental game from Gravity and Pivo as well here. They are on 1st and 3rd. That's what they are in need of. Better Toast will survive that one. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a great comeback and good content coming our way as well, with Gravity and Pivo winning map number 7. 3 consecutive wins on the maps here for them, and they take it home 10-4. Great performance. What a great match that was.
Yeah, that was a comeback and a half. You know, you're 3-1 down and you're technically going into maps that you haven't really played or don't feel as comfortable in most of the time. So it is such a gamble, but they put their heads down, map by map, they got it done, and they are in the upper bracket final with a chance to get seed 1 against Arazi and Epos. Well, but that is a match for tomorrow. Yeah. They are done for the day. They can now be like, oh, I need a breather. I need to break so I can be ready for tomorrow. But this is not the final round for the day. We still have one more to go.
It's the loser bracket semifinals that will take place. So the loser of this match will play against. Let me check. So this loser bracket. Yeah, I mean it's quarterfinal or just round 4. So it is Honory playing against the winner of Eternity versus Milky Way. And then also the loser of this match, so Nesta versus the winner of Ovo and Runner. So the Ovo will play against Nesta, and Honory will play against Milky Way, right?
Yeah, so it's currently, we just have to figure out who will be playing, whether Eternity or Milky Way will be playing Honory, or Team Ovo and Runner will be playing against Nesta.
So that's why Ovo maybe plays the other opponent, the loser from the other match, like from the robbers match.
I mean, at the moment, at least for the whatever it is, at least what I'm looking at is that Team Ovo have a chance to go up against Nesta at least, but they first have to beat the Runner. But we will get to that in short moments. We will be taking a quick break, because I also need one. And just for everybody else for that final round for today. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the action, so don't go too far. Hello everybody, quick intermission. The match started really quick, so we actually did manage to miss the pick and ban. I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to be that fast on the server, but given how fast Tarpo was to get into this match, probably should have expected that. But either way, we will go into this match already. The match will start in a short moment as well. We will take a look, maybe we'll be able to take a look at the map picks afterwards, but we will go into this one. It is a best of 5 again, so we will be going into that. So let's pop into the in-game view and let's see how things go.
Okay, so I was actually a bit wrong there in this way, because of course the loser bracket round 3 has not been played so far. The loser bracket quarterfinals will be tomorrow, as well as the semi-final, and then also the final. The final will be played at the same time as the winner bracket final, so there will be 2 matches at the same time. But we have best of 5 again, so matches will be a bit quicker. It is Rookie and randomized versus Tarpo and Spam. So there you go. And the other match also is ongoing, but maybe we can see that one as well. They have a 121 PB on this map, so this is not too fast. One player here, 106. Whereas Tarpo has a 107 and Spam has a 106 as well. Spam with the first mistake, and Tarpo again with a very good start. Tarpo looked very strong on this map.
Yeah, it's looking quite good. What a nice line as well. I mean, Tarpo and Spam are known to do some RPGs as well. So, but Randomize has to respawn. So Spam actually goes up into 3rd position. So currently, Rookie gets a bit of a clip, but is able to hold on. Does make the jump. That's what the booster is for. So Tarpo is in a very nice lead. Gets the jump, gets the setup, and gets the jump to the next one as well. Rookie makes it. Spam, well, he's in a bit of a fight with Randomize, who's having to respawn. So actually, Spam is taking 3rd position. So it is currently Tarpo in a world of his own. Rookie in a world of his own, so everybody's enjoying their solitude time to, you know, get this match warmed up, get yourself going. But Tarpo is the one to finish first with a 107.8 as well. A respectable time for the rounds. Spam will come in 3rd as well, and Rookie was 2nd. And Randomize, I do not think he's able to finish. I don't think there is enough time.
No, there's not enough time, and he also doesn't really have the best PB on this map. Not sure, maybe this will still be different, or this is not correct, but over with the first win here. It is 2-1 in favor for them, and let's see what the next round will bring us, as it is 2-1 in favor for them. But I mean, Spam with an early mistake, falling behind, and let's see what Tarpo can do as he gets another good start here. Spam, however, on 2nd position, maybe can save it a bit more. Maybe now he knows that he doesn't have to push it to the absolute maximum, and he can just take it easy, maybe even release every corner a little bit more, and maybe even clip there, but still make the jump. Rookie overtakes him, but does it really matter that much? I do not think so, because Spam just comes back in this section, goes up to 2nd position again, clips there, will not have a lot of speed for the backwards part, but is still in close proximity towards the player from Uruguay, actually.
Yeah, it is close affair, but the Rookie is unfortunately clipping that block there, so it has to respawn. So it is looking to be a nice ace for Team Ovo, as they are looking to get things going. Oh, but that is a bit ambitious from Spam, goes a bit too inside, but Tarpo consistent. Spam consistently comes in 3rd, as Rookie is 2nd. So the same lineup as last time, the same outcome, because Randomize is still not able to finish the map. I feel like this is a map specifically, first of all, chosen by Ovo because they like it, and Rana, the team that at least Randomize, is definitely not in the Edge community.
Yeah, he's not in the Edge community, well said there. Yeah, I mean, he has not finished a single round so far, and also his match PB might be correct then. But I mean, Spam with 2 individual mistakes, make it a 3rd one even. Now Rookie also with a rookie mistake there, so it's only 2 players left. It is Randomize and Tarpo, but Tarpo again with a very good start, whereas Randomize goes so wide there in this sector, traveling so much distance, eats the gear as well, goes for the respawn, and you want to get gear 4 just before that, or at least not eat it in the drift. But, well, Randomize... oh my god. Well,
This is one of the rounds ever. Spam has had to respawn the start so many times, he still
What is
hasn't made the
happening?
first jump. But this is actually quite interesting. If
Will we have
Tarpo
one
is
finisher?
fast enough, he can finish so quickly that nobody else is able to finish, and it will be an ace for Ovo. It's a big brain
That's what
here,
she said. That's what she said.
I mean,
Okay,
at the
I'm
moment it's
sorry.
working. It's working. It's
Tarpo
13
finishing
seconds.
fast.
Yeah, Tarpo finishing fast. I mean, you might have to ask
Tarpo-
comments about that. Good time as
Tarpo,
well.
aka
Tarpo
the
is-
15-second man.
I mean, we'll see. If 15 seconds, can Rookie be able to finish it in 15
Oh, no.
seconds? That is not looking good. And Tarper, the only man to finish the map, brings in the ace. for
No,
Team
there's one
Ovo.
more.
Oh no,
Randomized
randomized.
finished.
Randomized gets over the line. I missed it completely. I didn't expect that. He saves a point. It's not an ace. A bit of
Yeah.
a wonky round, though, to be honest.
But Tarpo is the 16-second man.
16 seconds. Should have been 1 second quicker there, Tarper.
Yeah.
Didn't quickly get the ace going
Yeah.
there.
My PB is 10 seconds.
I'm not gonna
Well.
delve into more of that context. Moving on to this round, as
I
Tarper's
of course
not
talk about Trackmania. I talk about the mini LOL map.
mini LOL maps.
Yeah.
More. Okay, we'll keep it at that for now. As Rookie is the one taking
What do
the
you
lead.
think? You're filthy.
I don't know. I'm
Man.
not thinking. You're the one now thinking about it. I'm not saying anything.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. But for now, at least the round itself, I mean, Rookie, Tarper, and Spam are quite in a heated, close competition because Spam is taking the lead with a better section on the Super Turbo. But everybody's going quite neck and neck into the section, so whoever is willing to risk this end could be getting the points as Rookie is the one
Could
that
it
risked
respawn?
it a bit too much. So if Team Ovo get it clean, it is an ace that, well, should have been around earlier. But where's Tarper guy going? That's not the path, guy.
Oh my
Maybe
God.
wanna recheck that one. But Rookie is the one who's gonna come in second position,
What
gets
is
over the line,
happening?
and Tarper
Dude.
gets in third. So one more round.
Not a single ace in this round has happened so far. Even though Ovo looked so strong. So it's still at least one more round here on this map. Maybe even more than that. So let's go ahead into round number 5 and see what Ovo can do. Tarpo and Spam off to a very good start, and Spam also with a great jump into that one, now setting up nicely for the drift. Oh, Tarpo as well. Very good line there, hand in hand. Rookie with a first and second mistake. Still at the start, pulls the Spam from round 2 or 3, or whatever that was. And Randomize still a bit further behind, but he needs a first position to force at least one more round. Oh, but didn't get the best line there, so Tarpo and Spam looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you should be like packing up the bags and saying that this is a secured ace, nothing can possibly go wrong, and they're gonna do it without any issues whatsoever. And Randomize is just gonna watch them as they cruise towards the sunset with an ace up their sleeves, as Team Ovo are currently enjoying a good time as Spam clips it, but it's not all end of the world. That is good. Tarper had to respawn. And
It doesn't matter.
Randomize
Rookie
is
is 30
second.
seconds behind. It
And
doesn't
Randomize
matter.
had to respawn. So Tarper
It
is
doesn't
again
matter.
second. All
GG.
is good in love and war. And in this case,
doesn't even
Tarper's
have to
the one
finish.
win. And it is an ace, 11-4, and they get the first track point. A bit more difficult than I think they would have wanted to, as Randomize does gets a PB. Maybe not the fastest PB in the Wild West, but at least gets it done. And it is one track point. Will it be another one? We'll have to wait and see as we move on to the next map.
Yep. Map number 2, and that's the pick from the Uruguayan. How's that? How do you say that? You say Spaniard?
I guess it's from. I would just say to save myself the person from Uruguay, but it should be I'm actually now
Uruguayan?
drawing a blank as well now that you say that. How do you say
Dude, I've
the
never
person
said
from
that.
Uruguay? Uruguayan?
Yeah, of course, but that's a fix to that
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, Uruguayan, but you can say person from
Uruguayan,
Uruguay, but it should be
right?
Uruguayan, yeah. Uruguayan.
Uruguayan, yeah, like
Uruguayan.
you
Where
and then
did you
Ryan.
get the R from? There's no R there, Turbo guy.
And that's-
Uruguayan.
Yeah, I do study English, so that's why it's interesting for me to to that. So let's go into the next map here. We see already the first mistake from Rookie. Yeah, the person from Uruguay, the Uruguayan. I mean, that makes sense. That makes just a lot of sense. is yeah, it's Uruguayan. I mean, anything else does not make sense, but I think I've not, guys. Also, this will be part of the test tomorrow, yeah. So make sure to attend that.
Yeah, as Sarah said in chat, it's Uruguayan, as you say.
Uruguayan. Yeah, the Ryan.
Ryan, yeah, but it's Uruguayan. There's no R. But we'll have to keep the language lessons to another day. Starper is stuck on ice, but Rookie is taking the lead. Spam is in the mud. Randomize is the only one to survive so far.
What is happening?
But yeah, at the moment we'll have to wait and see how things go. And let's take a look here. Can Randomize actually get it clean? This would be actually the first #1 finish for him, and he actually does get it. So good start for him. Looking a lot better on this map than the other ones. And Rookie has been able to overtake Spam even, because Spam has had to respawn, and it is an ace for Team Runner. And that's not the best start for Team Ovo, at least on Tempest. And yes, forever, at the moment at least, it looks like everybody's a Team Ovo fan at the moment at least. The other match is currently waiting on its wings. Could be possible that we might jump onto that one as well, but for now at least we are on Team Ovo versus Runner. And for now at least, the first round not looking so Ovo, more like Ono for the team. But Runner definitely looking much better than they did on the previous map. As I say, that Randomize has not the best execution of this segment.
He goes way too tight there and loses the gear. And yeah, I think it's either Uruguayan or Uruguayan, which I like a bit more. But
and
it's Uruguayan
is
probably.
Stuck in the corner there.
But let's not talk about Uruguay here. Let's talk about the round. Dude, this is a clown fiesta. What is happening on this map? Like Tarpo respawn, Randomize respawn, Spammy in the lead, Rookie, not dead.
I mean, I feel like, well, I mean, Tarpo was very, anxious of going into the last match, waiting a bit too long maybe, maybe the hands are not yet warm, so you have to warm them up again. So if somebody can quickly give some hand warmers to Tarpo, and everybody's stuck in that checkpoint. Spam is the only one who survived and gets the finish. I don't even know who's where. Let's see. Rookie and Randomize are there. Tarpo stuck in the respawn. So it is looking to be a draw for this round, as Rana and Rookie are able to finish. So there won't be a one-man finish. But Tarpo is also not going to be able to make it. So it is a draw. 1-4. So it is a point to start you off. But for now at least, that is as most that Team Ovo have gotten on this map. And Team Runner are the ones looking to be the better half at the moment on Tempest, to be frankly honest.
Yeah, looking really good for them on this map. Getting a draw, Tarpo and Spam not really feeling it. Tarpo not catching a lot of the booster there. So there's Rookie and Randomize coming a bit closer, but Rookie not with the best line there. So maybe this is the round for Team Ovo to make something happen. This is definitely a too low of a jump here for the Uruguayan, as he gets a checkpoint but has to double respawn, so he's out on this one. Tarpo getting skill checked on ice, has to respawn, and they can see how hard this map really is. Watching Muda and getting world record on the online leaderboard is something. Getting this map consistent is something else, even for someone like Spam or Tarpo, who are really good players.
Yeah, it's at least Tarpo is still in third, so he has that going. Maybe he can hope that Spam can go for the Hail Mary of it, which doesn't work out. And Rookie keeping it clean, getting across here, nothing fancy, just clean cut, get to the line, get to the finish, secure at least the minimum 1 point, set a PB as well, as Spam and Tarpo come in sync. In the end, Randomize, well, wasn't really able to take advantage of the mistakes, but these draws only benefit Runner, to be honest, in the long run. Yes, it will be a long journey to 10 points, but every draw only brings them ever so closer. It's only a matter of time. So again, Team Ovo have to get an ace or get some victories on the board just to close that gap a bit. Otherwise, Runner can just run down the clock and draw it out until they get 10 points.
I still believe in the victory for Team Ovo on this map. Yeah. So look at that. They are leading the round right now. It is Randomize on third position right now. Rookie Oh, with a good line there as well. Spam. Oh, very, very good jump there, but clipped a little bit, I think. But a good round. Let's see if Tarpo gets skill checked by the ice here again. Nope, he will not. He survives it, and finally we have a close round in our hands. No player has made a significant mistake so far. Before the turnaround, Rookie is still in there to make something happen. Tarpo and Spam setting up very nicely. Rookie will bounce, will not have that much speed, and also it is randomized, not with the best entry here before the identity. So Spam and Tarpo will most likely take it home. Yes, this is looking really good for them, but look at that. Rookie coming closer yet again. And this is a good jump here from Tarpo. Spam had to respawn by the looks of it. Randomized will survive it, so this is another draw. It is 6-3, and I'm hungry. I'm gonna put something into the oven. I'm sorry, but we did not have a break in like so long. I had to go to the toilet. I will be right back. I'm really hungry.
So as somebody gets something going in the oven, let's see if Team Ovo is able to cook up an ace, which they have been ever so close every single round, but not been able to really capitalize. And Randomize actually was able to clip the slow-mo at the top, which is prevented to avoid the wall bang at the top, which actually is faster if you can get it, but there is a slow-mo there. But for now, at least, Rookie is the one that has had a significant mistake. So, and Spam has had to respawn as well. Randomize doesn't get the landing he wants. So it's a bit of a mix and match on the things as well. So we have to sort of take a look at somebody in front. Tarpo is just miles ahead. And Randomize is the only person that is really close to him. It's actually Rookie that is catching up to his own teammate at the moment. So unless fortune favors, we could be seeing another draw in our hands. But it all comes down to these last few jumps. Randomize coming in hot as well. Actually gets it. Where's Tarpo? Oh, Tarpo is actually getting there, but Randomize has had to respawn. Rookie gets it. And where's Spam? In the mud. That is absolutely in the mud. He's not going to even go for the respawn because Randomize is going to get the finish and get through the line. I mean, oh, actually Spam does go for the respawn, but was not expecting it to really get it, and his line gets the slow-mo again, so it is another draw. So it's slow cuts for Runner, but they are getting towards that charted or at least coveted 10 points as we have to wait and see. The round is underway, so another draw.
Okay,
and
I'm back.
This only favors Runner. Welcome back to Locker Server. What did you actually chuck in the oven?
Some piccolini, some mini pizzas with spinach, and I think spinach and like a cream sauce or like whipped cream is on there or something like that, like crème fraîche or however it's called.
Ah, crème fraîche.
So, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting pizza. It sounds actually quite good. But Tarpo getting skill checked on ice again, and Rookie and Randomize looking to get the first ace. Well, looking to get an ace here and securing a track point against Team Ovo on Tempest. As long as they get it clean, it's been a bit of a mixed match of results, but close. Well, Tarpo and Spam are not far off, so one respawn could give them points. Rookie does, well, somehow get the landing, but can they get the final job? And together, holding hands, they
That's
go.
clean.
Yeah, that's clean. Right next to each other, they go across the line, get the ace, get the win, and they secure their track point, and making sure that there will be more than just 3 maps played in this best of 5.
Yeah, so Team Ovo not really feeling it on this map, so maybe they have to put in some effort into this map if they make it up until tomorrow. I mean, for me, they are the clear favorite of this map, of this match, I mean. But everything can happen, and, you know, we know that it's Trackmania, but literally now it's the best of 3, and we go to the next pick from Team Ovo, and look at that, it is Tubes.
Oh, Tubes are beloved, but can Team Ovo, you know, set aside the PTSD from the previous, well, one of the matches against Honory where they lost out on this map to not be in the upper bracket. So it's hard to say how I think so. They were actually quite good on the map. I mean, Honory with Siren and Auris were not an easy opponent, and they almost took the map. But, you know, at this point, it is quite late. You know, you played quite a bit. it's taking quite a bit of time as well, you know, and you sort of want to get it done with as well. So maybe that plays a bit of a role as well. But I'm sure that they are gonna try their best. As long as they're having fun, that's the most important part. But we'll see how the pipes agree with that as well. But for now, everybody has at least gotten through their first sections and relatively clean and no major mistakes so far.
Yeah, no major mistake. Good rounds from both players, from both teams. But we see the first mistake being done by Randomize. I think he got a slowdown there. So Tarpor and Spam first and second. And this is a map where I really see both of them performing really good on this map. And Tarpor losing a bit of time, still in the lead compared to Rookie. Spam with a very good approach, but maybe goes a bit too wide. Rookie now almost up to first position, but Tarpor still in there. What a great fight, actually. Very, very close to the checkpoint. The only point one before the identity. Tarpor with a very early release. Rookie will not get it there, and he will land almost on his back, but Tarpor rushing a bit too early into that part. And also Randomize had to... No, actually not to respawn. So will be a draw. Unless maybe Tarpor can overtake both of them. Oh, only Rookie. Randomize crosses the finish line. Tarpor on third. So that's a 2-1 in favor for Open.
Yeah, Rookie, I believe, fell off the final pipe twice. He had the respawn in his hands, but he wasn't able to control it like multiple times. So he gives so much time away with that Tarpor is able to come back and actually secure third place. I mean, that is perfectly fine for Team Ovo. They will gladly take that. It could have been an easy draw for Team Runner, but for now at least, Randomize and Rookie, USA and Uruguay hand in hand, falling a bit behind at the moment, so they do have to take down the Dutch Titans, and looking to be rather good for them, as everybody this time makes the jump, and Randomize will have quite a bit of speed. Still not able to catch up, but still at least they are all in the mix. We'll see if that continues for now. Ooh, but I believe Randomize clips.
Rookie as well.
Doesn't make the jump properly as well and has to respawn, so now it gives such a good lead for Team Ovo.
Yeah, very, very comfortable lead, but there's still the identity left for them. So let's go ahead and see what will happen in this one. Spam looks strong. Oh, this is not a good identity from Randomize. Has no speed to work with. So Tarpor and Spam, they can just save it. Do they know? Yes, they do. And Spam will also clock in a good time of 106.8. It is 5-1 in favor for them.
Yeah, nothing world-defining time on tubes. A 106, given that the possibilities are for a 103 to be driven on this, or a 104. Then it is something that currently they are just trying to survive and make sure they get a clean run going. So all looking good for Team Ovo to take this map. Whether it will continue, so well, we'll just have to wait and see. Wouldn't we? But for now, at least, I mean, Rookie and Randomize are keeping up with the pace. It's just that the identity is a bit detrimental, as Tarpor's jumps there are quite detrimental to Team Ovo, as Rookie and Randomize are chasing down Spam, but Rookie doesn't get the best flip and loses so much speed over Randomize and Spam, for example.
Yeah, but Tarpor's still in there. He can still secure at least 2 points for his team, maybe even 3, because both Randomize and Rookie fell behind. It seems like they have really good maps, but then also maps where they really struggle on. Also the RPG map at the start, I think it was called Edge, no? I have to learn the map names. Yeah, I got that one correct. They severely struggle on that map, but also Spam and Tarpor showed us how hard it is to make it consistent. So let's see what will happen, as Tarpor gets a very, very good ending section, but he fails it there. So it is a draw, because Rupee and Randomize both survived it.
Well, at least, well, Tarpor went there a bit too low. You do want to land just a bit further away, so you can get just enough bounce to land on the other side. In this case, Tarpor did go a bit too early off the pipe, landed a bit too early on the water, and that flip upwards was not the recommended amount of distance you need to get across to the other side. But I mean, if anything, this just delays a bit of the lead for Team Ovo. It was still a draw, so for them, you know, it's nothing really lost, nothing really gained. It's pretty much the same for them. It's more that the Team Runner are the ones that have to just put in that pedal to the metal and just send it and hope that they can get an ace or something better out of it.
Yeah. I mean, Ace would put them at 9 points, but I think this will not happen this round because Tarpor has made a mistake. But also Rookie, I think he will not be able to clear that speed check. Okay, he will be. I thought he will get penalized, but from what? But he just slid out, so good save there. And Randomize and Rookie just have to survive this identity, which is easier said than done. Topper only 2 seconds behind, and Randomize will fly off there. Rookie with not a good entry here as well, so Tarpor has maybe a lot of speed to work with. Yes, he has. Can Rookie survive it here? Yes, he will, but Tarpor with such a good approach, and he will overtake. What a great identity from Tarpor. What a predator he was in the end. It is 9-2. One more point needed.
That's a clean end as well. And to be honest, I must admit, Spam has been just consistently just being there, doing the same times over and over again. So he's found his mojo on the map at the moment. Cool, calm and collected, consistent as you might want it to be as well. And we'll see how things will go. I mean, they only need 1 point, so if either Tarpor or Spam are second minimum, that is a GG and a track point taken. And given how Rookie at the moment has already fallen behind and Randomize is the one that has to deny here, it's not looking the best for Team Runner. But I mean, we've seen all kinds of things happen in the end. Whether it will also favor Runner or Team Ovo, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
But Randomize clips the checkpoint, and that is, I feel like, a case closed in this case. Unless Tarpor and Spam want to play another round on this DNF in the end, which I believe they even cannot, because I believe the TNF is actually retiring, is disabled to my knowledge, so they cannot even retire. So they're forced to finish. There's no other way to do it. And Tarpor, well, gets the slowest possible way to that point, and it feels like, yeah, this will be clean, this will be an ace, this will be 12-2. And a track point for Team Ovo.
Yeah, and most importantly, the match point afterwards. Great performance though from Team Ovo on this map. Maybe one or another mistake could have been avoided, but you can just see how hard this map really is. And there you go. That's the ace, and we have one more map. And let's see. Dude, Spam just watches the preview video from Valley in his stream. Oh my god, really?
Oh,
so I think he
has
does
he
not
not played this map? Is my question.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you do want to know, well, I can't play it, well, because the video is so long, but the warm-up is so short. I would play the video as well, but you would only see like the first 20 seconds of the map. But if that's the case, I mean, that's a bit oh no for Team Ovo.
That's an oh no. Can we get some oh no in the chat here? I mean, the identity on this map is particularly hard as well.
Yeah, it's not an easy map to do. I mean, imagine you're Tarpor and the blood is like, what are you doing, Spam? I'm just quickly watching a video of the map, just don't mind me. And your Tarpor's like, oh no, this is...
I mean, if someone can do it, then it's Spam, right?
Yeah,
he
to
can
be honest,
definitely fast learn.
Valley is one of those maps where there isn't that much, identity to it. It's the final jumps that can be difficult, but overall this is a nice map to drive, actually.
Yeah. I mean, Spam right now in first. Gets this one quite well. Dude, if it's his discovery run, I mean, he is very experienced, but still.
Surely he's had to play it at least once. Maybe he just needed a quick reminder. I'm pretty sure he has to have played it at least like once or twice to just, discover. He is also, he does make part maps and stuff for Alliance as well. So, he should be at least aware of what Tarpor is absolutely in about. That's too much speed. And Randomize is the one chasing Spam. But I mean, if this is, I don't know if it is actually a discovery run, but Spam, I mean...
Nah, I do not think so.
It cannot be. I mean, I think he probably watched that video. Okay, maybe that's a bit of a sign why he needed to watch the video.
Randomize all that to respawn.
Everybody is not hitting the mark here at the moment.
That's the airwalk of this season, or of this world championship.
We'll have to see. Second jump, it's actually quite treacherous. You can easily jump too much to the right or left, and Spam actually is the one to survive, and Tarpor gets it. So Team Ovo with the ace to start them off.
Yeah, 1:17 winning time. Nice time here. Well, of course, this is hard.
I mean, on this map at least, the best time, or at least the time, is a 108.6 by Aurel. That is 9 seconds faster than Spam. So maybe it actually could have been a discovery run at the moment. But we'll see. But I will say that probably Spam just need a quick refresher on the map.
I do think so as well.
But overall, looking really good for Team Over, and Rookie and Randomize are the ones in the backseat at the moment.
Yeah, Spam and Tarpo looking very, very clean on this map. Especially Spam has a really good start. I also do not think that this was his discovery run. Else he would have done what Tarpo just did there. But the identity looks super hard, but such a nice map. Also, the valley vibe really gets embodied by this map, to be honest. I really like the scenery on this map. Probably the best scenery from all of them. There was also a bug site on this section, maybe you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And
the olden days of the map, yes.
Yeah, so very, very nice. Randomize in there, Rookie had to respawn, and let's go into the first part of the identity. Oh, Tarbor will survive it very clean, actually, has a lot of speed. Randomize will concede a lot of speed in that sector. Tarbor overtakes. This could be another ace. Spam makes it. Randomize had to release in the air. Spam with a respawn. Randomize will get second place, or maybe even first. This is so close! And he will overtake 9,000ths of a second, and this will be a victory for team... Rookie and Randomize, I think it's called. What's their team name? Runner. Okay. Ah, yeah. Runner. Yeah.
Or yeah, you just emphasize the R, but you go Runner. You know, you got
Runner.
Yeah, no. Put a bit of the R in it. They both have. They start with the same R. You know, Rookie, Randomize, Runner. Makes sense. You know, double R. You know, you emphasize the R a bit as well. Makes sense to me, at least as a team name. But at the moment, at least, it is the Tarper and Spam who. Well, they always have a good start. It sort of falls apart as it progressively goes on in the map. But Spam does clip the quarter there, but looking good so far. It is Team Rana that are trying to catch up at the moment. Looking good as here as well. Now this part you do... Well, you want to be honest, release. And Spam should have released because he's fallen off. I don't know, L plus... a ratio plus fell off, I guess, in that scenario, but it is Tarpor holding up Team Ovo at the moment.
Yeah, Tarpor looking very strong here. Also, his identity was so clean. Again, such a good jump here into this gate, which you need to go for, because that will... I mean, that's just the best line, and the other stuff is blocked. I think there was a cut here on a very, very early version. Rookie again with a lot of speed, but Tarpo will get that first position. Randomize had to respawn, but also Spam is in there. All Randomize with another respawn, so I think Spam will overtake. So that's the victory for Team Ovo, and they will slowly but surely come closer to close out this match.
Yeah, this map has had a few cuts. I even tried to hunt the world record with the cut here, but you know they fixed it. But yeah, this map had several cuts. At least there was one at the start, one at the pretty early on actually here as well. It was actually you went for an overwall right here. Went into the reactor and jumped to the other side there, so that was one way, but they put the checkpoint, so that was one cut at least that was fixed. The other one, well, I wouldn't say a cut, but maybe not the intended way of doing, was the buck slide you mentioned. That will be up and coming soon as well. Tarper finding himself a bit behind, so it is Spam who is in the lead, a bit wobbly. But there was a buck slide here, but they did put a no break here. That's the gate you see there that they're really passing through. So they cannot take it, but that buck slide was so random, I'm gonna be honest.
But it was so cool.
But it was cool, it was wicked. But holy moly, it was random as hell. But it was indeed a wicked way to do it. I mean, overall,
was it also random for Randomize?
Maybe, but at the moment, Randomize is randomly trying to fight Spam at the moment. Can he get the jump? There was another cut here. You could actually jump straight into the finish, but Randomize has to respawn all the time in that final jump. But Tarper has to respawn as well. Randomize again has to respawn. Rookie makes it. Tarper makes it. And it is going to be a victory for Team Ovo. 8 for the score. 2 more points needed.
2 more points needed for Team Ovo and a wicked backwards finish from Randomize. Have not seen that too often. So an ace needed here for Randomize. And Rookie for Team Runa. So let's go into maybe the last round on this map. Very beautiful map. I really like it. And let's see what is going to happen. I'm really hungry. I'm not sure what about you, but I could not eat properly. But my... I think it healed very well. Like, it's not really that much swollen. I'm just gonna chew on the left side. so everything should be fine. My wisdom teeth got removed yesterday, the last 2 ones. But hey, let's not talk about my wisdom teeth. Let's talk about the round, because Tim and Tarpor are in the lead, or Tim and Eric, as you can also call them. They are leading on first and second place, but Spam not with the best line. Oh, but where did Rookie jump? What did he do?
I mean,
Oh
he's
my God.
absolutely doing a wicket there. That's all I'm saying. So it is up to randomize. He needs first position, if anything. But we'll have to wait and see if they can do it. Tarper has been the most consistent towards the end. Spam has made it happen. Randomize had to respawn. So this seems to be a close, well, as close of a deal as it ever has been. Tarper makes it.
What is he doing?
Tarper doesn't make it. He actually overjumps the reset almost. But Spam makes it. So that is good enough. But Tarper makes it on his second attempt, which is more than enough. So with an ace, Team Obo move on to day number 2, where they will be facing Nesta Esports, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah.
And with that, I mean, well, Team Obo still has to wake up tomorrow, and Last Chance Qualifier is still there for them. But without
Maybe
further
the other
ado,
match.
we will quickly go to our point of view and see if the other match is actually still underway, and I believe it is, so we will jump into that in just a moment. Let's take a look here. Ooh, we arrived good on time. It is, we are on Edge, and it is Attorney versus Milky Way. So currently we see that Attorney, or is it Attorney? Am I pronouncing? I think it is Attorney is the correct name of the team. Yeah, it is actually Attorney Esport, to be more exact, versus Milky Way. Now we haven't seen Milky Way at all today, so now we get to see their first shot and maybe the opportunity to go through the next round. But Artis is the one that has to respawn, so Ricelin has to hold the flag for Milky Way to well, to keep the dreams alive, because currently Hergam and at least Nico are doing rather good on Edge.
Yeah, very good line there from Hergam and Nico Jim. Raceland on second place right now, but very good line. I mean, they kind of come to me as a surprise, because I think they did not do that good in the seeding, and also now Raceland jumps super far there. So he is still in there and finds himself on second place. Oh, Nico Jim had to respawn.
Yeah, Nico Jim had a case of inverted steering moment where he steered wrong in the backwards, but Art Ricelin has to falls off in the final jump, but Hergam also has to respawn. Is going a bit all across the board. Everybody's struggling towards this end. Who's actually making it?
Hergam and Nico Jim.
Somebody makes it. Nico Jim?
With 11 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh, this could be
what
quite rough though. Yeah, and he will make it, and that is an ace for them, and that puts Team Milky Way in a very precarious situation if they want to make it, because they both won't finish even this round, and it is 5-2 of a lead.
Yeah, this looks really good for Team Attorney. Or Attorney with that ace.
I guess it depends where you put the emphasis. Is it Eterney, or is it Attorney, or which way you want to pronounce it? So there's a bit of both ways. I'm sure if there's somebody French in chat can maybe correct us, but Hergam probably yes, but it is Hergam who makes the mistake. Gives Milky Way the opportunity. It is 2-1 the scoreline in track points, and Milky Way do need to get this map if they want to continue, but as long as Neko Jim is there, he can keep the points alive. But one little mistake and Milky Way are back in it with an ace, but it was proving to be quite difficult for them to finish. Neko Jim has too much beats and pops his head on the pole there, or at least the track there, so now Milky Way actually in a position to possibly take that ace.
Yeah, that's correct. Milky Way looking good, but I do not know why they go for so much speed. You do not need that much speed for that speed check. They jump off of that. And now this Racer and Artis both surviving. It is 5-5. And I'll be right back. I'm looking after my food. Wait a second. I'll be right back.
Man is cooking in the oven. So we will leave Turbo to his adventures for the time being. But for now, we see that it is an ace for Milky Way. So it is not over. For now, they do they can make it count. It seems to be a map that both teams can finish on a good run, but both can struggle quite heavily. So one round could be the absolute difference between the two. Everybody makes it this time. No major mistakes so far, but as soon as I say it, Nekojimi does have to take a wider line, but does survive for the time being. Everybody does, which is a good sign for the round to come. This jump can be quite a detriment, but there it is. Also, everybody who's joining us as well, this is the final match for today as well, so you're just catching a glimpse of what we have. Well, the final team to go through to the next round of the loser bracket. Everybody's actually gone through this section quite clean. It's only Nekojim who's been bleeding time at the moment, and it is Hergam holding up Artis and Reislin. Ooh, can they make it? Ooh, that's very nice low jump. This is a round and a half at the moment. Does Artis have more speed? Better line? Not quite. Ooh, but Reislin doesn't get the final jump, allows Nekojim to overtake. And with 106.6, actually a decent time on edge, given all things considered, to be honest.
Cam back.
Hello, back. And good to see you here. It is 7-6 as Milky Way almost got a draw, but it was actually a victory for Eternity.
Oh, that can happen in the identity.
But this is now going from bad
mistakes.
to worse for them, though.
This is the mud calling here. I also thank you, Randomized, for the raid. Well played, mate. Together with your teammate. Was quite a cool POV to follow. Was quite close. I think map 1 did not really go your way. But other than that, it looked very good. So I hope to see you guys playing more of those competitions. As Artis has made that mistake, Nekojim and Hengen coming in here. And look at that. If they ace them. But I still do not know why they go for so much speed. It does not go in my head. Like,
I guess it's a bit of, you know, you can always slow down, I guess, more. You cannot really gain more speed, I guess it's the mentality there, you know. You get the more speed and you can release a bit just to be sure, but Reislin does have to respawn, puts Nekojim into first position. And this could be really curtains for team. Ooh, but Nekojim does get across the line. Artis' second Hergam
round
makes it as well. Doesn't get the booster, and neither does Reislin. They skip across the water to the finish. So this will be the final round. It's either ace or bust for Milky Way to keep themselves in the game, or match point for the two Frenchmen.
Yeah, for Team Eterni, or Eterni, how I would just pronounce it, because I'm not in the French community, but we see the first mistake from Hergam. So he is out, and it is Nekojim still on first.
Oh,
Never mind. Oh, guys, I think this is happening. I might delay my food for another 10 minutes because Reislin and Artis are on first and second. It's their round to lose. The others are 6 seconds behind, and they threw 4 skins harder than iBuy Power did in 2015.
Look at this safe. Holy moly,
Yeah,
they're saving.
I have to say that.
They're saving for their whole country and for everybody that is cheering on for them. They probably have checked that they have such a lead, but Reislin... Oh, okay, he does make it. It's
Wait,
still
he
all good.
did make it. Oh my god, what?
Oh, I don't know how he made it, but I don't know if he has speed for this jump, though. Does he?
Yeah.
Actually does. That's surprising to me that he's still able to go. But with that, unless there's some shenanigans in the end, Team Milky Way get the ace and get the track point and keep the dream alive, and we will get the decider map. We have no clue what it is, but I'm sure it's gonna be a blast.
Yeah, I hope so as well, but guys, I'm hungry. I want to eat, man. It's been 3 hours of non-stop casting. Can we like calm down? I went to the toilet and that's it.
You should have made the pizza beforehand, lucky Malaka.
Yeah, listen.
Hindsight is 20/20, as they say, but we do have Tempest as the map as well.
Yeah. Oh, it is Tempest. Oh god, this will be a clown fiesta, guys.
I mean, I'm looking at the PBs, and it's looking good for Hergam and Artis. Nekojim and Reislin, that looks a bit mud in the PBs. But who knows? At the moment, at least the warm-up is looking quite convincing. So this could be whoever is able to go to keep themselves alive. So without further ado, the final map for today. Who keeps their dreams alive in the lower bracket? And who will have only day one in their resume? We'll have to wait and see, as Tempest is the map to go on, as everybody gets a decent dice, and we'll see if that continues to be so for the rest of that. Artis goes way
where's he going?
too high and just absolutely is demolished by that turn, so he's so far behind and has to rely on Reislin, who gets across, but that is not the jump
that is
you're
not
looking
good.
for, though. So I feel like
Nekojim looking
are
fire.
looking good here, though.
Yeah, they're looking fire on this map, and that's what I was also expecting. Hergam and Nekojim, we've already seen a match from them. They looked very good, and Rayson and Artis come to me as a surprise that they have beaten Speedself and his teammate. So there you go, also good backwards SD there from Nekojim to slow down accordingly. So let's go into the identity. Very safe, and I mean they're just controlling it very nicely. Not making any major mistake. Maybe releasing every now and then, but that's the ace for Team Eternity.
Yeah, that's looking quite comfortable indeed. A 110.407, and for some reason, every time Hergam gets a PB or a time here, it shows Beta Toast 2. Why does that happen? No clue whatsoever. But clearly Beta Toast has his coastly, or his energy is with Hergam 4. I'm quite bad. I don't even know why is that a thing. That's the only person that happens to as well, which is so weird. But you know, at least you know, in this match, every time Beta Toast 2 is up there, it's Hergam 4 instead. Or it's his alt account, who knows? I doubt it though.
Yeah, who knows that?
We don't allow that, of course, but it's funny that it happens.
I was like, maybe it's the person like lowest on the alphabet, but then we also have Artis on the server.
Yeah.
So that does not work. But look how controlled that is here from Team Eterni. Hergam and Nekojim on first and third. And Artis, the only player to make some damage here. Gets a good line, but he needs a first position for his team to stay alive on this map. Rayston not really feeling it here, also losing the gear, not really getting that much speed before that ice slide. Will be a very tight approach. He will survive it, but that is not good here. He will get it somewhat, but losing more and more time. Artis with a quite quite bad approach actually, but it worked out. Actually, he does not go for the rotation. Interesting.
Ooh, but this gives opportunity for Reisling to maybe come back. Both of them are slow mode. They are both slow mode. If Reisling gets this without hitting the slow mode, which he also does, there are 3 players that have hit the slow mode. This is the slowest finish you will ever see. And it's tortoise against tortoise in the end, and it's it's the French tortoise that wins in the end. So that's the first time I've seen 3 players going for that ending all in the full slow-mo.
I did not even know that there was a slow-mo swipe on top.
There is, because it's to prevent the tactic that if you hit that top part, it's actually faster because you point yourself down fast.
Makes sense.
And you will be able to accelerate. But their prevention is to put a slow-mo there. But then this can happen because if you hit that slow-mo, even if you scrape it, it's a bit mudded. But again, Eternity are the ones that are taking the helm here. Bit of a hop and skip for Nekojim. Gets across the line. So unless Milky Way can get back into it, a bit of an ice skill check for Reislin. But it does look to be that at least Eternity are enjoying much better time on this map than the Milky Way are, and they're looking to make this a quick affair. Milky Way definitely have gone further than I think were expected, but at least for now, Eternity are looking to be... Well, I was about to say consistent, but then Nekojim gets a bit of a too low of a jump.
But the others are still so far behind. Look at that.
But the difference is too much to make a difference in the end anyway, because Nekojim is still second even with that respawn. Yeah,
that's what I mean. And there you go. Oh, another slow-mo. Wicked.
Artis is close by though.
But
he can overtake. He will overtake.
No.
Oh no! Just barely. Nekojim survives that time. What a way to end it. That's the most closest race you can have without actually being close until it gets to the line. Which is hilarious.
Actually quite cool to see that.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's like the tortoise and the hare. But in this case, the tortoise does win.
I think the moment you know about the slow-mo, you see this identity different.
Yep. It's a much more complicated and much more difficult jump as Nekojim doesn't get the transition and Artis and Reislin take advantage of it. So, you know, there's a possibility. And,
yeah.
well, for Reislin, it's a respawn responsibility as Artis is the one to take advantage of
also
this
has to
match.
respawn.
It's a bit of a two-horse race up front, and Reislin and Nekojim fighting for respawns. Hergam is actually in a good lead at the moment, up top.
Yeah.
But can he actually hold on?
Oh, racing with a double respawn. What is happening here? Both players clipping and doing mistakes. So Artis also had to respawn there. What is going on here? Hergam in the lead, and he will make it quite comfortably. But I think we're gonna see at least one more round here on this map before we're gonna find a winner.
Slow-mo again.
As
Artis
I said,
get the slow-mo.
as I said, if you know about the slow-mo, you will hit it.
Yep, that's what's gonna happen. Hergam is second, but where Nekojim has had to respawn. Reislin doesn't get the slow-mo, so he will be coming in. Well, he finds out about the hole there on the inside, but that is gonna be third place and a victory. But they need a few aces to get back into it. I mean, if Reislin can keep up with Hergam and Hergam keeps hitting the slow-mo all the time, there's an opportunity for a few aces there. They need to keep it clean, to be honest.
But this is the round where they really need to apply some pressure onto their opponents and then at least get one, like a draw on the next round. That would be 9-7, and we already had that situation, but that is not a good line here from Rayston. Will hit the plastic and no speed here for the Canadian player. Look at that. And also a 122 PB is not too fast either. And it's now Artis who has to deny the match point to his opponents, as Hergam is still leading. Nekojim with a good line, but Artis sliding out there, not really getting too much speed out of it, so that's Eternity's round to lose. They are on first and second. They can rely on one mistake, or maybe hit a slow-mo or something like that, which they really try to do almost every round. Let's see, one more identity. This could be over. Good approach there from the players. Eternity, maybe Nekojim jumping a bit too far. Hergam with a good line as well, but I think this is it. Unless a slow-mo will be hit. Artis with a disconnect or with a hit. I don't know.
No.
But that's it. It is over. Eternity wins this match.
Yep, that is GG. They close it out with an ace. Artis has a bit of a moment on the checkpoint. Does get across it as well with a slow-mo as well. Reislin's across the line. Artis is all across the line. We got there in the end. It is Eternity who will be moving on to tomorrow. Milky Way, well, they gave it a good shot on the edge at least to bring it to this fifth map, but this was definitely not it for them as far as we can see. So that puts at least for us, that is gonna be the final match for today. We saw some ups and downs, roller coaster rides as well, some cool moments, cool driller moments, but that was definitely an experience and a half, I will say that much. We had some really good matches as well, but some of them really produced some interesting moments to say the least. But that does mean that for tomorrow, I will put up the upper bracket, so we will sort of discuss our way through this. This is not the actual bracket, you will have to look it up in Wikipedia, but just to give you a scheduling for tomorrow at least. So, how we will start off is that tomorrow the first matches actually are going to be in the lower bracket. So we start with the lower bracket match, which is lower bracket quarterfinals between Honory and Eternity, and it will be Nesta versus Team Ovo. After that, we will have the upper bracket final and the loser bracket semi-final played simultaneously. So most likely we will be looking at the Robbers versus Gravity, and then we will continue on in the lower bracket until we get that C2 sorted out as well. So definitely something to look forward to as well. I don't have much to say as well as much as that be there tomorrow That's all I have to say. Anything else for you to say? I know you're itching for that pizza, so we can close this out as well.
So I guess I will show you the pizza real quick.
Whoa.
Here, there you go.
Look at that.
So like the mini pizza. One broke apart. I'm sorry, but I was in a rush because I had to go back to the cast. But guys, thank you so much for watching. We will be there tomorrow at 17 CEST, so in 20 hours. Make sure to be there. There will be great Trackmania action. We have already seen good content and good matches today. Tomorrow will be even better. And without further ado, I will just send you to Badge, to another streamer, to your friends. Have a good evening, and we're gonna see you tomorrow.
Yeah, have a good time. Enjoy the bit of music as well in the end. Bye-bye.